Franklin, Texas.
The 4-H motto, to make the best better. I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Madison. Now we're going to do the FFA motto, and Mr. Hayden Weems from Henderson County 4-H is going to help us with that.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Thank you. Really good job, Hayden. And now we're going to wrap it up here with our prayer, and Hayden's sister, Macy, is going to give us a prayer. So, Macy, we'll turn it over to you.
Our gracious Heavenly Father, we pause in the midst of this wonderful occasion, mindful and thoughtful of guidance you have given us. As showmen, Lord, we don't ask for any special favors. We ask that you let us compete in this arena as in life's arena. We only ask that you help us compete as great as the cattle we are showing and in a manner as clean and pure as the wind that blows across the show ring. And for all of us to make lifelong memories and friends. In your name we pray, amen.
Very good. Well, that wraps up opening ceremonies. And so with that, as soon as we're ready, we're going to walk in Class 1 Angus and Class 1 Charolais for you guys today. Class 1 Charolais is going to have 13 entries in it, ranging from July 4th to April 5th, 2025. Over on your Angus side, Class 1 is going to have 14 entries in it, with birth dates ranging from August 1st to April 12th, 2025. Looking forward to a great show. It's going to be a really fun time, and thank you all for being here and working with us throughout the day. Entering the ring currently is our Angus for the start of our British show over here. Your British judge today will be Macy Scotton. Macy Scotton's originally from Corydon, Iowa, where she grew up raising and showing cattle with her family. She was a member of the livestock judging team at Redlands Community College at Oklahoma State University, where her and her team were named 2021 national champions. After completion of her bachelor's degree, Macy pursued a master's degree in meat science and served as the assistant coach for the Oklahoma State University livestock judging team. Macy now serves as the coordinator of strategic partnerships and assistant livestock judging team coach at Redlands Community College with her husband Spencer, and continues to raise show cattle. Everybody sitting ringside, please put your hands together for Judge Scotton. Across from Macy is our exotic breeds, and those breeds are being evaluated today by Mr. Tyler Weingartner. Tyler Weingartner's from Harrod, Ohio. He's the co-owner of Weingartner and Klingeman Show Cattle with his brother-in-law Curtis and father Brad. Tyler and his family mainly race Key and Maine cattle, with their annual production sale being the first Saturday in November every year. Also, their annual steer sale is in mid-September. Tyler graduated from Michigan State University in Blackhawk East, where he was on the livestock judging team at both places. Along with his wife, Natalie, they have two sons, Beckett and Riker, who are both very active in showing livestock and playing sports. Y'all, please join me in welcoming Tyler to Rodeo Austin.
Well, an awesome way to get us started off this morning here on the Angus side. And I think we've got a lot of quality here at the top end of this class, and probably a top 4 heifers that I like a lot. The 2 here at the top end, probably the ones that hit me the hardest. And not because those 2 are necessarily the same in terms of their type and kind. There's some differences between the 2 of those, but I think they're both very nice. The one we land on, though, whenever you step off to the side of the cattle and study them in terms of their silhouette, their look, and their balance and refinement, she is very striking. And I think that's where she's got a direct advantage relative to the heifer that comes right behind her. Extension, refinement, and femininity about her head, the top side of her neck, really attractive there. And then from her shoulder back, she is the best in terms of her lower body, the sweep back to her rear rib and flank. And I still think that heifer gets out and uses specifically her hip and her hind leg really, really nicely. We could probably lay her back a little bit in her front end. She's just a little bit on the edge of being a little straighter there for probably how I like them. But I still thought her build is very functional. She probably hits me the hardest in terms of her balance and refinement and silhouette. Whenever you get in behind the cattle, I do love the body shape and natural dimension of the heifer that comes in second. I think she's really good and really true there. She was the first one that came in and hit the ring, and I thought, if this is the one we've got to land on, I'll feel really good about it, because as bold and as good as she is in her natural dimension, I still think that heifer reads good in terms of the way she uses her lower joint work. Not as attractive from her shoulder forward, not as overwhelming in her lower body, the sweep and boldness back to her rear rib and flank. That'll come with a little more time. I think a lot of upside there in that heifer that goes second. The heifer that comes in 3, when she cooperates and brings herself together, she is longer necked than the one that goes out in front of her. She just wanted to stay kind of hunkered up there in her top line and roll out of her hip. She gets a little frailer in her foot and her bone, just doesn't balance up quite as well as those 2 that go out in front of her. If we could relax her there in her loin, stouten her in her foot and her bone work, I think that gets a lot closer. I told the young lady when I pulled this heifer over at the standstill, I love a lot of things about her. You've done a good job of getting her presented. She's good looking. I probably thought that she got the most constricted of the top 4 whenever we got her in motion, and the way she used her lower joint work just a little bit tighter there, and the way she gets out and sets down at the ground. If we can loosen her up in her spine just a little bit in motion, I think she could move up a few more spots. You can go ahead and come on around. If you guys want to go ahead and pull on around. This heifer in motion, very flexible, and I think really good in terms of the way she uses her lower joint work. She wants to cut up a little bit in her flank. Doesn't hit me as unique in her balance from the side, but I think that heifer is good in terms of having the right kind of flexibility. A heifer that comes next, again, I think similar in terms of type and kind, flexible, good in terms of her basic build. Again, just in terms of her balance, she cuts up a little bit too much to her flank. That throws her off in her balance. The heifer that comes next has got some look. She's too open and forward in her front end. We need to change her there, relax her back, and make her smoother in the point of her shoulder. The heifer that comes next, bold and good body, got some stoutness of bone work, just a little coarser made, a little piecier out here, didn't blend everything together quite as well. And as we work on down the line, a heifer that's a little green yet in terms of her rib and her body type, a little longer in her rear feet. We could change her toe shape, but she's got some extension. The heifer that comes next has got some substance. We could relax her front end structure and make her look just a little more unique, a little more attractive up front. And as we work on down the line, we got some heifers a little bit greener yet that probably just need a little more time, get a little more substance, get a little more power to them to be a little more competitive with the heifers that go out in front of them. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors doing a really, really nice job.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Incredible, and super looking forward to a great day today. Hey, we get started off here in our Charlet show, and I'll be honest with you, this is a very, very good class, very competitive class with a lot of age spread in it, but there is some challenge to it, and for me, there's a lot of sort, especially up here on the top end. I'm not telling you one that's exactly ideal for the way that I like them, but I think there's a lot of high quality cattle. we get up in here in these top 4 or 5 of them, and if we could combine several of these, I think maybe we have the elite one. But for me, the longer they go out here, the young man's heifer up front, she's the one I trust her structure the most. Here's the one that can get out and go, use her hip and hind leg the most accurately. She's flexible in terms of her hock and her ankle all the way to the ground. She has the advantage there and slope to shoulder all the way to her knee to her foot. This one's still good. You get on top of her, there's some width and dimension and body shape and turn to her rib cage. Balances up from her shoulder blade back, very, very good, down her top line and level out of her hip. Is she a little more masculine, a little crestier there at the top side of her neck than a few of these other ones? Yeah, she is. But I think everything on that one reads donor cow in the future of just being sound and functional and good in terms of her build. Young lady, you got a good heifer here in second. Center body, I love this one. Shape to her body, shape to her rib cage there is so good. She's wide built, she's stout when you get on top of her. For me, the problem with that one is she's too vertical off both ends of her skeleton here as compared to the one in front of her, even the one behind her. I'd like to lay her back in her shoulder and knee. I think with that too, just loosen her up off her hip and hind leg the way she gets out and goes. At the stand, that one's fun to look at. She is sharper up front than is our class winner, and she's huge in terms of her center body. The one in third's more like our class winner from an elevation standpoint, from the way that thing can hinge and go out of her hip and her hind leg. Out here, though, she's a little plainer up front, and I think with that probably just needs more body. If she was bigger and denser in terms of her rib cage, I think you could justify her being just a little plainer there in terms of her throat latch. Hey, I like her structure. I think that one can get out and go and cover some ground. Going to be a very nice yearling in the future here, very flexible in terms of her build. The one in four's neat, and hey, this one's green in terms of her kind. She's got a great look in terms of her top, and she's level from hooks to pins. Gives you a very neat look about her head and the top side of her neck. There's just got to be more of her out here from a natural width and dimension. We need to soften her up through her rear rib and flank as compared to the cattle right ahead of her. At the stand, the one coming next is the one I can gravitate towards for sure. Hook bones forward, this one is so good. Gives you such an elite look there about her head, neck shape. Awesome in terms of her shoulder and her front leg posture. So good there in her forerib and her body cavity. From her hook bones back, she gets a little shorter and rounder out of her hip. And I know this one's fought the halter a bunch going around the ring here, but she's got to be looser the way she gets out and goes off her rear too. Hey, if we can cut the halter off of that one and kick her loose, I'm sure she'll settle in and want to go just a shot better. Out here today, she's fighting it too much, wants to bunch up in her back and drop her pins. Got a really nice pair of them coming next. Big, high-performing females that are stout. They're long-bodied. They got some rib and body and volume. Compared to the cattle ahead of them, they need more look and balance here from the side. They can get a little uncoordinated off their rear, too. Get into a pair of them next here that are rugged kind of cattle with some foot and bone and some body shape. Again, a little lower set up front. Maybe not the look about their head and their neck. A little higher in their tail heads. Not quite as neat in terms of their pattern from the side. Young lady's got the youngest one here, the July heifer in the class. Hey, I think this one's got a ton of future here. Out here, she's a little plainer, though, about her shape to her shoulder. Up through her front end, we could settle her there in her tail head as well. But a nice female there, I think's got a lot of good about her. Good heifers here to close the class, too. They're ones that are nice in terms of their structure, need a little more balance from the side, could use just a little more body shape. Very, very good class of Charolais. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a great way to start our show.
Thank you, Tyler. So some results on the Angus side. Class 1, your class winner was Whitney Burline, McLennan County 4-H. Second place was Cassidy Bozeman, Idalou FFA. Third, Brax Frederick, Stephenville FFA. Fourth, Olivia Wortham, Kaufman County 4-H. Fifth, Kinsley Bozeman, Idalou FFA. Sixth was Riley Lord, Klein Oak FFA. And seventh, Ryland Evans, Liberty FFA. Currently in the ring on your Angus side's Class 2. There's 7 entries in Class 2, all born March of 25. Results from Class 1 in your Charolais. First place was Tyson Carr, Lamb County 4-H. Second, Aubrey Pierce, Harris County 4-H. Third, Braylon Oliver, Alba Golden FFA. Fourth, Briley Blackshear, Cypress Ranch FFA. Fifth, Ethan Gomez, Concordia Lutheran FFA. Sixth, Ethan Gomez, Concordia Lutheran FFA. Seventh, Duke Grotchke, Riesel FFA. And eighth, Daniel Molina, JB Alexander, FFA. Entering the ring on your Charlet side is going to be Class 2. 5 entries in Class 2, all born March of 25.
Well, another good class that we've got over here. This, for me, comes together very, very well. And again, these two heifers at the top end are the pair that hit me the hardest. But I do feel very comfortable with the one that we land on and think that's just the place where we need to start within this set. Because I think not only in motion do I think that she's a little bit better in the way she gets out of her front end than the heifer that comes right behind her. I think whenever you stop and walk down the line and study the heifers either at the side or at a rear 3/4, she's better in her front end angle. She hooks up stronger right behind her shoulder. She's bolder in the turn to her forerib. She's got the right kind of natural dimension. So for me, she becomes the clear answer in here. I think that heifer is very, very nice. You could clean her up maybe just a little bit at the base of her chest, but I think an extremely nice heifer to lead us off in here. A lot of things that I like about the heifer in too, because she is attractive up front. Her head, her neck, the way she ties it into her shoulder, her lower body balance is really good. She wants to come up just a little too much in her front end. When you step in behind her, she flattens too much behind her shoulder, gets a little too weak in her spine. Those things throw off her balance just a little bit. But I thought a really nice heifer that still has a lot to appreciate. If you guys want to come along this fence line over here as you head on out, the heifer that comes next, really sound, and I think good looking. Of those top 3, got just a little bit shallower there in terms of her rib and her body type. I thought if she could have just a little more substance, a little more boldness down through her rear rib and flank, I think that would help her balance just a bit better relative to the ones that go out in front of her. And then we've got a more moderate made heifer that does have some substance. Of those top 4, she becomes the plainest in her look from her shoulder forward and then struggles just a little bit more to maintain her balance as we get her out in motion. The heifer that comes next has got some look and some extension up front, a little bit plainer though in terms of the base of her chest. She'll want to come up in her loin, doesn't maintain her balance quite as well. And then a couple of heifers as we work down the line just need a little more substance, a little more full rib and body to help them balance out. They became just a shot shallower here in this lineup. That was a good set of heifers there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2 on the Angus side. First place, Abigail King, De Leon, FFA. Second place, Hadley Howe, Burleson County 4-H. Third, Kylie Byler, Bangs, FFA. Fourth, Barry Belt, Montgomery, FFA. Fifth, Penelope Soto, San Marcos, FFA. Sixth, Ivy Keel, Dawson, FFA. And seventh, Jessica Taylor, Magnolia, FFA. Now entering the ring on your Angus side is Class 3. 5 entries in Class 3, all born February of 25. Just a reminder, exhibitors, please make sure that you bring your registration papers with you when you're showing your heifer. Make sure you have your registration papers on the exhibitor when the heifer enters the ring. Also, do us a favor and make sure you have the right entry number with the animal that you're about to show. Make sure that you have the right entry number with the animal that you're about to show. Thank you.
we get into these marches here in our Charlet side, and a very neat class winner here to start off with. Not going to hide my emotions here. One that I think comes in and certainly is commanding when she hits the gate. Very fresh in terms of her presentation. Not only is this one the neatest in terms of her head and her throat latch all the way to her chest, I think from there back's the best bodied, the best balanced. You know, a female is very, very square and true in terms of her build here from the side. A nice place to start. Congratulations. 2 and 3 are extremely close for me, and honestly, they have some things over one another you could argue back and forth with, and I wouldn't want to argue at all with you. I think the 1 and 2 is more like our class winner from a center rib and dimension standpoint. I think she's squarer and truer out of her hip and off her hind leg the way that she goes. Now, is she a little more open her shoulder, a little plainer there about her head and her neck? Yeah, no question she is, especially compared to the 1 and 3. I think that's got brood cow written all over her, though. A very, very high quality one there, not as sharp looking as the one right ahead of her. 1 and 3 is neat. I love this one's head shape, love her neck, and just how fresh she is up through her front end. Certainly has that advantage, honestly, in the whole class of being so neat up front. A female, I think, tides very, very high. She's still stout when you get on top of her as far as muscle and shape goes. For me, needs to be longer and level her out of her hip. Need to just balance her up the way that she goes off her hip and hind leg as well. Could soften her up there through her rear rib and flank just to make her a shot nicer balanced here from the side. Put a good heifer there in her own right. Good female next, one that's long-bodied and neat up front. I think still has some power and you get on top of her. It's a little frailer in terms of her bone work and her foot size. For me, too, square her up from hooks to pins, balance her up underneath, just tuck her up in terms of her navel as well. But again, another nice female. Young man, you've done a nice job with one here to close. Moderate in terms of her size. She's got some width and dimension to her. It's a little plainer out here in terms of her look. I think out here we could just balance her up, sharpen her up in terms of her lines. But a very, very good class here, Charlets. Congratulations to those kids.
Results from Class 2 Charlets. First place, Sadie Sears, Maypearl FFA. Second place, Danielle Nunez, Pflugerville FFA. Third, Emily Fulp, Crawford FFA. Fourth, Molly Welch, Troy FFA. And fifth, Chase Godwin, Lake Creek FFA. Now entering the ring on your Charlet side is Class 3. 3 entries in Class 3, all born in February of 25.
Well, a good class that we've got here, and I think one that just absolutely has to win in here. Trying to find a good spot where I don't squeak so much, but I think a really nice heifer that leads off that's really attractive. Probably my favorite view of her is at the standstill when the young lady gets her pulled together. I think very attractive in terms of her look up front. You get in behind her, she's got some natural dimension and some power. She's probably as good and stout in her bone work as anything that we've seen. And so at the standstill, there's a lot of things that I really, really like. Now, we could change her just a little bit in terms of her front end. She's a little more upright, and because of that, she doesn't get out of her front end just quite perfectly and struggles just a little bit there. But I think that heifer has to win in here. I'll be excited to see her back here in just a little bit. The heifer that comes in second, I thought after our class winner, she's the one that I'm the next most comfortable with, just in terms of her rib and her body type. I think after our class winner, she becomes the boldest and the softest centered one that's still got some flexibility. She's not nearly as fresh and as high quality in terms of her look up front relative to the one that goes out and wins the class. But I thought a nice heifer to be second that's very functional. The heifer that comes in third, again, one that's got some extension up front. I think she's good and collected in her top line. She gets just a little shallower there as you come back to her flank. She probably needs to be opened up and boldened up just a little bit more down through her lower body to help her balance out just perfectly there from the side. As we get down to these bottom two, I think, again, the one that comes next has got some extension. I thought she was more attractive than the young ladies that rounds out the class. She, too, needs a little more center rib and body to help her balance out. And then a more moderately made heifer that probably does have the advantage there in terms of substance. She's probably the plainest from her shoulder in terms of her head and her neck, but a good functional type of female. Good class Angus heifers there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Up so well in terms of her top line and just her underline balance as well from her chest back through her rear rib and flank. Very, very nice one here to start this class. 2 and 3 is extremely close, and I wouldn't argue with you either way you wanted to go. I think the one in second, there's enough more of her in terms of a forerib shape, natural width and dimension and stoutness when you get right on top of her. She, too's a little looser in terms of her construction when you set her on the go. Now, is she plainer in her chest and up through her head and neck as the 1 and 3? Certainly is, and that's where we could change her and level her up a shot out of her hip. But that's a nice female that's opened up and stout and functional. I think at the stand, the 1 and 3 is a little sharper in terms of her look, neater at the top side of her neck and up into her head. I think her out of her hip is a little leveler as well. For me, there needs to be more forerib, more depth of rear rib and flank. I think with that, when we set her in motion too, could sure loosen her up a shot. Very, very good class of 3. Congratulations, kids, on 3 nice Charolais females.
Catching up on some results from our Angus side out of Class 3. First place, Amelia Heatley, Normandy, FFA. Second place, Cade Landers, Runnels County, 4-H. Third, Brianna Barber, Longview, FFA. Fourth, Jessica Taylor, Magnolia, FFA. And fifth, Olivia Carter, Slidell, FFA. Now in the ring on your Angus side is Class 4. 6 entries in Class 4, all born January of 25. On your Charolais side, results from Class 3. First place, Berkeley Sears, Maypearl, FFA. Second place, Noah Anthony, McLennan County, 4-H. And third, Jacob Volp, Crawford, FFA. In the ring now on your Charolais side is Class 4. There's 5 entries in Class 4 with birth dates in January of 25.
Another high quality class here. Very, very good cattle, very good kids showing these things. I think with that said, though, still a very commanding class winner. The young lady's heifer hits the gate here, and I think from just a sheer look and balance and quality standpoint from the side, I think this one certainly has the advantage. One that ties high up front, gives you a very feminine, elegant look there about her head and her neck. Good in terms of her top line and nice out of her hip. Is this one the stoutest one we've seen yet so far today? Nope, she's not. We could open her up and make her a little broader throughout, but that's a nice female there, I think, with extra look, extra quality, and soundness to win. Gets closer, I'll be honest, from there throughout the remaining part of the class. I think the young man's heifer, for me, is the next best option from being the sound in terms of her structure, still maintaining balance when you set her in motion. You get on top of that when you're impressed with how much width and dimension she has. For me, it's her look from the side that puts her in two. Not as smooth there in her shoulder, not as neat out of her hip, not just as balanced in terms of her look, but a nice female there. Young lady's got a good one here at the stand. I really certainly can appreciate. She's big-bodied, she's stout, she's really powerful in terms of her muscle and her width and shape. Get her in motion, wants to roll up there in her top line, gets a little higher in her tailhead and gets up underneath herself on the move. If we could just balance her up on the go and make her a shot more flexible, I think that one could slide up a spot because I do like her power. I like her width and dimension and body shape she has. Nice heifers here coming next as well. The young lady's here is good in terms of her forerib shape, good in terms of her top line. For me, gets a little rougher there in her shoulder and up through her front end. Like to change the way she goes off at her hip and hind leg as well, too. And a good female to close. Going to make a nice brood cow for this young lady. Out here needs more rib and body and depth compared to the cattle up front. Can make her just a shot sharper looking here from the side, too. Great class. Congratulations, kid, on a wonderful class of Charolais.
Results from Class 4 Charolais. First place, Presley Oliver, Alba Golden FFA. Second, Tyler Belk, Marble Falls FFA. Third, Sierra Meza, Klein FFA. Fourth, Miley Blair, Freestone County 4-H. And fifth, Liliana Velasquez, Klein Kane FFA. Entering the ring now on your Charolais side is your heifer calf division drive.
Well, another good class. I think these two on the top end here have some give and take between them, and so you can go back and forth, and I think some of it depends just a little bit on the view that you get of the pair. I thought whenever our class winner pulls herself together at the profile, she balances just a little bit better for me, and I think whenever you start up front in terms of her head, her neck, the base of her chest, she's a little more attractive there, and then as you work from her shoulder back, she's better in terms of her lower body balance. She's bolder and better down through her rear rib and back into her flank. You step in behind her, she's got the most natural dimension of anything in the class. And so I like her look, I like her balance, I like her natural dimension. We need to loosen her up just a little bit more off of her hip and her hind leg. She comes up a little bit short there in her stride whenever we get the cattle in motion. And I think that's why it's close because the heifer in second, she does get out and use her hip and hind leg just a little more flexible. She reaches just a little bit further there. For me, though, she's not perfect because she opens at the top side of her shoulder. She's a little plainer at the base of her chest. She's not as good in terms of her balance, a little heavier in her navel, cuts up a shot more back into her flank. All those things throw her off just a little bit in terms of her balance. I thought those two are very nice there at the top end of the class. You could go back and forth between the pair. The young man that comes in third, whenever you get your heifer stopped and put together, you did an awesome job of getting her presented out here, got her pulled together where she had a good look up front. I thought that relative to the heifer that came behind her, more consistent, better in her top line balance. She's just a little bit too frail in terms of her foot and her bone work relative to those couple that went out in front of her. I still don't think she hit me in terms of that initial impression of quality quite as hard as those first two. A moderate, good-bodied heifer that comes next. It's got some extension up front at the standstill. She wanted to break too much in her top line, and she's probably on the side of being just a little quicker and cuter in terms of her maturity pattern, but I think a heifer that I do like in terms of moderation and having some body. The heifer that comes next, she's tall, she's extended, she's level in her top line. She is the flattest whenever we step in behind her, and then she is the shallowest and the hardest bodied of the cattle that we have in here. And then we round out the class with a more moderate, bolder bodied heifer. I thought she hit me just a little too round, pushing a shot more condition, maintains a little extra set in her hind leg in motion. Good set of heifers there. I thought close pair on the top end of that class.
Results from Class 4 on your Angus side. First place, Sophia Webb, Tomball Memorial FFA. Second place, Zeb Murphy, Hamilton County 4-H. Third, Cannon Adcock Academy FFA. Fourth, Lauren Brazel, Klein Kane FFA. Fifth, Savannah Martin, Palo Pinto County 4-H. And sixth, Emma Sutton, Arlington Heights FFA. Entering the ring on your Angus side will be your Heifer Calf Division Drive. First and seconds out of Class 4, or 1 through 4, will come in for contention for your division champion Heifer Calf.
Well, what an absolute awesome way here to start off our day in our Charlotte division. And I will tell you, these get me fired up out here. This is a lot of fun to get to sort through these heifer calves classes and get them back out here in this division. Hey, this is a really, really good set of cattle, no matter what color or breed you want to make them. These are just high-end females. I think that most importantly are good show cows, but more importantly in the end are better donor cows and future mama cows for these exhibitors, and these kids are doing an awesome job. We had a really neat first class there with a ton of numbers in it, and I thought there was some give and take throughout the whole class. And so there was a shot of challenge in there, too, from being just the age spread that we had in there. Ultimately landed on the young man's heifer. For me, was just the soundest option we had. She was the one that still gave you a nice look from the side. She was functional in terms of her hip and hind leg, had some body and some cage still. Is she a little plainer up front than some of the cattle behind her? For sure. Is she a little more open in terms of her shoulder? No doubt. But I do think that one has value written in her all over for being sound, functional, and still going to be able to generate and raise them here in the near future. We got into another next two classes that were extremely good, and the numbers weren't near as big, but we had a pair of heifers there at the top end of that in Class 2 and 3 that were so high quality. I'll be the first one to tell you they are drastically different as far as their type and kind goes, but I think you set that aside and just read them for what they are. They're both extremely good. The heifer that wins the second class, this one is elite when she hits the ring in terms of just her presentation, her freshness out here. This heifer is so awesome in terms of her head shape, the way her neck and everything hooks into her shoulder. She's so long and slender there and fresh at the top side of her blade. I think from there back, her top line's incredible in terms of just how it blends all seamlessly down her back and out of her hip. So awesome in terms of her rib cage and the shape to her body. Very good in terms of her look. Her bone size is good. Her feet are good here at the stand. You know, at times she gets in motion and she'll be a little lethargic and want to drag around the ring. And you ask yourself, is she just as flexible as the one that wins the third class? I don't know that she is. I'm not going to call that one unsound by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know if she's just as loose in terms of her makeup as that one. But hey, that one's look, that one's power, that one's balance is so elite out here. Very good heifer there in that class. Young lady, you got a good one here that wins the third class, and that one come in that class swinging because she absolutely can grab a gear and get out and go and cover a ton of ground. And this is a neat heifer from her hip and her hind leg standpoint is so cool. Where her pin placement's at and how she uses her hock and her ankle all the way to the ground. Awesome in terms of her feet. This heifer's very good, too, in terms of her front end structure as well. Now, for me out here, as you get to comparing her and breaking her down, she'll want to run downhill just a shot as compared to that one. She's a little more open there in terms of her shoulder, in terms of her four-rig hookup. I know she's not as hairy as that one, but when you still just study her and break her down, a little coarser and more open there, I think for me, I could make her just a shot more attractive there about her head and her throat latch, just tidier up there as compared to the one right ahead of her. But you want to talk about function in one that can get out and go, one that's still big-bodied and very high-end quality. That's a good heifer there. Young lady, you got a good one here that won the final class, and that one wins that class just on being good-looking, nice in terms of her body. Out here, there's got to be more of that one, and from just a sheer width and dimension standpoint, it's compared to the cattle right ahead of her. Very good seconds as well. I think out here it's kind of a two-horse race, so if you've heard me talk from a pair of cattle, one time, let's put our hands together out here in our opening division of Charolais. Awesome job, kiddos. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Well, a great lineup of cattle here as we work into our first division on the Angus side. The quality is really, really good, especially this front lineup that we've got closest to me. And again, as we work through, I thought there were some decisions that were close, but I think as you compare our class winners, they've all got quality. As you look down the line, they're all attractive. There's a lot that you can appreciate, and I'll talk through them here just briefly so you guys kind of know what's going through my mind. We started off in the first class. Honestly, there was about 4 heifers in there. I thought were all really nice, and we had a pretty big age spread in there, and so didn't discount anything for being, a little bit smaller. Obviously, our second place heifer just a little smaller compared to our class winner, but I thought both of them very nice. We talked about our class winner, so attractive in her look up front, her extension, her refinement is really, really good. When she gets her stopped and put together at the profile, she draws up a beautiful silhouette. Now, her front end's probably just a little bit on the edge for me, and she wants to stay with her front feet just a little bit out in front of her because I think her knee set's just a little more forward, but I do think there's a lot of quality in that heifer. The heifer that comes out of the second class, whenever we watch the cattle lap, when she's not fighting the halter, I think she's the best in the way she uses her lower joint work. She's the most comfortable, she's the most attractive, and at the standstill, because of that, I think she really pulls together a very attractive image. We talked about how we could clean her up just a little bit at the base of her chest, but from there back, I think it really matches her body shape and just her sweep back to her rear rib and flank. She's got the right kind of substance and still, I think, balances it all very, very well. You could maybe intensify her just a little bit in terms of her foot and her bone in this setting, but a sound, good built heifer that I think maintains her look of balance whenever we get them in motion is as uncomfortable as anything that we've got as we get the cattle on the move. If we just judge them standing still, you're very easily drawn to the young ladies that wins the third class because she's good looking, she's gorgeous up front, she is the stoutest in terms of her foot and her bone work, she's got some power from behind, and you've done a fantastic job of getting her presented out here today. My question mark on her, is she just quite sound enough? Does she get out and travel specifically out of her front end just quite good enough to get over the edge here in this division? But at the standstill, man, it's easy to be drawn into her, and I love her quality. I love her extra stoutness, a structure, and still looking really feminine and really attractive from the side. We just got done talking that final class. I thought there was a pair of heifers in there that had some give and take. We talked about the one that won in there. I thought within that set, she balanced the best. Now, when we bring her back out here and compare her to the heifers in front of her, I don't know if she still hits me quite as fresh and attractive up front. We talked about how we could change her hip and hind leg structure and probably get just a little more critical of her because of those things within this setting. So I think there's probably 2 heifers out here that I really, really like. And honestly, I wish that we could take things from both of them and put them together. I think they're both very good, and probably where I pick on one, I like the other just a little bit better. So I think they pair up very, very well. The young lady there out of the second class is going to be our champion. Young lady out of class 3 is going to be reserve.
Results from your Charlet Heifer Calf Drive. Your grand champion Heifer Calf goes to Sadie Sears with her heifer out of Class 2. Sadie's from Maypearl FFA. Your reserve champion Heifer Calf comes out of Class 3. It goes to Berkeley Sears, also from Maypearl FFA. Congratulations to you, young ladies. On the Angus side, your champion Heifer Calf goes to Abigail King, De Leon FFA. Your reserve champion heifer calf goes to Amelia Heatley, Norman G FFA. Congratulations to you guys. On the Charlet side, we have Class 7 in the ring. Class 7 has 5 entries, calf December 30th to November 4th, 2024.
Good class of senior heifer calves here. Obviously, some difference out here in some sizes and maturity. I think for me, though, the Oman's heifer, though, from a structure and build standpoint, is the one that I still gravitate towards. Here's one that's the neatest up through her front end, yet I think from their back, still functional and good in terms of her center cage. One that's very, very good in terms of her hip and hind leg. In this class, she's the down the middle one size-wise for me, one I think that does some things extremely well. Now we get into a pair of heifers here in 2 and 3 that are bigger and stouter and wider built. You know, they're ones that you get on top of them. They have more genuine muscle than does our class winner, and I certainly appreciate that about them. For me, they're both pair of cattle that we could just change in some areas. The heifer in 2, I do think's a little smoother, a little leveler out of her hip than the one that is in 3. For me, though, we could tuck her into her shoulder, make her a shot more attractive up front, let her use her hind leg just a little neater. Good heifer in 3 as well. Big, powerful female here with tons of body shape and dimension to her. A little rounder out of her hip, a little rounder there in her shoulder. Just gets a little coarser all the way through as compared to the ones up front. Like to just smooth her up and balance her up a little bit here from the side. Nice pair of heifers here that are going to come next in this class. Young lady's got a moderate size, one that's stout in terms of her build. Just need to make her a shot more attractive, a little looser in terms of her structure. Then we have one that's probably just a notch sounder off her hip and hind leg. Honestly, young lady, your heifer's just a shot green out here. If she'll just soften up, mellow out just a little bit, I think that one will be very, very competitive. Good class. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Results from Class 7 Charolais. First place, Cameron Flake, Needville FFA. Second, Carlos Leslie, Forney FFA. Third, Cadence Whitford, Crowley FFA. Fourth, China Jones, Decaney FFA. And fifth, Kate Smith, Liberty Hill FFA. Entering the ring now on your Charolais side is Class 8. 3 entries in Class 8, born October 16th to September 14th, 2024. In the ring now on your Angus side is Class 7. There's 11 entries in Class 7, born December 24th to November 2nd, 2024. Also a reminder, trailer releases will not be stamped to the conclusion of your breed. Trailer releases will not be stamped until your breed is concluded. After that, we will let those trailers be released. When you're moving out, please just be courteous of your other exhibitors. There's a lot of cattle to show today, and just make sure that you're courteous of the exhibitors who still have to get their animal to the ring. I appreciate you guys. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Our breed class size, our class size and numbers are a little smaller in some of these breeds, so just pay attention and make sure that you get your cattle to the ring in a timely manner. We'll do our best to call you and make sure that you're aware, but please be prepared because our class numbers are a little bit smaller today. Thank you.
Three high-quality females here on the Charlet side. A very, very nice place to start. Young lady's heifer up front. I think a balanced, complete one here that's good in terms of her body. She excels the class here in terms of her feet and legs, the way she can get out and go. Very good in terms of her bone work and her ankles all the way to the ground. Nice place to start here in this class. 2 and 3 becomes extremely close for me, and I think they're both high-quality heifers here. Young lady's heifer in second. I think there's just enough more of her from a rib cage and body volume standpoint. Here's one that's a little wider built than is the 1 and 3. Certainly appreciate that about her. Now, if she is just sharp in terms of her look up front, or maybe just as neat there in terms of her top line, that's where we could tweak her and change her as compared to the ones on either side of her. But I do think that one's wide built. She's stout, going to make a very, very good cow for her in the future. Nice heifer here to come in third as well. Love her hip, love her top line, love the top side of her neck and up into her front end. Female for me, we've got to soften her up through the middle part of her body and just deepen her up there, make her just a shot more functional in terms of rib cage. We could widen her out too and stouten her up as compared to the ones right ahead of her, but a good heifer there I think is very sound and functional in terms of her build.
Your results from Class 8 Charlet. In first place, Addison Manis, McDade FFA. In second place, Aubrey Curtis, Brazoria County 4-H. And in third place, Kinsley Atchison, Mason County 4-H. Coming in the ring now on your Charlet sides, Class 9. 4 entries in Class 9, calved August 15th to July 18th, 2024.
Well, another good class that we have out here. Boiled it down to a top pair. And the young ladies, it's going to win. I think for me, whenever you start at the ground, our class winner is a little bigger footed. She's a little heavier boned. And then I think in motion, she does just a little bit of a better job of using her lower joint work. I think she stays just a little more consistent in terms of her top line balance. And then I think in addition to the difference between the cattle in motion, I think whenever they're stopped and set up at the standstill, our class winner is just a little bit better in the way she transitions from the base of her chest to her heart and into her forerib, stays just a little bit leveler from hooks to pins. I like her natural dimension from behind. So for me, I guess whenever we got down and breaking those two down, I still felt comfortable using her to win. There's times whenever you get this one put together, though, she hits me with a lot of look, because I do still think she ties her neck good to the top side of her shoulder, even though she's maybe not just quite as attractive from there forward. I do think that she still ties it well. She's got some substance. She's got some natural dimension. I do think she gets just a little frailer in terms of her foot and her bone. She's just a little more pinched in her forerib in the way she transitions. And then whenever we get her in motion, she'll want to dish just a little bit in her loin, get just a little more restricted in the way she gets out and uses her hip and her hind leg. I thought those were just the two differences between the pair that kind of split those. The heifer that comes next, I think, is good in terms of having some look and refinement. She's fresher than the heifer that comes in 4. I like her, the way she ties her neck to her shoulder. Top line consistency is really good. She's got to be better in terms of her lower body balance. Change her just a little bit in terms of her front end. Stouten her in terms of her foot and her bone work. The heifer that comes next is moderate. She's soft-bodied. She's too plain and a little staler from her shoulder forward. Got to neaten her up and freshen her up, strengthen her up just a little bit more in terms of her top line. I think if we do that, then she can move up, because I do like her moderation and I like her substance. As we come on around here, a heifer that comes next, you did a really good job of getting this heifer presented. I think in terms of her build, she's functional and good in her structure. She's moderate in her size, just a little plainer and a little more general in terms of her look out here, probably pushing just a little more condition. The heifer that comes next at the standstill, I think has some extension whenever we pull her into motion. She gets too pinched in her forerib, she cuts up in her flank and gets some extra set to her hind leg. A heifer that comes next has got some substance, just a little too plain at the base of her chest, her look up front. She too reconstruct in her hip and hind leg to be just a shot more attractive. And as we work on down the line, we've got some cattle that I think are plenty functional, just in terms of their quality. They don't hit you quite as unique in their balance or their build. A good set of heifers there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Her front end. I like the way this one gets out and goes. She's the most comfortable off both ends of her skeleton here in this particular class. Nice place to start. Heifers in 2 and 3 are very, very close to me, and I think you could go either way, and I certainly wouldn't argue with you. I think the 1 and 2 more closely follows our class winner from a look and shape standpoint. She's wider in terms of her build. She's stouter when you get right on top of her. She's bolder in terms of her rib cage. Now, is she as deep in terms of her center body? Is she just as angular and smooth there in terms of her shoulder? Probably not, but I think that one's stout and functional and going to make a neat donor cow here in the future. This one at the stand, I really, really like this heifer from her depth of body, just the levelness and look she gives you down her top line and out of her hip. Gives you a nice look there in terms of her shoulder. Just got to open her up here when you get right on top of her and make her a notch stouter as compared to them two. For me also, you set her in motion. Gets a little awkward there off her hip and her hind leg. Just let her track a little truer and straighter forward, but a nice female there in her own right. Good one here to close as well. One that's long-bodied, has some extension, needs to be softer and bigger ribbed here in this particular class to run with the cattle right ahead of her. Nice job, guys. Congratulations on a very good set of 4.
Your results from Class 9 Charlays. In first place, McKenna Mustin, Rockdale FFA. Second place, Aiden Wall, Williamson County 4-H. Third, Haley Garrick, McLennan County 4-H. And fourth, Keaton Mount, Brazoria County 4-H. Entering the ring on your Charlay side's Class 10, there's 5 entries in Class 10, born June 19th to May 9th, 2024. On the Angus side, your results from Class 7. First place, Haley Sears, Burleson County 4-H. Second, Garrett Sanders, Lynn County 4-H. Third, Emma Dangler, Giddings FFA. Fourth, Hunter Miller, Randall County 4-H. Fifth, Maya Schwint, Klein FFA. Sixth, Shannon Pick, Mount Calm FFA. And seventh, Cadence Adcock, Academy FFA. In the ring now on the Angus side is Class 8. There's 6 entries in Class 8, born October 28th to September 6th, 2024.
Very neat class here as we come in here to these coming 2-year-olds here on our Charlay side. Very good pair of them up here on top, and I certainly think there's some give and take here within the pair. Yet the young ladies' heifer, I think, that wins is just overwhelming from a width and mass and power standpoint. A heifer that's bold sprung and opened up and very, very good in terms of her rib cage. Obviously, she's getting very, very far along in calf here, and the lady might have to hustle home and get her calved out here pretty quick. But, hey, that's a nice one there. Out here, she's getting caffeine a little different there in terms of her pelvis and her hip shape as compared to the 1 and 2. We could sharpen her up there through her front end ever so slightly, but I do think that one's very high quality. Going to be a lot of fun here to race some stuff in the near future. Young lady, you've got a very good one here in 2 as well. I love this one, Silhouette. Love the shape to her head and the top side of her neck, how fresh she is there. Very, very neat down her top and level out of her hip. She has that advantage over the one right ahead of her, just being a little neater and truer there at the stand. You simply get on top of that one, though. There's not as much to her. I'd like to open her up, stouten her up. I think drop her through her rear rib and flank. You'll set her in motion, too. She gets just a little weird there the way she goes. Hinges just a little tight off her hind, too, but still a very, very high-quality female. 3 very nice ones here coming next. Young man's heifer, I think, is a long-bodied female that can still give you a nice look here from the side. I think she's got enough more balance over the remaining 2 cattle here in this particular class. A sounder option here off her hind leg as well. Compared to the 2 up front, we could make her just a shot more attractive, a lot neater here in terms of her look. Good heifer here. I like this one. Shoulder forward, gives you a nice shape to her head, a good look there about her chest and up through her front end. Need to soften her up in terms of her body cavity, back through her rear rib and flank as compared to the cattle up front. And a nice one to close, a moderate size one that's stout in terms of her muscle, needs to be a little smoother throughout. I think it'd go just a shot better off both ends of her skeleton. Very, very good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Well, another good class that we've got here. And again, I think one for me, I feel very comfortable landing on the heifer that wins. And obviously, she doesn't have the hair coat of the ones that come behind her. But I think, honestly, because of that, she still hits me the freshest in here, and she still blends everything together really, really nicely. I think whenever you study her from the profile, just in terms of the way her shoulder blends to her full rib, her lower body balance, and then I think not only is she really attractive at the standstill, I think in addition to that, she's probably one of the best in terms of her foot and her bone and having some stoutness down low and still getting out and using it in the right way. So for me, I felt very comfortable using her. What you see is what you get, and you still like a lot of things about her. The heifer that winds up second, I think after our class winner, whenever you study them in terms of build and their balance, she's the next most correct one. And I think when we compare her to 3 and 4 and you start in her front end structure, she's just more correct there. And I think because of that, she does a better job of maintaining her balance. Now we could change her and stouten her up in terms of her foot and her bone work just a little bit more and probably freshen her up just a little bit in terms of her condition. She hits me just a little bit staler, but we could probably pick on several of them in here. I thought she was the next best in terms of her build, refinement, and balance. The heifer that comes in 3, bold, a lot of substance, and I really, really like that about her. She's good whenever you get in behind her, having some natural dimension. She's got some stoutness of bone with that, a little more open in her shoulder, a little coarser in her makeup, doesn't blend everything together. We could make her a little more attractive whenever she gets out in motion, to just maintain her balance and blend everything together. And that's where I thought it was close, because I do think the heifer that comes next, a little more extended up front, I thought good in terms of her top line. We get in behind her, though, she closes up a bit too much, little frailer in terms of her foot and her bone. She, too, needs just a little more rib, a little more body and substance, I think, to move up above those ones that go out in front of her. The young ladies that comes next, I think good and collected in terms of her top line. She falls out of balance just a little bit as we study her down low from the base of her chest to her flank. She wants to cut up there. She wants to roll up just a little bit more in her front end, and it causes her to tie her neck just a shot lower. And then we round out the class with a heifer that probably does tie her neck just a little higher, and she's a little more extended there. She, too, we got to open up, give her a little more boldness to her full rib and body type. She wants to pull her hock in and close up just a shot from behind. So I thought a good class there, some differences, really nice heifer to win on the top end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from your Angus side. Class 8, first place, Savannah Martin, Palo Pinto County 4-H. Second, Kylie Byler, Bangs FFA. Third, Colin Miller, Randall County 4-H. Fourth, Hunter Miller, Randall County 4-H. And fifth, Maya Strong, Fannondale FFA. In the ring now on your Charlet side is your junior heifer drive.
Awesome set of cattle, awesome set of kids here on our Charolais side here in our junior heifer division. Let's give them a nice big round of applause if we could out here. 4 very good class winners in seconds, and again, some age spread just like we had in the first division, but very, very fun, and we're getting into some cattle here with some maturity and getting closer to calf, but again, just quality I think is extremely good. Had a good class up front. The young man's heifer won that class. I thought of just being the soundest and the most functional in terms of her kind. You know, you get her back out here. Is she the one is there enough of her? Is there just enough genuine width and power and just look from the side? Maybe not, but I thought in that class she done a very, very high quality job of being good in terms of her feet and legs, giving you a nice look up front. Got into a next heifer here in the second class, one that certainly appreciate this one's kind. She's so good in terms of her top line. She's nice out of her hip, really opened up when you get on top of her. A lot of shape down her top, a lot of shape to her rib cage. You know, this is a female out here I think does some things in this lineup extremely well. From her shoulder to her forerib hookup, I think is extremely good. I think she's nice out of her hip. You know, is she as heavy boned as she is out there in terms of her look up front? Is she just as flexible off her hind leg as maybe the one right behind her? Probably not, but I think at the standstill, that one certainly does have some advantages. Very, very good heifer. Heifer that won the third class, you know, and this one comes in the ring. She comes in swinging. This is one that's so good and neat in terms of her hip and hind leg, the way she can get out and go. Huge boned, huge footed, has an awesome shape to her foot as well. Can get out and really, really cover some ground. This one is stout when you get right on top of her. So much width and dimension and shape to her. Very neat and fresh still yet up through her front end. You ask yourself at the stand, though, is this one neat enough in terms of her shoulder, the base of her shoulder, into her forerib there, the way she hooks up, and at times she'll get just a shot awkward and maybe look just a little off in her pins. Obviously, she sets her back in motion, and this thing will pick it back up and give you a nice look again. Just could maybe tweak her and change her there in terms of her shoulder and her forerib. Got a very, very nice heifer here that's obviously close to calf, and the one in the final class, and one that's moderate sized. She's dense, she's big bodied, a heifer that's really, really wide when you get on top of her. Out here, we can pick a few holes into her in terms of just her balance. We can tuck her into her chest, make her just a shot sharper in terms of her look. I think at times she'll get just a little short step in here on the go as well. But, hey, that's a very, very high-quality one there that's moderate and stout. Going to raise some good stuff for you in the future. Awesome set of these cattle out here. Let's put our hands together one more time. I think the young lady out of Class 3 will be our champion. Let's congratulate her.
Well, just a single entry, a little bit nervous, or she's ready to have some friends in here with her. But I think a heifer that does a lot of things really nicely. I like her extension up front. We put her in motion. She stays really collected and good and strong in terms of her top line balance. You know, for her age, we could probably see just a little more to her, just a little more substance and boldness of body, but I still think has some look and refinement. I still think good in terms of her flexibility. So a nice single entry. We'll see her back here in just a minute.
On the Charolais side, your champion junior heifer coming out of Class 9, McKenna Mustin, Rockdale FFA. Your reserve champion junior heifer coming out of Class 8, Addison Manis, McDade FFA. Congratulations to you guys. Entering the ring now on the Charolais side is Class 13. 5 entries in Class 13, born April 20th to March 4th, 2024. Results from Class 9 on the Angus side. First place, Kaylee Key, Brazoria County 4-H. Coming in the ring on the Angus side is Class 10. 7 entries in Class 10, born June 13th to May 2nd, 2024. Reminder, we will not stamp your trailer releases until the conclusion of your breed. We will not stamp your trailer releases until the conclusion of your breed. When you're moving out, please just be courteous to other exhibitors that are still here showing their heifers today. Also, when an exhibitor comes to the ring, please make sure that they have their registration paper on the exhibitor when they enter the ring. Please make sure that you have your registration papers on the exhibitor when they enter the ring.
Good class, these big bred Charolais here, females that I think are obviously getting ready for production and doing a very, very good job out here, still staying fresh and giving you such a good look. I think this top pair is really, really good, and especially here at the stand, it becomes very close for me. These are a pair of females I think you can really gravitate towards and like a lot of things about. The Heifer that wins the class for me, there's enough more of this one from a length and just dimension standpoint when you get right on top of her. I love this one in terms of just the power and the bone and foot size she has. Love how good she is there, the way she can get out and go off her hip and hind leg. You know, obviously we can see out here her back's getting pulled down for being heavy in calf, and she's a little higher in her tailhead. We could certainly fix her there. I think for me the more important thing is we could loosen her up the way she goes out of her front end ever so slightly. But hey, that's a big stout power cow that still handles it well. She's fresh in her presentation. She's fresh in her condition. Does a lot of things extremely well. Boy, at the stand, young lady, I like this one extremely well right here. She is moderate size. She's very good in terms of her balance and her proportions. So neat about her head and up through her front end. Awesome in terms of her top line. She's got center body. She's got dimension. get right in on top of her. I'd like to open her up and stouten her up, give her a shot more bone and foot size underneath her. More importantly, though, when you set her in motion, she'll want to bunch up there in her back, be a little shorter in terms of her step. I'd like her to just get out and go and cover a little more ground. If we could make that one just a shot more of her, shot more flexible, her look here at the stand can rival our class winner very, very much. 1 and 3 is nice as well. Long-bodied, high-tying female that gives you a very good look in terms of her top line and out of her hip. Out here, gets a little deeper there in her chest, a little more cut up in terms of her rear rib and flank. We could balance her up there in her underline. I think with that, smooth her up in her shoulder, make her just a shot more attractive there as she goes up through her front end. Good female to close as well. Young lady's doing a nice job with this one. Very nice in terms of her balance here from the side. Gets a little different in terms of her structure. We could loosen her up off both ends of her skeleton. Very good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in here in our Charolais side.
Your results from Class 13 Charolais. First place, Avery Hunt, Hallsville FFA. Second, Jordan Campbell, Fort Bend County 4-H. Third, Natalie Smith, Brazoria County 4-H. And fourth, Michaela Mears, Brazoria County 4-H. In the ring now on your Charolais sides, Class 14. 4 entries in Class 14, born February 26th to January 10th, 2024.
Well, another good class that we've got out here, and I think really interesting here on the top end. These 3 heifers are really nice. I do think the one that we land on, though, whenever the exhibitors get them stopped and set up from the side, she really pulls together, and I think hits you probably with the best look of balance out here, because relative, I think, to the heifer that comes right behind her as we study her, she stays just a little more consistent, keeping her head up. I think in terms of her top line, she's more consistent from hooks to pins. You step in behind her, she's still got some natural dimension and some width, and so I appreciate that about her. Now, if I'm going to pick on her a little bit, from the top of her shoulder to her full rib, she's not perfect in the way she transitions there. We could make that just a little more seamless, and I don't know that she's the most attractive headed heifer that we've seen out here, but still I think puts together a good look out here. You've done a good job of getting her presented. Just those couple little things we could pick on her for, and honestly, that's where I like some things about the heifer in second, because I do think she is a little more attractive about her head shape. She reads just a little more refined and ladylike there. You're doing a good job of getting her presented, young lady, and now you got a big heifer and you're not very big, and you're doing a good job, but she does want to get just a little heavier headed. She'll want to roll up in her top line, and she didn't pull herself together just quite as good and unique in terms of her balance from the side compared to our class winner there, but I still think attractive, flexible, good-bodied, and I probably thought read just a little more boldness and softness and freshness there in her to go out ahead of the one that comes in 3. The heifer in third, I do like a lot of things about. She's refined about her head and her neck, and really tight and attractive there. She ties it into her shoulder good. Of those top 3, she probably becomes a little quicker and cuter in terms of her maturity pattern. She'll want to roll just a little bit out of her hip, and then she gives up just some boldness and some substance back into her rear rib and flank. So just those couple of little things, laying her in third behind 2 heifers, I thought really, really nice that went out in front of her. The heifer that comes next, again, a lot of substance there. I like that about her. She's pushing just a little more condition, though, and I think because of that, gets a little plainer from her shoulder forward. She's a little frail in her foot and her bone. We could change her just a little bit in the way she gets out of her front end structure to make her just a little more attractive, and same thing in her hip and her hind leg structure as well. Heifer comes next. It really, I think, is very functional in terms of her body type. Her flexibility is good. Just a little plainer. She too's pushing just a shot more condition. And I know she's dropping just a little more bag out here, and so I appreciate that about her. It just didn't hit me quite as fresh, quite as elite in terms of her quality. Kind of same thing as we work on down the line. I think another heifer that's functional in her type and kind, a little plainer, a little staler in terms of the way she hits me out here, a little plainer in her look up front. And then we round out the class with a heifer that I think has some substance, a little longer in her toes. I think she struggles the most. She too, we could freshen up out here just to be a shot more competitive. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Good class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Very neat class of Charolais females here, and certainly some give and take for me throughout this whole class. And I'll be very, very honest with you here. The top pair, I think, becomes extremely close. We've got our class winner that hasn't calved yet, and our second with a set of twins out here. And so from just a sheer body dimension standpoint, obviously that changes the game. I think when you just break the females down, though, here's kind of the way I see them. I think the one that wins, stouter. There's more bone, there's more foot, there's more hip and more dimension when you get right in on top of her. I think with that, though, she still is attractive up there through about her head and neck as the one that's in second. I like this female when you set her in motion. She gets out and moves with some power and some width. Obviously, her body cavity is bigger, but you take twins out of one's belly, it should be bigger, right? Hey, this heifer's still nice, though, in terms of where she's at. I'd like to see her, a little farther along in calf here in terms of her udder goes and where we're at in the rest of these females. But, hey, that's a nice one to win. Man, you've done an awesome job of keeping this one together here, raising a set of twins. This is a good-looking one here that I think is so neat and attractive from the side. She's very sound in terms of her structure. She's neat in terms of her udder underneath her. For me, I'd like to moderate her in terms of her size ever so slightly. Just power her up, widen her up, give her a shot more dimension, make her a little heavier structured in terms of her bone and her foot size as well as compared to our class winner. But still, that's a very, very good one here that's obviously doing a nice job with a pair of twins. Good heifer in third, one that's moderate size. She's dense. She's starting to make a nice udder underneath of her. Out here, just like to loosen her up and free her up in terms of her structure, make her stay a little more balanced there in terms of her top line, let her get out and go and cover just a little more ground. But a nice female, I think, is going to be easy doing, going to make a pretty donor cow here or mama cow here for him in the very, very near future. Good heifer to close here as well. Young man's done an awesome job with her. Out here, there just needs to be more of her when we run into these big yearling heifers. Needs to be more rib and body and volume, more performance. But a nice female, though, I think is good in her lines, nice in her structure. Congratulations, kids, on a very, very good class of Charolais.
Your results from Class 14 on the Charolais. First place, Harper Bailey, Rio Vista FFA. Second place, Reese Schwab, Marion FFA. Third, Braylon Oliver, Alba Golden FFA. And fourth, Patton Mustin, Rockdale FFA. Coming in the ring now on the Charolais side, Class 15. 5 entries in Class 15, born December 10th to November 2nd, 2023. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Exhibitors, you cannot leave until your trailer release is stamped. We will not stamp those trailer releases until the conclusion of your breed. You cannot leave until your trailer release is stamped, and we will not stamp those trailer releases until the conclusion of your breed. Thank you.
The good division lineup that we have out here. And honestly, I think there's just a little bit of give and take as we get out here and we study our class winners and our seconds, and there's some differences between them. So I'll visit through them here just a little bit. We started off in the first class and talked about those two and having some differences between them, and still I think I feel pretty comfortable in the one that we land on. And for me, when we bring them back out here, she's a contender in my mind, because whenever you start at the ground in terms of foot and bone and flexibility, I think she's probably as comfortable as anything, just in terms of her lower joint work, her angles. I think you step in behind her, she's got some natural dimension, some boldness to her forerib and some power from behind. She ties her neck, I think, relatively well in terms of the way she comes to the top side of her shoulder. Now, as we study her and the way she comes back through her lower body, back into her flank, I don't know if maybe there's another one that's just a little bit better out here, but I do think in terms of flexibility, still piecing together with a good look from the side and having some natural dimension. I like a lot of things about her. We went into that second class, and one that I thought won that class pretty handily, and really like her from the side. And she's really attractive, and we talked about her slicker haired heifer, and what you see is what you get. And I think you should still like a lot of things about her, because she's refined and she's attractive up front. She ties her neck really well into the top of her shoulder, and I think of our three class winners, that's probably where she's the best, just in terms of her refinement, the top side of her neck into her shoulder. As you work from there back, she transitions awesome down her top line, consistent and level and long out of her hip. I like her lower body balance from her heart back into her rear rib and flank, and then still very comfortable as we put her into motion. Now, I think where we can pick on her a little bit as we compare her to the cattle on either side of her, I don't know if she's just quite as opened up from behind. She'll want to get just a little more closed up and wedged just a little bit more there back to her pins. But again, I know she doesn't have quite as much hair, so that certainly doesn't help. But if we're going to pick on her, that's probably where I do it. Is she just quite bold enough and stout enough whenever we get in behind her? But from the side, she certainly makes a case in my mind. A young lady's heifer that comes out of the third class, some things that I really like about her, just in terms of the way you've gotten her presented and her freshness out here. I think you've done a good job with that. She's very strong and good in the way she comes out of her shoulder. She's got some natural dimension from behind. Now, we picked on her just a little bit in class in terms of the top side of her shoulder, maybe making her a little more attractive about her head. And then as we circle our three class winners, even though I think she's functional, I still probably don't know that she's the most attractive. She probably gets the most awkward in the way she gets out and travels and uses her lower joint work of our three class winners that we have out here, and then probably gets just a little bit piecier. She's the shortest neck, the most open at her shoulder, and so in terms of her balance, even though I think she still does things well, we could probably get just a little more critical of her in this setting because of those things. So I do think that there's some give and take out here as we move into this division. There's things that I like about some of these heifers, and things that I think we can pick on each of these heifers for a little bit as well. So I'm going to put this down. I'll take one more look at them and show you the couple that I like. If you would, though, please congratulate these exhibitors on making it back out here. Very strong lineup.
Your champion junior heifer on your Angus side goes to Savannah Martin out of Class 8 from Palo Pinto County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer comes from Haley Sears out of Burleson County 4-H. Congratulations, you exhibitors. Entering the ring on the Angus side's Class 13.
really good way to start off here in this particular class. We get in here to these 2-year-old females, and most of them got calves at side and doing an awesome job. I think the one that's going to win for me is pretty commanding when she hits the gate. Loves this, how fresh this one is in terms of her presentation. She's so neat in terms of her look and her build. A female that's still the best in terms of her body cavity. When you study her there, the center part of her rib cage, square out of her hip, gives you a neat look up front. Raising a big, stout, heavy bull calf here. A nice place to start. Close between 2 and 3. I'll be the first one to tell you, I think both of them are extremely good. They do some things different from one another. The young lady's cow here that's in 2, I love this one's rib cage and body volume. Nice in terms of her udder. I think she's sound off her feet and legs. Doesn't have the sharpness of look up front as our class winner. Maybe not as neat and just tidy in terms of her look here from the side, but a very, very functional brood cow here in the making, doing an awesome job as well. I like the length and extension of the 1 and 3 up front. So neat about her shoulder and up through her throat latch, the top side of her neck. A female that's very, very good in terms of her top line and out of her hip. She's not as big-bodied. She's not as functional as the one that wins. In terms of her rib cage, we could soften her and drop her right there through the center part of her rib. For me, just needs to go just a shot better as compared to the 2 right ahead of her, off her hind leg especially. Another nice cow and calf here coming next, one that's very good in terms of her look. She's heavy-boned and big-footed. Needs to be more of her as compared to the cattle right ahead of her. Needs to be stouter in terms of her pin width, wider in terms of her dimension. Just open her up there in terms of her center body as well. And a nice heifer here that's going to close. One obviously we could make a little farther along in calf for her age, but very neat up front, very long in terms of her pattern. I think she's nice enough in terms of her structure. We could certainly balance her up here from the side, make her just a little heavier in calf. But a very, very good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 15 of the Charolais: first place, Georgia Godot, Fannondale FFA. Second place, Darby Smith, Tatum FFA. Third, Chase Godwin, Lake Creek FFA. Fourth, Emily Fulp, Crawford FFA. And fifth, Keston Garrick, McLennan County 4-H. Entering the ring on your Charolais side will be your senior heifer drive. Those will be your first and seconds out of Class 13 and 15.
Well, some bigger bred heifers that we've got out here, and I think that there's some discussion, some give and take in several spots. But for me, I do think that there's one that needs to win in here, and it's not close. I think the heifer that leads off, very high quality and extremely striking. Whenever you read her from the side, stopped and collected, really extended and attractive up front. You know, for her being as heavy bred as she is, I still think she's really refined and attractive at the top side of her neck. Good in the way she transitions to her shoulder, and then tremendous and overwhelming in terms of the way she transitions back and the boldness, the sweep back to her rear ribbon flank, and still stays, of these four, the best and the most collected in her top line. Got some natural dimension from behind. So for me, wins pretty handily in here. And then I think after that, discussion from 2 through 4 gets just a little bit closer. The heifer that comes next, whenever you step in behind the cattle, I like her in terms of her natural dimension, her substance and width from behind. Now, she gets just a little more open in her shoulder. She's not as extended up front, so that's why she can't get around our class winner. But I did think of the next 3, she's the most genuine in terms of her boldness, her natural dimension. I appreciated that about her. The heifer that comes behind her is a little longer necked, and she's a little deeper in the way she comes back into her rear rib and flank. For me, she wants to break too much right behind her shoulder. She weakens in her loin and comes up in her tail head and gets just a little bit too frail in terms of her foot and her bone. We need to change those things in her, I think, for her to get around those ones that go out in front of her. The heifer that we round out the class with, if we only judge her standing still, I think she can move up several spots. She struggles the most out here as we get the cattle into motion, just in the way, specifically in her hip and her hind leg. And I know she's getting just a little heavier bred, and so I don't expect him to get out and move perfectly, but she struggles quite a bit out here. Just need to make her quite a bit more attractive and comfortable there. I think if we do, man, standing still, I like a lot of things about her, just not quite good enough in motion for me. Good set of heifers there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
In the year in terms of hair quality and hair coat and texture, and so they've done an awesome job of keeping them presented. We had a fun first class up there, and a pair of heifers that I think are both neat, and they're both ones that obviously they're getting very far along here in gestation and gonna pop here pretty soon, but they're both high quality ones. I thought within the class, the big stout heifer here on the front line is one you certainly appreciate for just the bone, the foot size, the substance that one has, how bold and dimensional she is in terms of her rib cage, yet still big and powerful out of her hip. That one still gives you a very neat look from her shoulder forward, and goes off her hip and hind leg extremely well. For me, obviously, I'd like to pick her up there in her top line, set her down in her tailhead as it talked in class. The more important thing with that one is just like to loosen her up out of her front end, the way she gets out and goes, kind of lumbers and wants to just sway around a little bit out front. But that's a very, very neat one there that's stout and powerful, gives you a nice look there up front. Middle pair was very good. That was a good class of them there. The young lady's heifer that won that one. Obviously, she was the one in that class that I thought was still dimensional, was still stout, had a nice look about her, still sound in terms of her feet and legs. I liked her size in that class. She was moderate in there compared to the pair that was second. A nice female there, though, as you like. Get her back out here, maybe not just the sheer look and balance from the side as the ones on either side of her, but I do think that one's still very, very high quality. We could loosen her up on the go ever so slightly, but still a good place to be there. Going to make an exceptional donor cow. A very fun one here to win the final class, and obviously you can tell this is an older heifer here with an older bull calf at side. And hey, to keep one in this kind of shape and rig and keep her looking this nice as she's getting nursed down as the first calf heifer is a challenge in itself. So I give you a ton of credit there. This is a very good animal that I love her size. She's moderate in terms of her frame. And hey, I'm good either way, big or little, but I think this one is very, very good in terms of her size. I think she has the advantage out here off her hip and her hind leg, the way that she can go and use her skeleton. She's still neat and attractive up there about her head and neck. She is opened up in her forerib and is bold there as the two right ahead of her. know, but she's also nursing a big bull calf here inside, so it's starting to pull a little condition off over there. I love the udder set underneath that one, how just pretty her teat size is and just the spacing between them. I think that one's just got longevity written all over. Yet out here, she's the one for me that's still very, very good and functional in her kind. Congratulations on being our division champion.
Your champion senior heifer on the Charolais side is Georgia Godot from Fannondale FFA.
Well, a good class, 3 heifers here, and for me, the one that leads off, she's just got the most to her. I think as we talk about the 2 that come behind her, I'd probably like to see them just a little further along, a little bolder, a little more body to them, and I think that's where I like her the best. Of the 3, she hit me the boldest, the best in her lower body and the way she comes through her heart and back into her flank. She's got some extension up front as well. She could be laid back just a little bit in her shoulder, maybe stouten her a little more in her foot and her bone, but I think she still does some things nicely to lead off in here. You get in behind the heifer in second. I do think in terms of her condition, she's still fresh and she's good there up around her tailhead. She's got some extension up front, but she's not as attractive in the way she ties to the top of her shoulder. She breaks right behind it, flattens in her forerib and cuts up in her flank just a little bit too much. I just got to see a little bit more to her at this stage of the game, I think, to move up and win that class. And we round out the class with one, I think, good and level in her top line. Got some extension. She's probably the most off balance from her chest to her flank. We could change her in her foot shape, stouten her in her bone work just a little bit more, I think, to be just a little more competitive in this class. Good set of 3 heifers. Congratulations to each of those young ladies.
Entering the ring on your Charolais side is your overall Charolais heifer drive. Your champion heifer calf comes from Sadie Sears, May Pearl FFA. Reserve champion heifer calf, Berkeley Sears, May Pearl FFA. Your champion junior heifers with McKenna Mustin, Rockdale FFA. And your reserve champion junior heifer, Addison Mans, McDade FFA. Your champion senior heifer was shown by Georgia Godot, Fannondale FFA, and your reserve champion senior heifer was shown by Avery Hunt, Hallsville FFA. Angus results, Class 13, first place, Brack Fredericks, Stephenville FFA. Second, Sophia Webb, Tomball Memorial FFA. Third was Erica Jones, Grapevine FFA. And fourth, Bryn Caldwell, Burton FFA. Your results from Class 14, first place, Peyton Crowder, Venus FFA. Second, Shannon Pick, Mount Calm FFA. And third, Isabel Perez, Forney FFA.
Well, just a single entry we'll talk through real quick so Tyler can get through his Charolais drive. But I think a good cow-calf pair that the young man brings us. She's doing a good job with a really nice calf at her side and still got some ribs, still got some body and some flesh on her. So I appreciate that about her. I don't know if she still hits me the hardest just in terms of her quality or freshness, and we could probably make her just a little more even in her bag and in her teats and the way she's developed there if we're going to pick on her. But I still think does some really nice things, doing a good job with that calf at side. We'll see them back in just a minute.
Entering the ring on your Angus side will be your champion senior heifer drive.
Well, this has been an unbelievable way to start off our day here in the Charlet Show, and wow, what a crazy good set of cattle, what an awesome set of kids, and I certainly want to show you my gratitude for being out here and getting to sort through these things. Hey, I'll be the first one to tell you, this is tough. There is no question this is tough because we've got them in all stages of their life, and so we've got coming yearlings in here with our heifer calves up front. We've got some summerborns that are obviously not quite into production yet, and then we've got them all the way into production. And so it's a challenging, spot to be in as a judge and where you want to go from. I'm going to kind of talk through them here for 1 second, just tell you where my head's at, and we can go from there then, and I'll get you a champion in reserve. That pair of heifer calves, they are fun. They are very, very unique animals as far as what they bring to the table. They're not a lot alike, but they are both very, very high quality cattle. The one that wins that division, that is one good looking creature here that gives you such an awesome silhouette from the side. So neat about her head, the top side of her neck, the way it hooks into her shoulder, to her forerib, to her center body. So good in terms of her top line and out of her hip. Awesome boned, awesome footed. Female just balances up so well. She's so neat when you get it on top of her too. She's very stout and shapely, but yet everything still lays on her very smooth and feminine. I asked the young lady when she come in here just to kind of give her head and let her go a little bit. That one, when you get the jerking on her, she maybe will drag a hind leg every once in a while. I bet you kick that one loose. She's fun to watch strut around there because when she does give in and want to lead, that one's structure is very, very good. The one that was reserved in that division, talked to her there a little while ago, hip and hind leg as good as we've seen all day on one. The way this one can get out and just motor and use her hip and how flexible she is there. Her hock to ankle is incredible. She's big-bodied. She's still stout. The difference between that pair was she's a little rounder in her shoulder, probably not as neat up front, but hey, that one is awesome in terms of her structure. Really, really neat. Going to make a fun big one. Got into a neat middle pair there, or in our middle division there of cattle, and the one that wins is a fun animal. That one is as heavy boned and big structured as any we've seen all day. Still so neat and attractive up through her front end. She's big in terms of her barrel. They're really stout when you get on top of her. This one's fun when you set her in motion. She'll kind of pull herself together and do some things and where you're like, wow, that one will grab a hold of you. She gets it to stand and can get a little awkward there in terms of her shoulder and her forerib and her top line. For me, I'd like to just raise her up there, balance her up in her top line, level her out of her hip ever so slightly. Again, you set her in motion, though. Her big bones and feet and just her mobility certainly make her fun. Very stout and dimensional. That one's going to be fun to breed on and raise them. Out here, you ask yourself, is there just enough sheer look from the side? Hey, the pair is really cool here that won the final division. For me, she won that division of being moderate in her size. She's still good in terms of her look, very fresh in terms of her presentation out here, doing an awesome job with a big stout bull calf. I love the udder set underneath this one, and out here, this becomes tough. I just talked her in that division of, these ones ahead of her should be fleshier in their forerib. They should be this, and this. For me, I'd like to square up at the top of her shoulder and level her up in her top line ever so slightly. I think with that, too, we could square up off her hind leg and let her use her ankle just a little truer. And I know that's being very, very critical on one out here, but I think we have to be with as elite of this quality is out here. Very, very good one that was reserved as well. Big, stout power cow could just go a little differently there out of her front end. One time, let's put our hands together. I'll show you the pair that I like. I think they are extremely, extremely good. Let's congratulate the two young ladies with the heifer calves up front. They're going to be champion in reserve.
Your champion Charlet goes to Sadie Sears, May Pearl FFA. Your reserve champion Charlet goes to Berkeley Sears, May Pearl FFA. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Well, a nice lineup as we get into our senior division of Angus heifers over here And I think some really good ones out here and some differences as you look down the lineup of them. I'm not going to go back through and talk about each of them individually. There was some spots where I thought there was some give and take, particularly between the first and the second classes there. But I do think as we bring our class winners back out here in our seconds, there becomes some things that get just a little bit closer. I think on terms of what you're going to do for reserve, there's one out here that just in terms of quality and freshness and boldness and substance, just doing all the right things and still having the right kind of quality, got to land on. Young man's out of the first class is going to be our champion. We bring the second place from that class into contention. I thought there was several heifers in there, and as we went on down the line, 2 through 4, I thought were competitive. There were some differences. We talked about where you liked her when you step in behind her. Her boldness, her natural dimension, having some stoutness of bone work is where I appreciated her. I think it gets just a little bit closer, but I do think the one that hits me with the most unique pieces, the most things that kind of represent the kind that I like, young lady second in that class is going to be reserve.
Your grand champion Angus Senior Heifer goes to Brax Frederick, Stephenville FFA. Your reserve grand champion Angus Senior Heifer goes to Sophia Webb, Tomball Memorial FFA. Coming in the ring now on your Angus side will be your overall Angus champion drive. Your calf champion was shown by Abigail King, DeLeon FFA. Reserve calf champion was shown by Amelia Heatley, Norman GFFA. Your junior heifer champion was shown by Savannah Martin, Palo Pinto County 4-H. And your reserve champion junior heifer was shown by Haley Sears, Burleson County 4-H. Your champion senior heifer was shown by Brax Frederick, Stephenville FFA. And your reserve champion senior heifer was shown by Sophia Webb, Tomball Memorial FFA. In the ring now on the east side is the first class of our limousines. There's 4 entries in that class with birth dates of May 4th to April 1st, 2025.
Well, a great lineup as we get our division champions and reserves out here. 6 heifers. I think a lot of things to appreciate in each of them, especially as we study our front line. Whenever you guys get them stopped and pulled together, these are 3 heifers that are tremendous in terms of their quality. You guys have done a good job of getting them presented out here today, and I want to visit through them just a little bit. So that way you guys kind of know what's going through my mind, how the cattle hit me as they come back out. Because as we've worked from division to division, I've been really interested to see how these things are going to look as we brought them back together. We started in the first division. I love the pair that come out of that division, and I think both really nice. And we talked about in that setting, I thought there was things, honestly, we could take from both of those and put them together. The heifer we landed on, beautiful in terms of her lower joint work, her flexibility. I think of our 3 division winners, she's arguably my favorite in terms of the way she gets out and uses her lower joint work. Still very attractive up front in terms of her head and her neck. We talked about her where we could change her maybe just a nickel at the base of her chest. Every once in a while, she'll want to roll up just a little bit from hooks to pins, but you do a good job of keeping her put together out here. I think that heifer has a ton of upside as you continue to work with her. And then the reserve that really complemented her in terms of stoutness, the structure, and a little more bone. I love that about her. So that was a really nice pair that came out of the first division. I thought the second division had just a little more give and take. The heifer we land on again in terms of her refinement, how feminine she is up front. I thought she hit me the hardest of those cattle that we had in there. Her balance from the side is good. When we talked about her, you know, what you see is what you get. And I think still she blends everything together really, really nicely. Now we talked about her from behind. She probably gives up just a little bit of natural dimension and boldness. And I think relative to the cattle on either side of her, probably does give up just a little bit now in this setting, but still extremely high quality. I love her look and design from the side. The young mans that came there out of the senior division, my favorite view of her is when you get her stopped and pulled together at the profile. She is beautiful and still really attractive up front in her head and her neck, and the way she comes out of her shoulder for as tremendous and overwhelming as she is in her rib and her body and the substance that she has as a heavy bred to still be as attractive as she is from her shoulder forward. I think that's really, really impressive. As she can get where she labors just a little bit more, but as a big heavy bred, I don't expect him to get out and just be flawless and perfect. Her angles and everything read really correct. That's what matters the most to me, being good in her foot shape, good in her angles down low. I think she's going to make an awesome cow, and she hits me really, really hard out here from the side. So we've got a tremendous lineup. I probably think there's 2 of them as we come back out here, although probably at a little bit different stages. I like them a really, really good deal. I'm going to put this down and take one more look at them, show you the ones that I like. But if you would, please congratulate our exhibitors doing a tremendous job out here. A really, really good Angus show.
Good way to start off our limousine show on this side. A very, very high quality class of them. I think there's some give and take throughout the class, and certainly wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to switch them up a little bit. For me, the white flanked heifer becomes the most complete out here. Here's the one I like her in terms of her size, her length of body, the denseness she has, and when you get right on top of her in terms of her rib cage, she has the advantage over the ones right behind her, being neater at the base of her shoulder, her chest floor, and all the way up through her front end, of being just a little more attractive there. I think this is a female that balances up really well. Now, where she gives up compared to the ones that are right behind her, she needs to be a little heavier boned and a little bigger footed as compared to those cattle, but I think her structure still reads good. I think she's balanced and correct. A nice place to start. Mid-rib back, I love the 1 and 2. She's awesome out of her hips. She's huge boned and uses her hind leg extremely well. She still has shape to the lower part of her body. Very, very good there in that area and through her rear rib and flank. I'd like to tuck her into her shoulder and clean her up in her chest, make her just a shot more attractive up there about her head and her throat latches compared to our class winner. But that's a nice heifer that's so functional and so good off her hip and hind leg. does some things extremely well. Young man's got a nice one here as well. Again, heavy bone, big-footed kind of a female, really long in terms of her pattern. She's nice up through her front end. Runs out a little bit of balance here from the side. We could make her a little neater in terms of her underline. Could square her up out of her hip as compared to them two right ahead of her. But a nice heifer there that's heavy structured. I think she's nice in terms of her movement, neat up front. Long-bodied one here to close the class. One that has some muscle and shape when you get on top of her. Gets a little coarser there in terms of her shoulder, like to level her up in terms of her lines as well. But a nice heifer there, I think, is going to make a good cow for that young lady.
Your results from your Angus show. Your grand champion Angus heifer comes out of the senior heifer division, shown by Brax Frederick, Stephenville, FFA. Your reserve grand champion Angus comes out of your heifer calf division, shown by Abigail King, De Leon, FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring on the west side of the show arena is the Hereford show. Horned and Polls are showing together today. Class 1's got 10 entries, born June 29th to April 6, 2025. Your results from your limousine show. First place went to, in Class 1 was Hudson Atwood, Mansfield, FFA. Second place, Alexis Pacheco, Bagdade, FFA. Third, Maddox Abshire, Anahuac, FFA. And fourth, Danica Daughtry, Austin County, 4-H. Entering the ring now on your limousine ring is Class 3. There's 3 entries in Class 3, all born February of 25. Just a reminder, especially on the Lemmy and Maine side, the classes in those breeds are a little bit smaller, so please pay attention and be ready to have your cattle in the ring at a timely manner. Thank you.
It's a good class, very challenging. I'll be the first one to tell you, depending on where you want to land, you could do these all three different ways, and I absolutely would not argue with you. I think for me out here, when you just put them at the stand, the young lady's heifer, for me, needs to win. Here's the one that's the most dimensional in terms of her rib cage. Here's the one that's the highest volume. She's the broadest in terms of her build, really square and gives you a good look there out of her hip. Very balanced here in terms of just her shoulder back, in terms of the look that she gives you. She's a little plainer up front as compared to the two right behind her, and I'd like to trim her up there in terms of her condition up front, but I think that's a nice place to start. We could make her a shot heavier bone, but hey, that's a nice heifer there that reads the broodiest and the cowiest in this particular class. The 1 and 2 is the heaviest boned option in this class, and here's the one that's so nice and flexible off her hip and her hind leg, the way she can get out and go. She's a little more attractive than our class winner right there about her throat latch as well. This one needs to be more moderate in terms of her size as compared to that one. We need to soften her up in terms of her body. We could just make her a shot wider throughout too. But hey, long-term structure is very, very good on this female. Young man's got a nice one here that's going to close this class, and this one's good in terms of her look here from the side. One that I think is upstanding and gives you a nice look up front. We could stouten her up when you get right on top of her as far as bone work goes and out of her hip. At times, she'll want to roll up underneath herself and not be as collected on the go as those. But I do think that's a nice female that's fresh in her condition. Young man's done a nice job with her. Congratulations here, second class of limousines.
Your results from Class 3 Limousine: first place, Clara Farrell, Washington County 4-H. Second place, Brooklyn Hess, Klein Oak FFA. And third place, Gatlin Shannon, Springtown FFA. Entering the ring now on your limousine side is Class 4. 4 entries in Class 4, all calved January of 25.
Well, a good way to get us started off here in our Hereford show, and honestly, there's a lot of give and take in here, and there's some heifers that are further down the line that I think will continue to get better and better. And so if you've got one that you feel like has got a lot of quality, and we'll talk about them in a minute, just a little green today, don't be discouraged. I'm sure these will change a lot. The top 3 heifers just today hit me with the most substance, the most rib, and the most body. And I think our class winner for me, I felt pretty comfortable landing on her, because not only do I think that she's one of the heifers that hits me the best in terms of her forerib, her body type, I think in addition to that, because of it, she still balances with one of the best looks from the side in here. And so for me, I felt comfortable using her to go ahead and lead off within the class. The heifer in second, moderate. She's good-bodied. She's not as attractive up front. She's a little frailer in her hind leg. We could lengthen and level her out from hooks to pins just a little bit, but I thought within here, her moderation and body type, I just liked a little bit better. Kind of same thing goes for the heifer that comes next. I'd like to make her a little more attractive up front and probably just a little bit fresher, but her substance, whenever you get in behind her natural dimension and body shape, she's got a pretty big advantage relative to a lot of the heifers that come behind her. Like we said, as we project her on down the road, she probably needs to be just a little more attractive up front. The heifer that comes next, I think a ton of upside in her. And if we came back a year later and she bodied down and she bellied up and she ran to the top of the class, I would not be surprised because she's very attractive up front and extended good in her top line. She comes up a little short in her hind leg. Big thing, just a little bit green yet in terms of her rib and her body type. She needs just a little more time. And as we work on the young ladies actually that comes next is a little more moderate. She's got some dimension from behind. She's got a little more body, just a little bit plainer in terms of her look up front. The heifer that comes next, longer necked, She just wants to roll a little bit from hooks to pins. We need to lengthen and level her out there just a little bit. She could use a little more lower body as well. As we work on down the line, the young man's has got some quality, a little bit green yet. We need to relax her in her front end structure. The young ladies that comes next, same thing. I think upside in her, just too tight in terms of her heart, back into her flank. And as we continue on down, just some cattle that need a little more time. You guys continue to work with them. They'll get better and better. Congratulations to our Hereford exhibitors. Really nice first class to get us started off.
Very good class. These Limousin Heifers here. Good place to start. Young ladies heifer is the combination of the rest of the class, from being dense and opened up in terms of her center body, one that can give you a very sharp look, and she's attractive up through her front end. I think she's the most balanced in terms of her top line and out of her hip. She's heavy boned and nice in terms of her feet. Good place to start. 1s and 2 and 3, I think, are very close for me. I like the width, the natural dimension of the heifer in second. She's bolder in terms of her rib cage and her forerib there. She's deeper back through her rear rib and flank. Just a little stouter when you get right on top of her. Now, is she as sharp looking up through her front end, or just maybe as perfect out of her hip as the one that's in 3? No, but I do think that one, there's just more of her. I think she's sound in terms of her structure. A nice place to be in 2 here. The one in third is cool looking. That one is neat up through her front end. Very, very good in terms of her spine and where her hip placement's at. A heifer that's sound when you get her on the go. For me, there's got to be more cow out here to run with them 2 right ahead of her. Just need to open her up and soften her up there through the middle part of her body. I think with that, too, just stouten her up in terms of her bone work as well. Nice heifer that's going to close. One that is stouter. She is more opened up than the one right ahead of her. I think it works to her detriment just a little bit, though. She wants to rock too far forward in terms of her shoulder. Needs to be different there in terms of her hip and hind leg movement as well. But good class. Congratulations to these kids on a great set of Limousin females.
Your results from Class 4 limousines. First place, Graceland Schroeder, Walker County 4-H. Second place, Tristan Perswell, Liberty FFA. Third, McKinley DeFore, Godly FFA. And fourth, Kennedy Griffin, Klein FFA. Coming in the ring now will be your champion Lemmy Heifer Calf Drive. Your champion limousine Heifer Calf Drive will be coming into the ring now. Over on the Hereford ring, your results from Class 1. First place, Grant Green, Cleburne FFA. Second place, Luke Williams, Community FFA. Third, Cameron Fontenot, Brazoria County 4-H. Fourth, Lila Doris, Erath County 4-H. Fifth, Presley Pruitt, Lee County 4-H. Sixth, Ellie Green, Cleburne FFA. Seventh, Jace Murphy, Hamilton County 4-H. Eighth, Adeline Jackson, Eastland FFA. 9th, Kinley Campen, Somerville County 4-H. And 10th, Jackson Johnson, Clay County 4-H. In the ring on your Hereford side is Class 2. There's 9 entries in Class 2, born in March of 25. Just a reminder, there will be no spike chains allowed in the ring today. No spike chains are allowed in the ring. Also, please do not wrap your spike chains as well. We are checking for wrap spike chains and spike chains. Thank you.
good first division here in our limousine side. 3 very, very good class winners. In seconds, we get them back out here. These kiddos are doing an awesome job of getting them put together. Brought us 3 very, very nice females here. White flanked heifer here that won the first class. She wins that class as just being balanced and complete and very, very good in terms of her top line. Nice out of her hip. She's good in terms of her rib cage. You know, out here, is there enough bone and substance in that one? Probably could stouten her up in those areas, but I do think that's a very, very nice heifer there that just is really complete in terms of her build. Heifer that wins the second class, she wins that class of being moderate sized and huge in terms of her body. Get her back out here and certainly appreciate all those things about her. Compared to the cattle on either side of her, she's maybe a little heavier in her condition, a little plainer up through her chest and her front end. We could tidy her up there. I think when you set her in motion, too, could loosen her up just a freckle on the go. Young lady brought us a very, very good one here out of the final class, and I think one that's very captivating when she hits the ring. Just gives you such a nice look in terms of her presentation. She's sharp up front, awesome in terms of her top line and out of her hip. She's heavy boned and nice in terms of her feet there. Still good in terms of her body cavity. Very, very nice place there. Good second as well in that class. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. If we could, one round of applause here. I'll show you the 2 that I like. Actually, the young lady out of the third class is going to be our champion. Young man up front will be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion limousine heifer calf comes out of Class 4. That's Graceland Strotter, Walker County 4-H. Your reserve champion limousine heifer calf comes out of Class 1, Hudson Atwood, Mansfield FFA. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Well, a good way to go in here in the second class of Herefords, I think some give and take. The young ladies, though, that leads off, whenever we get the cattle stopped and pulled together, I think whenever you study her, especially whenever you get in behind the cattle at a rear 3/4, where I like her is how she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder. She's got some boldness. She's got some natural dimension. She's got some refinement and look up front. And so for me, at the standstill, she really pulls together. And that young lady does a really, really good job of getting her shown. Now, she's not perfect in her hip and her hind leg. She can get just a little shorter in her stride, a little frailer in her foot and bone. So if we're going to pick on her, that's where we're going to do it. But I don't know that there's a major upgrade in here in that area for me. She checks the most boxes, and I felt pretty good about landing on her. I think the heifer that comes next, again, next in terms of quality and upside, I like her refinement and her look up front. She's a little greener in her rib and body compared to that heifer that wins the class, but I think as she continues and she bellies down, that pair could get even closer because I do think she's attractive. I think she's good in terms of her build. She just gives up a little bit of center body substance today. in motion. This heifer's got some stoutness of bone work, and she's really flexible. She falls apart a little bit more at the standstill. She always keeps her back leg kind of pulled up underneath of her. She's a little plainer at the base of her chest, and then from behind, she closes up a little bit through her forerib, and from behind, we could boulder her up, and I think that would help her to smoothen everything together. This heifer does blend everything together just a little bit better from the side. She's got some extension up front. I didn't know if I read quite as much quality, though, in her head, in her neck, and the way she comes to her shoulder. She's real flat and smooth, but then from there back, she's just too closed up. I got to see more boldness, a little more substance, and so for her being a little more closed up, she's still just a little uncoordinated sometimes in the usage of her hind leg. I thought those top 4 heifers were all very, very nice and had some give and take between them. As we work on down the line, the young ladies that comes next is flexible, extended, and good in her top line. Little too green yet in terms of her rib and her body. Throws her off balance. The heifer that comes next has got plenty of substance. She's too forward and open in her shoulder, crestier about her neck. We got to make her just a little bit neater there from her shoulder forward to move up within the class. And as we work on down, some heifers need a little more time. They need a little more rib and substance to help them to balance out, to move up within that class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Really nice set of heifers.
Good class here. 3 very, very nice females. Got a good place to start. Young ladies, heifers, pretty overwhelming out here in this particular drive from just a substance and mass and power standpoint. You know, obviously she's the bigger framed one out here. I don't think that's anything to not notice, but, you know, we can maybe moderate her a shot in terms of her size, but hey, this one's stout. She's sound. She's big-bodied, gives you a neat look up front. Good place to start. I like the 1 and 2 as well. Moderate in terms of her size, and honestly probably appreciate her size just a shot more than our class winner. Hey, this one's a little plainer in terms of her head and her throat latch and all the way down to her chest as compared to our class winner. More importantly, we could just stouten her up, give her just a little neater look there off her hip and hind leg. Young man, you've done an awesome job here with a nice cow here to close out the class. I think one that's got some rib and body and volume. For me, she just needs to go a little better off both ends of her skeleton. But he's done a great job out here getting her presented. Congratulations to all those kids here in our limousine side.
Results from Class 7 limousines. First place, Briley Whitley, Cal Allen County 4-H. Second place, Riley Rexroad, Abernathy FFA. And third, Skylar Cole Martin, Rio Grande City FFA. In your Hereford ring, results from Class 2. First place, Cheyenne Feller, Gillespie County 4-H. Second, Camp Love, Callisburg FFA. Third, Tyler Belk, Marble Falls FFA. Fourth, Lena Ottmers, Gillespie County 4-H. Fifth, Mackenzie McCullough, Austin County 4-H. Sixth, Casey Myers, Quitman FFA. Seventh, Tatum Tolbert, Leonard FFA. Eighth, Isabel Harrison, Forney FFA. And ninth, Savannah Sanchez, Reagan County 4-H. In the ring on your Hereford side's Class 3, there's 3 entries in Class 3, born in February of 25.
Very good single entry here in her limousine side. A moderate sized female that's big bodied. She's stout. Really good in terms of her forerib and the shape to her lower rib cage. Nice in terms of her hip and her hind leg posture here. Good place to start here in this class. Congratulations to this young lady.
gonna leave these three the way that they came in. I think there's probably a little give and take, but I do think that the one that wins for me, as we lapped them one more time, became very comfortable as our class winner, because I think whenever you start up front in terms of refinement and femininity, she is the most maternal and the most ladylike and the most attractive there in her head, in her neck. She ties it nicely to her shoulder, and then whenever you get in behind her, she's got a good shape coming out of the back side of her shoulder. She's got some natural dimension, and I do think she is the best and the most comfortable in her lower joint work, the way we get her out and get her into motion. I probably thought 2 and 3 got just a little bit closer. The heifer that's in second, she's the most overwhelming in the class in terms of her depth and her sweep back to her rear rib and flank, and so for me, that's why she lands in second, because I do appreciate that about her. Little plainer about her head and her neck, and then from behind, she closes up just a little bit more through her pin set. A little awkward in the way she uses her hind leg. I think if this heifer continues to do the right things, she's probably closer to looking like our class winner than anything, because I do think she's more attractive up front. I think she's good in terms of her top line. She's the greenest today and gives up a little bit of full rib and body. She just needs some time, belly down, get a little bit more substance there. So the center portion of her body, I think if she does, then she can move up just a shot more within that class. Good set of heifers there. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
On your Hereford side, results from Class 3. First place, Kiana Ongudu, Washington County 4-H. Second place, Lena Ottmers, Gillespie County 4-H. And third, Michaela Roach, West Rusk FFA. In the ring now on your Hereford side's Class 4. 4 entries in Class 4, born in January of 25. On your limousine side, Class 8, first place, Catherine Chamberlain, Montgomery FFA. Class 9 results, first place, Corey Hammond, Quitman FFA. In the ring now on your limmies is Class 10. There's 3 entries in Class 10, born June 22nd to May 3rd, 2024.
Three good females here in this class, and a nice place to start. Young ladies heifer up front. You know, is she the biggest in terms of her body? Probably not, but I think this one has a class-leading advantage here of just being the nicest in terms of her structure, the nicest balanced here from the side in terms of her top line, out of the back of her shoulder, all the way down her top, and she's the levelest out of her hip. Still gives you a very, very good look up front of being feminine and true in terms of her head shape. You know, this one's rib cage and shape is very good. We could make her a little softer back through her rear rib and flank. I think that one's awfully good here in this class. Good one here in second. I think she most closely follows her here at the stand. One that's stout and powerful and gives you a nice look up through her front end. Get her in motion. She wants to roll up there in her top line and get a little different, a little more awkward there. Like to set her down in her tailhead and just balance her up when she's on the move compared to our class winner. But a nice heifer there with length and extension and size and still with some power. Moderate sized one here to close the class. One that's really stout and dimensional. I think it works to her detriment a little bit here. She gets a little heavier in terms of her condition, a little plainer about her chest. I think for me, could just redesign her off her feet and legs as well, change her there, and just so she'd get out and go just a little truer and easier. But a very, very good class. Congratulations to those kids.
Well, another good class. This one I think comes together really, really nicely. Young ladies, that leads off just the highest quality in here, not only in terms of her look, her presence up front. As you study the cattle, get to a rear three-quarter, she's the best and the most collected in her top line, and she's also the boldest and the best in her forward with the most natural dimension from behind. So for me, another one that becomes very comfortable as our class winner. Stouten her a little bit in her foot and her bone, maybe free her up just a little bit there. I think really, really nice so to lead us off. The heifer in second, her moderation and body type is why she lands where she does. She's got a pretty big advantage, I think, relative to the heifer that comes behind her, just in terms of center body substance. Now, she gets just a little too weak in her top line and a little too round out of her hip to get around our class winner, but I do like her moderation. I like her body type and depth. The heifer that comes next has got some extension, some look and refinement up front. She is better and more consistent in her top line. She hooks up stronger behind her shoulder. Need to relax her back a little bit in her front end angle, and she needs just more center body substance to move up within the class. The young man's that rounds us out, another one. She's got some extension. She's got some boldness. I probably thought she got the coarsest and the pieciest out here from the base of her chest to her forerib. She wants to get just where she doesn't blend from her shoulder there perfectly. She too, we need to relax a little bit back in her knee and her front end angle to make her just a little more attractive in the way she gets out. But a nice heifer that's got some things to appreciate. You did a good job of getting her shown out here. Nice set of heifers. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Results from Class 4 Heifers. First place, Lila Doris, Erath County 4-H. Second place, Luke Turner, Klein Oak FFA. Third place, Barnes Kale, Brenham FFA. And fourth, Easton Pruitt, Lee County 4-H. Coming in the ring now on your Hereford side will be your champion heifer calf drive. Those will be your first and seconds from Class 1 through 4. Class 10 results on the limousine side. First place, Ryder Rex Road, Abernathy FFA. Second place, Killian Fuller, Will Dorado FFA. And third place, Danica Daughtry, Austin County 4-H. Coming in the ring on your limousine side will be your junior heifer division drive. Those will be your first and seconds from Class 7 to Class 10.
really nice set of cattle here in Division II. And obviously, as you look out here, a lot of give and take, a lot of differences as far as size and maturity goes out here, but a lot of really, really high-end females that I think are going to do extremely good things in the future. Heifer that won the first class is very powerful. She's very stout. Obviously, this is the biggest, highest performing one we have out here in the lineup. One you certainly appreciate for all the dimension she has when you get on top of her. She's heavy boned and still gives you a nice look up front. I'd like to change that one, the way she goes off her hip and her hind leg ever so slightly. Like to pick her up in her pin placement and just level her out there a shot. But I think that's a nice one there with tons of width and tons of power. Heifer wins the second class is kind of on the other end of the spectrum. A very moderate sized one here that gives you such a neat look here from the outside. Awesome in terms of her top line and levelness of hip. Very uniform in terms of her body depth from her chest to her forerib, back to her rear rib and flank. I think she's functional in terms of her structure, in terms of her look. Is she the heaviest boned? Is she the stoutest one we've seen? No. And at times she can get just a little plainer there about her shoulder and up through her front end. But I do think that's a very, very high quality one there that does a lot of things well. Big stout one here that wins the third class. The white flank female is heavy boned. She's big footed, really rugged in terms of her kind. And I do appreciate that about her. I think she's nice in terms of her structure. Out here, she's pushing a little extra condition, gets a little crestier there at the top side of her neck. Like to just trim her up and tone her up ever so slightly, maybe make her balance up here from the side just a little more. Got into the final class here, and this is a different speed of one, and I certainly appreciate this one from where she's at as far as a condition standpoint goes. Heifer that's very fresh and lean about her shoulder and up through her front end. Awesome in terms of her top and out of her hip. Heavy boned and really good in terms of her structure. You ask yourself out here, is there enough depth and shape to her center body and rear rib and flank? And if that's where you question that one, I certainly understand it because there's a couple other ones that are bigger ribbed out here. Hey, I think this one's chest floor sits in her good. I think she's got a nice turn to her upper cage. Just needs to be a little softer yet through her rear and flank. So there's some decisions to be made out here. I'm the most comfortable with one in terms of her structure, look, and freshness and kind. Let's congratulate the young lady out of the final class as she'll be our champion.
Well, a nice lineup that we have out here as we get into our first division of Hereford Heifers. I'll be honest, I think this is somewhat of a tough decision because there's things that I like about each of these and maybe things I can pick on each of these for just a little bit. So I want to visit through them just so you guys know kind of what's going through my mind, how these cattle hit me as we come back out here. We started in the first division and there was a lot of different types and kinds in that classes. And the cattle that I got to the top end of that class, I liked a little bit better in terms of their substance, their body just suited me a little bit better today at this stage. And I think whenever we get our class winner from that first class back out here, I still like her moderation. I like her body type. I think she's as good in terms of her stoutness of bone, her foot size and flexibility as anything that we've got out here. Now, your question mark on her, is she just refined enough and high enough quality up front in her head, the top side of her neck, and at the base of her chest? She could be just a little more refined, a little more attractive there, and maybe just a little bit stouter whenever you step in behind her in terms of her pin width. But I do like her body type. I like her flexibility. Just have to decide, is she neat enough and refined enough up front? The young ladies that won the second class there, we talked about her. She did a great job getting that heifer presented and within that class. I thought whenever you get in behind her, the turn to her body shape, the dimension that she's got from behind, I thought was good. She's got some extension up front. Now where I get a little bit critical of her as we bring her back out here, I don't know that she's perfect in her knee. She'll want to get just a little more forward in her knee. She'll want to roll up there just a shot in terms of her top line. She gets a little frailer in her foot and her bone. But I do think in terms of some boldness and substance, some dimension when you get in behind her, I really appreciate those things about her. Just want to change and tweak those couple of things, I think, so she balances a bit better, not only at the standstill, but also in motion. I think maybe as much upside in the heifer that comes out of the third class as anything. Whenever you talk about extension, refinement, and femininity, she's probably my favorite of the 8 that we've got out here. You get in behind her, she's true, and she's got some dimension, some stoutness out of her hip and her pin set. She's got some stoutness in her bone work, and I think she's pretty good in terms of the way she uses it. My question mark on her is there enough forerib? Is there enough body in this lineup out here? At this stage, I probably would like to see her just a little bolder, a little softer there in her center, but I do think for me, she's still a contender because of her quality, because of her upside. And then the young ladies that came out of that final class, one that still has some dimension, has some body shape. I'd probably like to stouten her up just a little bit more in terms of her foot and her bone to hit me just a little bit harder, but I still think does some nice things. So for me, I think it becomes somewhat close and somewhat challenging out here as you sort through these cattle. There's some give and take. I'll put this down and take one more look at them. If you would, please congratulate our exhibitors, though, that made it back out here. We've got a nice lineup of cattle.
Very high quality single entry on this side. A female that's so neat in terms of her presentation, her look, huge bodied and awesome in terms of her structure. Very fresh yet in terms of her condition. Starting to make a pretty little udder underneath over here. Good female. She's moderate in her size, no question about that. But I think everything hooks up and matches and fits very, very well on this one. Congratulations on a good place to start here in this class.
Your champion heifer calf on the Hereford side comes out of Class 1, shown by Grant Green, Cleburne FFA. Your reserve champion heifer calf comes out of Class 3, shown by Kiana Ongudu, Washington County 4-H. On your limousine side, playing some catch-up, we had your champion junior heifer drive. Your champion junior heifer was Ryder Rex Road, Abernathy FFA. Your reserve champion junior heifer was Catherine Chamberlain, Montgomery FFA. Congratulations, you exhibitors.
Got a super impressive single entry of her over here, one that's overwhelming in terms of her stoutness and power, yet still very, very good in terms of her structure. Love this one's hip and hind leg, the way she can get out and use it and cover her ground, get on top of her. So impressive in terms of her natural shape and dimension, yet still balances up very, very well here from the side. Good place to start here in this class. Fun one to look at. Congratulations.
Your limousine results, Class 13, class winner, Annabelle Vandermeer, Wise County 4-H. Results of Class 14 was Brigham DeBoard, first place, Ellis County 4-H. Now in the ring on your limousine side is Class 15, 2 entries, born December to October 2023. In the ring on the Hereford side, Class 7 is walking in the ring right now. There is 9 entries in Class 7. Born December 20th to November 10th, 2024.
We're going to lead this pair as they come in. I think both two high-quality females out here. Young lady's heifer that's going to start, there's just enough more of this one from rib and body and volume standpoint. I think a heifer that still balances up nice here from the side can give you a good silhouette here. Set her in motion. I think she's good in terms of her structure. Like I said, just enough more of that one from a width and dimension and power standpoint to go ahead and lead off the class. Good one here in two, moderate size one here that still is, you know, she gives you a nice look up there through her front end. She's very level in terms of her top line and out of her hip. There's not as much depth and shape to her center body as our class winner. I think more importantly, we could just loosen her up off her hind leg ever so slightly. Nice pair of them. Congratulations to both these exhibitors.
Class 15 limousine results. First place, Kennedy Griffin, Klein FFA. Second place, Carter Marburger, Carmine FFA. Coming in the ring now is your limousine senior heifer drive. Coming in the ring now is your limousine senior heifer drive. Your class winners and seconds from classes 13 through 15.
Getting here, our final division of limousine females. Very, very good set of these big yearling females or 2-year-olds here. so high quality out here. We've got every different shape and size and kind you can think of, but hey, these still are high-end quality cattle. The heifer that wins the first class, love this one in terms of just her feet and legs. Hey, this one can get out and go off both ends of her skeleton, as lead as any we've seen. So neat in terms of just the angles to her joints and how she can get out and use her front end structure is so good. I think she balances up extremely well in terms of just her look here from the side. The shape to her body's good, starting to make a beautiful little udder underneath of her. For me, you ask yourself, is there enough cow out here? Is there enough just stature and length and muscle and power? I don't know, as compared to the one right behind her. I do think that one's high-end quality, though. One that wins the second class, Power Cow, no doubt about it. This is a big woofy bred heifer here that is so good in terms of her top line, awesome in terms of her hip and her hind leg, the bone, the foot size this one has underneath of her, yet she's still so good in terms of her center body and the cage she has. Gives you such a neat look there from her blade forward. She's pushing just a dab of extra chest, and that comes with the power that she has. Obviously, you know, as sound as this one is off her hind leg, is she perfect out of her front end structure like the one up front? No, probably not. But hey, when they're this stout, it's good to see them still this mobile, the way they can get out and go. Good final pair of them here as well. A young lady brought us a nice one here that's big rib. I think she's functional in terms of her type and kind. Maybe gets overshadowed out here just a shot in terms of look and balance from the side. But very good female and a good second as well. Hey, our set champion and reserve aren't going to look anything alike here in this division. Let's put our hands together here as our young man out of the second class will be champion. Young lady up front will be reserve. Congratulations.
Well, a good class that we've got over here on the Hereford side. I think a lot of give and take in here, but not on which one needs to win. The young man's up front is the highest quality, the freshest, the best balance. She came in, she hit me hard, and honestly, I didn't really look back at her very much because I knew I liked her to win, and I feel very comfortable about that. The decision then becomes which one are you going to put second, and I think 2 on down through 5 gets very close, and you could shuffle those around several different ways. Where I like the young ladies that's second is whenever you get in behind her, of the rest of the cattle that we've got, I think that she's the next most genuine in the boldness and turn to her forerib, her natural dimension from behind. I think that's where she's got a pretty big advantage relative to the 2 that come behind her, just having quite a bit more turn and substance and natural dimension. And I still think being good and functional in terms of her build. You could make her a little neater from her shoulder forward, clean her up a little bit at the base of her chest and lengthen her out a little bit. But I do like just her natural and genuine substance that she's got. The young ladies that comes in third, she's very flexible and good in the way she uses her lower joint work. I like that about her. She is long neck. She's just too closed up in her forerib, too closed up from behind. We got to bolden her up just a little bit more and probably make her hit me just a little more refined up front. The heifer that comes next, those two really, I think, look more alike from the side than they do look different. This one's extended, maybe not the most attractive about her head and her neck. She, too, needs to come bolder behind her shoulder with a little more natural dimension from behind, and then we need to change her in her knee set. She wants to come up and out in her front end too much. We've got to relax her back there just a little bit. If, young lady, you want to go ahead and pull your heifer on around, I like things about this heifer, and there was times where I thought she could go up several spots, and then there was times that I thought, man, she just looks a little bit too frail out here. I don't know if she gets out of her front end quite good enough, a little tighter in her ankle. I think if we could change her in her front end structure, stouten her in her foot and her bone work, I still think that heifer's got some turn, some substance there through her forerib. I just got a little more critical of her in terms of her front end, a little frailer in her foot and her bone. Change her just a shot there. The heifer that comes next has got some shape. She's got some turn and some extension. She gets the hardest there of those heifers at the top end. We need to give her just a shot more lower body and flank and boldness there to help her to balance out and probably make her a little more attractive in the way she uses her hip and her hind leg. We get into some cattle that come on down the line that we could change just a little bit structurally. The young man's that comes next is deep-bodied, didn't piece everything together, gets just a little coarser, and then a pair of heifers just need to balance out a bit better from the side to move up within that class there. Congratulations. Very nice class of Hereford heifers.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Of some other breeds we've had, but hey, this thing is very, very high quality and so good out here, and lots of different kinds, and that's fun as a show judge to get to kind of, depending on where you put your priorities or where you want to go and do, you can do a lot of things differently. We started up there with a good pair of heifer calves, and the young lady's heifer calf that won that division is so striking when she hits the ring. Very up-headed and sharp and attractive about her head and her neck set it. Very good in terms of her top line and how square and true she is out of her hip. That's a big-bodied female that I think is good in terms of just her look and her balance quality here from the side. At times, she'll read just a little vertical there in terms of her hock and her knee. We could set her back and give her just a little more angle. I think you set her in motion. She still hits her holes. Everything's good, but she does read just a shot vertical for me there. I'd like to just lay her back a shot there in terms of her knee and her hock. Heifer that wins the second division, long pattern one that's so nice in terms of her balance up high, in terms of her top line and her hip. Talk that one in that division of being the fresher one that could get out and go off her hind leg, so give you a nice look up front. Out here, she does run out of center body and depth to her rib cage as compared to the cattle on either side of her, but I think if that one progresses and comes and gets heavy in calf, that'll be an awfully nice one here in the future, a good female there in her own right. Got into a good big pair of them here of heavy bred females that I think are both extremely good. You couldn't draw two cattle on each end of the spectrum as what these two are. I'm not the one to stand out in here and tell you, what's right or wrong or size or not. I just think they're both extremely good. I think they do some things to compare very, very well. The heifer that won that division, that's a big stout power cow that is so wide built and so massive, heavy boned and big footed, yet uses her hip and hind legs so well. Awesome in the shape to her rib cage. Really nice in terms of just her balance and look here from the side. Up-headed and cool about her head and her neck. She does push a little forward chest, and I think that just kind of comes with being that stout and that woofy. Had a great second there, reserve in that division as well. Probably as elite in terms of her front end structure as any of we've seen all day. A good heifer there that can do a lot of things well. Ask yourself, is there just enough of that one, as a big 2-year-old coming out here? But I do think her quality is certainly elite. Hey, I think these are awesomely good. I think there's one out there that's pretty commanding to me. Let's congratulate the young man out of the final division. He'll be your champion.
Your champion limousine comes out of the senior heifer division, Brigham DeBoard, Ellis County 4-H. Your reserve champion limousine comes out of the senior division as well. Annabelle Vandermay, Wise County 4-H. Congratulations to all the exhibitors in the Lemmy breed. Coming in next will be our main Anjus. Class 1 of main Anjus will have 6 entries, ranging from June 16th to April 17th, 2025. Results from your Hereford show out of Class 7. First place went to Wyatt Tack at Iola FFA. Second place, Cedar James Love, Callisburg FFA. Third place, Quinlan Dietrich, Lorena FFA. Fourth, Riley Hollis, Cal Allen County 4-H. Fifth, Adelaide Kukadal, Woodson FFA. Sixth, Cohen Box, Forney FFA. 7th, Rance Price, Erath County 4-H. 8th, Savannah Islet, Huffman FFA. And 9th, Jet Johnson, Clay County 4-H.
Good way to kick off our main Angie show here. A very, very solid set of heifer calves here to start off our division. A good place to start. Young lady's big, high-performing female here is going to win the class, and one I think is huge in terms of her center body, really big in terms of her bone work and her feet. Gives you such a nice silhouette here when you get off the side of her. She's proud and good up through her front end. Really neat in terms of just her chest floor and her uniform of depth, all the way back through her rear rib and flank. You know, when this one gets comfortable and wants to go, I think her structure is very good. At times, she'll just kind of sidestep and waddle just a little bit, fighting the halter. But, hey, that one's very, very good here at the stand. I think her angles read extremely good. Brockle-headed, white-bellied one coming next is one that's really balanced and complete. So good in terms of her top line and level out of her hip. Still neat at the top of her neck. She's not as outlined in terms of her pieces as her bone work and her foot size as the one that wins. There's just simply not as much cow here. I think with that, too, that one maybe doesn't tie quite as neat in terms of her chest all the way up through her throat latches does our class winner. But a very, very good one there. I think that's nice structured and really good in terms of her build. Freaky one here coming in third. Really high tying, long neck. One that's really stout and shapely when you get on top of her. Works to her detriment just a little bit here. She gets a little coarser in her shoulder, a little rounder there out of her hip. I think we could just mellow her down and soften her up ever so slightly, make her just look a little bit more feminine out here as compared to the two right ahead of her. That one's got fun pieces, though, to breed on. I think could do some things extremely well. Young man's got a nice one here that's long-bodied. She's got some rib and volume to her. A little plainer here from the side as compared to the cattle, probably on either side of her. Like to just square her up and make her a little tighter there in terms of her look. But I think that one's a little more functional, a little bigger bodied and denser than the two that are going to close our class. White-legged one's nice as well. More like the one ahead of her as far as shape and power goes. Need to just free her up in terms of her structure, soften her up there in terms of her body depth, make her just a little more mellow there in her kind. And the one that's going to close here is a nice one in terms of just her head and neck placement, has some length of body to her, needs to be deeper rib, needs to be a little softer in terms of her structure. But a good class, way to start off our main Anjus. Great job, guys. Awesome set of them.
Well, a good class. I thought close here on the top end. There's things I wish we could take of both of these heifers and put them together and probably make them both settle down just a little bit and show themselves off just a little bit better. The heifer that we start off with, she's just got the most center rib and substance. She is the boldest bodied. She's the best in the sweep back to her rear rib and flank. And so for me, that's where she's got the advantage between the two. And because of that, there's at times from the side where I like her balance just a little bit better. Now, I think you can't just blanket statement one of them better looking and better balance from the side because our class winner's a little plain in her head and her neck. We could make her just a little more refined there, clean her up in her navel, but she is the most overwhelming, bar none, in terms of the boldness and center body natural dimension that she has. Now, I like the heifer in second. Shoulder forward, she's more attractive. She's more extended. She's more refined about her head and her neck. She's good and collected in her top line. Where I pick on her, I think she comes up just a little bit more in her front end structure at times. When I get in front of her, she comes in at her knee and twists out just a little bit up front. And then from the side, even though I think she's got a good turn to her forerib, there's times where she cuts up, she gets tighter in her heart, she cuts up back into her flank too much. And it throws off her balance from the side just a little bit too much for me. So if we can change those things a little bit, I still thought that top pair was close. You could go back and forth if you wanted to. Just got a little more critical of her getting just a little tighter there in her flank, throwing off her balance. The heifer that comes in three, there's probably more things about second and third, those two heifers, similar than there are different. I think this one's another one that's got some look and presence up front. I think she too is good and strong and collected in her top line. I think when you get in behind those top three, she becomes the most closed up. She too is too upright in her front end structure and cuts up in her flank. We got to open her up, lay her back, soften her back into her lower body to balance out perfectly. The heifer that comes next is very functional and I think flexible in terms of her lower joint work. She's got some body. She just doesn't hit you with the same amount of quality as those ones that go out in front of her. She's just too plain and a little too general in her look out here, but She got a little further up the line because I like her flexibility. I just like her function and just with the basics where she was at. The heifer that came next, another one I think that's got some substance. Got to change her just a little bit in terms of the base of her chest. She's pushing a little more condition there, just a little frailer and a little more awkward in her hip and her hind leg. The young ladies that comes next, another one, change her a little bit in terms of her lower joint work, stouten her up, make her a little more attractive. I think we could move her up a couple of spots. A heifer that comes next that's got some substance, a little coarser made out here. And as we work down the line, a heifer that's got some upside, a little bit green, a heifer that's got some substance, a little plainer, then a couple down the line that need to balance out, need a little more substance, a little more refinement and quality. Good set of heifers, close top pair there on the top end of the class.
Results from Class 8. Hereford's first place, Leland Green, Cleburne FFA. Second, Keaton Kukendall, Woodson FFA. Third, Hadley Doris, Erath County 4-H. Fourth, Andrew Lisma, George Ranch FFA. Fifth, Jackson Johnson, Clay County 4-H. And sixth, Scarlett Edwards, Union Grove FFA.
Nice set of these main Anjou females here. I think there's some give and take within the three. You know, hook bones forward, I think the one that wins does so pretty logically for me. Love the body shape, love the head and neck, love the presence on this one. Heavy bone and soft-footed kind of a female that's very, very good in terms of her joints. A female, you get right behind her, like to crack her part and stouten her up ever so slightly, square her up in terms of her base width, but I do think that one has that advantage. The 1 and 2 is stouter. She's bigger hips, she's bigger pin. I think there's a little more genuine shape to her body cavity. You get off to the side of her, though, she gets just a little vertical there in terms of her front end structure and in terms of her hock. I don't think she has as much lower swoop and shape to her body as what the one the Wind does. I like her silhouette. I like her power. Like the look that she gives you about her head and neck. Another very high-quality female here that's coming in third, one that's long-spined. I think she's nice in terms of her structure. Again, this one could be powered up a shot like our class winner, but she needs to be just a little heavier bone and stouter structured. I think we can make her a little more nicer balanced here when we get her on the go as well. Good class. Congratulations.
The good class, bigger summer-born heifers that we've got out here, and I feel really good about how these are going to come together. The young ladies up front, for me, wins pretty handily, and I like a lot of things about her, especially when she gets her stop pulled together at the profile. She's got a good look up front, and I think compared to the heifer that comes behind her, she is a little more attractive in terms of her head, the top side of her neck, and then coming down her top line. She's better in the lay of her shoulder. She's longer and leveler from hooks to pins. Really good in the boldness and turn to her rib and lower body balance. I like that heifer a lot. The heifer that's going to be second, one that's still got some substance whenever you get in behind her. I think for me, she just gets a little coarser and a little piecier out here. She doesn't blend everything together quite as smoothly, but I do like her substance that she's got out here. Got a mini Hereford that's going to be in third out here. One that still has some extension, gets just a little tighter in her spine, gets a little off in terms of her balance from the side. And I know it's tough to run with those bigger heifers, but you're doing a good job. Nice set of three females. Congratulations to all three of them.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
On her, we could probably loosen her up in terms of her structure ever so slightly. I think that one's very, very good in this class. Congratulations.
Catching up on some results from your main Anjou show. Class 1, your class winner was Grace Tullis, Trinity County 4-H. Second place, Hadley Howe, Burleson County 4-H. Third, Cassidy Bozeman, Idalou FFA. Fourth, Caleb Miller, McKinley County 4-H. Fifth, Killian Fuller, Will Dorado FFA. And sixth, Rachel Potter, Union Grove FFA. Your Class 2 results: first place, Lila Houghton, San Jacinto County 4-H. Second, Zoe Parrish, Waller County 4-H. And third, Dylan Robbins, Navasota FFA. Your Class 3 results: first place was Grace Tillis, Trinity County 4-H. Now in the ring is Class 4 in your main on Jews. 2 entries, calved January of 25. Your results from Class 9 Herefords: first place, Riley Hollis, Callahan County 4-H. Second place, Sorry L. Amon Williams, Shadow Creek FFA. And third place, Savannah Sheffield, Manville FFA. In the ring on your Hereford sides, Class 10. 4 entries in Class 10, calved October 24th to September 30th, 2024.
We got a pair of January main Angie females out here, and I'll be honest, this is probably as challenging a pair and as different a pair of cattle as we've had seen today or throughout the week I've been here. 2 very, very nice ones, though. They just come in completely different packages. Going to start with the young lady's heifer up front. I'm going to bet on the future of this one. I like this one in terms of her running gear and just how she can get out and go. Gives you such a nice look about her head and her neck, and just so balanced in terms of her top line and the levelness of her hip. There's no question out here she needs some more rib and body and volume. I think if that one gets bred and fleshes up a little bit more, I think she'll be very, very high quality in the future. Young man's heifer has the advantage. She's more moderate size. She's wider built. She's bigger bodied out here. For me, though, she gets a little coarser and more open there in her shoulder, a little rounder out of her hip. I wants to struggle and get out and go out of her front end. I'd like to loosen her up there, just square her up off her hind leg as well. But a good one that's moderate sized and really wide built. Good pair of heifers, a lot of differences in them. Congratulations to both those kids.
Your results from Class 4, main Anjou. First place, Milady Porliski, Nacogdoches County 4-H. Second, Andrew Kimbrough, Trinity County 4-H. Coming in the ring now will be your main Anjou heifer calf drive with your class winners and seconds from classes 1 through 4.
Well, a good class. I thought it was close here on the top end. I'm going to lead off with a pair. And I think for me, whenever we set them in motion, the cow's flexibility of her hip and her hind leg, I like just a little bit better. It suits my kind just a bit better. And I think even though, she's got a calf at her side, and I still really like her balance. She's still good looking up front. I think she's smooth in the way she blends everything together. Her body type is still really, really good. For having a nice heifer calf at her side, she's still got some boldness, some depth. I appreciate that about her, and I just like her flexibility of her hip and her hind leg a little bit better. I think Stockton at the standstill, I love a lot of things about the heifer that's going to be second. I think she's got a good look up front. She's got a good shape coming out of the backside of her shoulder in terms of her boldness. She just doesn't use her hip and her hind leg quite good enough. She comes up short every time, just a little choppier in the way she uses it. I think if we can loosen her up, make her a little more attractive, a little longer striding, I think that top pair gets even closer. I thought those were both very, very nice. The young man right here is going to be third. This heifer I like in terms of her look and her attractiveness up front. She's good on her top line. She gives up quite a bit just in terms of center body, the way she comes back into her rear rib and flank. I'd probably like to see just more of her at this stage of the game. Just got to be a little bolder, a little softer, and back through her rear rib and flank there. And then we round out the class. The young lady's doing a good job. She's retiring this heifer tomorrow, and I hope you guys have had a really fun run together. That one's got some substance, not quite as unique in terms of her balance, but you're doing an awesome job, sis. If you would congratulate those exhibitors, really, really nice set of heifers.
We get our first division lineup back out here, and wow, what a lot of fun this has been to start off our main Anju show. Get these heifer calves back out here, and so much quality, so much good throughout all four of them, and the second set are back out here. Hey, these things could stand a lot of competition and go a lot of different places. I think there's, some of them out here that probably match up a little better than others do. I think there's some different shapes and signs and sizes and kinds, but for me, the heifer that won the first class is just awfully good out here. She's heavy bone, she's big structure, she's one that's big in terms of her rib cage, yet still elegant up through her front end. I think where she has the advantage of those remaining cattle is she's still one with some dimension and power and shape to her upper cage, yet can still get out and go and be very, very flexible. Is she as hairy and just tricked out looking as the one that wins the second class? Nope, she's not. But I think her basics are so good. I think her rib and just uniformity of depth is incredible. I think that heifer uses her front end structure extremely well. Heifer that wins the second class there is so neat. Hook bones forward gives you such an awesome look of just presence up front. The shape to her body, her lower body is extremely good. She is huge boned and big footed and really soft in terms of her ankles. For me, that one out here can get just a little flatter when you get right on top of her, not as shapy, and the top side of her rib cage gets a little flatter and closes up in terms of her base. I'd like to square her up there ever so slightly as compared to the ones on either side of her. But I think from a silhouette standpoint, a length of stride and flexibility standpoint, that one is a lot like our first class winner, could probably just power her up just a shot. Whole different speed of one here that's going to win the third class, a moderate size one, really opened up, really stout and powerful. Gets a little vertical off both ends of her skeleton. We could loosen her up just the way she gets out and goes as compared to some of the other cattle. But a nice heifer there, a good representation out of that class. Hey, that final pair was extremely hard, and I thought you could go every different way with them if you wanted. This is a good heifer, though, still, when you get her out in this lineup. And I do. I think this one, the longer she goes, and if she'll get heavy in calf and put on a little more condition, I think this one's look and soundness and silhouette will take her a long way. Out here today, there's not enough rib and body and volume to compete with some of these other cattle, but I do think she's got a lot of future about her. One time, let's put our hands together here in our first division. I think there's a pair of them that fits together extremely well. Young lady out of the first class will be champion. Young lady out of the second class will be reserve. Congratulations.
In your main Anju show, your champion heifer calf goes to Grace Tullis, Trinity County 4-H, and your reserve champion heifer calf goes to Lila Houghton, San Jacinto County 4-H. Congratulations to you. Now walking in the ring on your main Anjus will be Class 7, One entry in Class 7, born November 18th, 2024. Coming in the ring on your Hereford side will be your Junior Heifer Division Dry. That'll be your first and seconds out of classes 7 through 10.
We've got a very nice place to start here in this class. Young ladies brought us a November female here that's good looking and so good in terms of her balance here from the side. She has some bone and some foot size underneath her. I think she's mobile enough. It'll be fun to get her back out here and let her cooperate just a shot better. Congratulations on a very good heifer to win this class.
Class winner of Class 7 in the main on Jews, Hadley McCraw, Sam Rayburn, Ivanhoe, FFA. Now entering the ring in your main on Jews show is Class 8. 5 entries in Class 8, born October 24th to September 30th, 2024.
Well, the nice lineup that we have out here as we work into our junior heifers, we got some different types and kinds, and I'll be honest, I thought there were decisions that were close, that you get different people out here. Things might have gotten mixed up just a little bit in a few spots, and I think that's okay. There was some give and take, and so depending on how the cattle hit you, the views you got of them, that kind of made a little bit of a difference probably on what you landed on, and especially your type and kind. I think as we come back out here, the good set of 4 class winners and seconds, the young mans that won the first class. As we worked through there, as I mentioned, whenever she came in, I saw her, she hit me hard. I really didn't look at her again because I knew I was going to use her to win that class. And when we bring her back out here, I think she's as good as anything that we've seen, just in terms of her quality and also doing a good job of covering the fundamentals, body type and flexibility. She's got the right basics and still has the right kind of quality, the right kind of look and balance from the side. I feel like there's been times where we've had to pick or choose a little bit of one or the other. She does a great job of blending both of those things. The second class there, I think, is a case where we had to pick and choose some differences. The heifer that won in there, she was the boldest body. She was the most overwhelming. She's got some stoutness of bone, a little bit too plain in terms of her head and her neck. I'd like to freshen her up and neaten her up there, and that's where that second place heifer complimented her, picked on that heifer's front end structure just a little bit, wanting to cut up in her flank a little bit more and throws off her balance. But I thought that was a good pair that came out of the second class. Young ladies that came out of the third class, I thought one in there pretty comfortably. And I think whenever you step in behind her in terms of boldness and shape there to the center portion of her body, she's good. She's got some natural dimension. You could pick on her just a little bit, maybe stout in her foot and her bone, and she could be maybe just a little bit fresher out here in this setting as we compare to some of the other ones, but still one that in my mind is in contention. does some nice things. And then we got done with that final class there, landed on the pair. Just in terms of that cow's hip and her hind leg, I liked her flexibility just a little bit better than the one that was second in there. Now, I do like that heifer in terms of her boldness. I thought she has some look up front. She just got a little too restricted in terms of her hip and hind leg for me personally there. But I thought those were two really, really nice heifers that came out of there. So I do think that things get just a little bit closer. For me, there's one you got to land on, then the decision for reserve gets closer. Young man out of the first class has got our champion.
Got a good set of these senior heifer calves, a very, very nice place to start. The young lady's heifer comes in, and not only is she the most mobile in terms of her build, she's the biggest bodied, she's the stoutest. When you get right on top of her, is she the highest time and the most, the neatest up through her front end? Probably not, but I think that one's basics are so good, sound, functional, big ribbed, and stout. Good place to start. The white flanked heifer here coming in second. It's very neat up through her front end. She has that advantage over the one right in front of her. She's good down her top and level out of her hip. She's still sound and functional on her feet and legs as well. She kind of gets overwhelmed out here from a rib and body and volume standpoint. I think that one gets bred, and on farther down the road will be awfully, awfully good. Nice female there in her own right as well. Big, stout, powerful one here coming next. And if we could settle her in terms of her structure, I think that female could really rival up in this class. She's heavy boned and big footed and really, really powerful. Just need to loosen her up off both ends of her skeleton as compared to the two that are right ahead of her. A nice basic one here coming next. She's long bodied. She's sound enough and off her feet and legs. A female that needs more rib and dimension to her. I think with that, we could just sharpen her up in terms of her look here from the side as well. You know, man, you're doing a nice job here with a moderate sized one here that has some muscle to her. For me, this needs to be a little sounder off both ends of her skeleton. We could balance her up a shot neater here from the side as well.
Results from your Hereford show. Your division champion junior heifer coming out of Class 7 is William Wyatt Tackett, Iola FFA. Your reserve champion junior heifer coming out of Class 8, Leland Green, Cleburne FFA. Your results from Class 8 Main on Jew. First place, Hadley Whitley, Calallen County 4-H. Second, Daisy Bartley, Russ County 4-H. Third, Callie Coaster, Grapevine FFA. Fourth, Kendra Sims, Johnson County 4-H. And fifth, Caden Schmidt, Fort Bend County 4-H.
Neat single entry heifer here. Obviously, the young lady's got quite the cheering section behind us here. She stayed stone-faced. She did really good. And then I had to ask her, and yep, that's mine. Yep, for sure. So very, very good heifer here to win this class, one that's got plenty of muscle and power and dimension you get on top of her. It'd be fun to get her back out here and let her relax and settle in and want to be a show cow a little more. Looks a little tight in terms of her structure right at the moment, but she's obviously fighting the halter. Congratulations on a very good spot to win this class.
And your class winner with Class 10 with the largest fan club of the day too, Kate Swain, Crawford FFA. In the ring on your Hereford side is Class 13. There's 4 entries in Class 13, born April 30th to March 24th, 2024. Coming in the ring on your main on Jew side will be Class 14. It'll be a single entry, born January 7th, 2024. Correction. Coming in the ring now on your main on Jew side will be your junior heifer drive. Coming in the ring now on the main on Jew side will be your junior heifer drive.
Very good Division II here in our main Angie side. Lots of quality out here. Not the numbers we've had, but still tons of quality in these cattle. Very good class winner that wins the first one up here. I think one that in this lineup is Stout Bone. She's good looking, really neat in terms of her top line. She's sharp up through her front end. You ask yourself, is there as much rib and body in her as there needs to be in this stage of the game? Probably not as compared to the one that wins the second class, but I like that one's structure. I like her look. I like her longevity. I think that one's very good. One that wins the second class, is not wild looking in any one area, but so functional, so good in terms of her rib cage and her structure. She can really get out and go off both ends of her skeleton. She's very flexible in terms of her spine and her hip, the way that it gets out there. Talk to her. She's not as wild-necked as probably the ones on either side of her, but I think everything kind of matches on that one and fits very, very well. The white-flanked one there that won the final class, a nice one too. Very stout when you get on top of her. She's neat up through her front end, extra power and muscle. Out here, she gets a little bunchy in terms of her structure. Like to just loosen her there in her top line and let her get out and go and take a little longer step. I think we could drop her in terms of her rear rib and flank as well. Very nice second as well over there out of that middle class. A female I think's got a lot of longevity about her. Talked to her in class of just needing to be more of her, and I think as time goes, she will. For me, there's one that's pretty commanding out here, and then there's a nice one for second as well, or reserve. Let's put our hands together for the young lady out of the middle of the class as she'll be your champion.
Well, a nice lineup that we've got out here as we get into our senior division. Land on the pair to lead off. And even though I know the cow has milked down just a little bit and lost just a little bit of condition, and so you get in behind her, and she's just a little bare there in her forerib, I still think that despite that, whenever you get off to the side of them, I like her balance still the best. And I think she still hits me the best in terms of her quality and her silhouette. and she's got a really nice calf at her side that she's doing a good job with. And I think whenever we get them in motion, not only do I like her at the standstill the best, I still think she's probably the best in terms of her lower joint work, her flexibility. So for me, she kind of became the one that landed at the top, checking off the most boxes. The heifer in second at the standstill, I want to love her because she's got some extension. She hooks up strong behind her shoulder, and she's got some power whenever we get in behind her. I think that for right now, she probably hits me a little pinched in her forerib, a little shallower in her flank. I probably want to see just a little more flesh, a little more condition and softness of rib and body for where we're at in this stage of the game. And then in motion, she's just a little more restricted as well. We could loosen her up just a shot more to make her maintain her balance and stay just as attractive as she can hit you standing still. The heifer that comes in third, she probably is just a little looser in terms of her build. And I think with that, that's where she gets just a little weaker in her spine from time to time. I like that she's got some softness of body. Didn't read her to be as bold right in behind her shoulder relative to the ones that go out in front of her. Got a little weaker in her top line, little plainer in her look up front. Then we round out the class with a heifer that's good, strong in her top line. She's the most out of balance from her chest to her flank. Just got to soften her up there so she balances better from the side. Good set of heifers. Congratulations to all four of those exhibitors.
Your results from your main Anjou show. Your champion junior heifer was Hadley Whitley, Callahan County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer was Hadley McCraw, Sam Rayburn, Ivanhoe FFA. Congratulations to you exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 13 on the main Anjou side. There'll be 3 entries in Class 13 with birthdays ranging from April 25th to April 17th, 2024. Your results from Class 13 on your Hereford side. First place, Keaton Kuykendall, Woodson FFA. Second place, Scarlett Edwards, Union Grove FFA. Kiana Ongandu, Washington County 4-H. Third place, Scarlett Edwards, Union Grove FFA. And fourth, Cohen Box, Forney FFA. Coming in the ring now is Class 14. 4 entries at Class 14, born February 10th to January 11th, 2024.
Getting here to this next division, 3 very good females here. I think there's some give and take here within this top pair. I like the moderation and the width of the one that's going to win. I think with that, too, she's the one that's sounder off both ends of her skeleton, can get out and cover some ground. Really good bodied female that's opened up in her forerib, got a ton of shape to her lower cage there and back through her rear rib and flank. Very square and dimensional out of her hip. Nice place to start. The look of the 1 and 2, I gravitate towards how neat and fresh she is up through her front end. Very, very striking down her top line and nice out of her hip. For me, compared to the one that wins, she needs to be a little more flexible, especially out of her front end. I think with that, too, we could soften her up and just give her a little more rib cage and volume there. But a nice female there, I think, has got a ton of look here at the stand. Man, you got a really powerful one here, too. A one that's really opened up and muscular and stout. She's heavy-boned and big-footed. For me, needs to be a notch sounder off both ends and just give her a shot more rib and body.
Your results from Class 13, main Anjou. First place, Aaron Krusel, Sealy FFA. Second, Lila Houghton, San Jacinto County 4-H. And third, Caden Schmidt, Fort Bend County 4-H. Coming in the ring now on your main Anjou sides, Class 14, single entry born January 7th, 2024.
Very high quality red and white heifer here to start this class. Just a single entry, but good female here. One that's very good in terms of her feet and legs. She's stout. She's opened up. She has some dimension to her center body, yet still fresh and attractive up through her front end. Very, very good place to start here in this class. Congratulations. Another very good single entry here on our main Angie side. Not to steal the mic from you, Macy, but we have one out here, didn't want her to wait. Young lady's brought us a nice white-tailed heifer here that's very balanced in terms of her top line. She's neat up through her head and neck. I think uniform in terms of her depth. It'd be fun to get her back out here and compare her just a minute. Congratulations on your class winner here at the show today.
Well, a good set of heifers that we've got over here. Left these the way that they came in, so you guys made my job easy. But I really like the two at the top end here quite a bit. And really, in all honesty, the heifer that wins hit me kind of hard when she came in because for me, that's a big, heavy bred heifer that's still really fresh and good looking and attractive in her head and her look up front. She's really tidy in her shoulder. And then the way she transitions, so tremendous. And her sweep back to her rear rib and flank is impressive to me. And then she still gets out. She's got the right kind of flexibility down low. She sets down good at the ground. So for me, I like that heifer quite a bit. I'll be excited to see her back in a little bit. The young ladies that comes in second, whenever you get in behind her, she's maybe even just a little fresher in her condition up around her tailhead and just as genuine in terms of her natural dimension as anything. She's fighting the halter quite a bit out here, so it made it just a little tougher to get a good read of her in motion. I don't know that she blends everything together just quite as neatly, especially up front compared to our class winner. The heifer that comes in 3 here, she's got some extension up front. She doesn't tie her neck to the top side of her shoulder just perfectly there, and then she pinches a little bit behind it. Of those top 3, I didn't know that she hit me just quite as stout and genuine in her natural dimension from behind. We could change her up just a little bit there. And then we round out the class with a heifer that's got some condition. She's got some flesh on her. She's getting just a little longer in her foot shape, a little frailer in her bone work. We could make her blend everything together just a shot smoother, hit me a little staler, a little coarser in her makeup. Nice set of heifers there. Congratulations to each of them.
Your results from Class 14 Herefords. First place, Luke Hamlin, Peaster FFA. Second place, Tatum Tolbert, Leonard FFA. Third, Leland Green, Cleburne FFA. And fourth, Jensen Corsten, Klein Collins FFA. In the ring now is Class 15, single entry, born December 27th, 2023. On the main Anjou side, we are set, and we have the Champion Senior Drive in the ring. The Champion Senior Drive is in the ring.
Very fun division. These big bred heifers out here in our main Anjou show. Nice class winner up front here, one that's moderate and dense and wide and still nice in terms of her structure. You get her out here and compare her. She is balanced and correct in terms of her look from the side. as the two that are right behind her. Probably not, but I do appreciate that one's kind of how wide she is, how flexible she is at the ground. The red and white one's fun. The win's the middle class there, one I think so good in terms of her joint work, the way she can get out and go off both ends of her skeleton, yet still extremely fresh up through her front end. There's still some muscle and shape and power when you get right on top of that one. I like that one in terms of her condition extremely well and how flexible she is. The black white-tailed heifer that wins the final class, silhouette-wise, standing here, this is as nice as any of them. She's as neat up through her front end and strong and level down her top and out of her hip as any. Very uniform in terms of her body depth. You set her in motion, she'll want to bunch up and shorten up in terms of her step ever so slightly. So I think that becomes a little more challenging out here where she lands, but it's still a very, very nice one here. I think it's fresh and gives you a good look. I think there's one that's a combination kind of a female out here. I think one that matches her from a quality standpoint. Let's congratulate the young lady with the red and white one. Out of the middle class, she'll be champion. Young lady out of the third class will be reserve.
Single entry here in our final class, and the young lady's got one that's extended and good looking, and you've done a good job of keeping her fresh due to calf here in about a month and a half. One for me at this stage, we could probably see just a little more boldness, a little more softness back in through a rear rib and flank, maybe make her just a little longer and leveler there from hooks to pins, but I think a heifer that's good and fresh. She's got
Your results from your main Anjou. Your champion senior heifer in the main Anjou breed is Mia Steele, Willis FFA. Your reserve champion senior heifer is Presley Maru from Pearland FFA. Coming in the ring now will be your overall main Anjou drive. Your champion heifer calf was shown by Grace Tullis, Trinity County 4-H. Your reserve champion heifer calf was shown by Lila Houghton, San Jacinto County 4-H. Your champion junior heifer was shown by Hadley Whitley, Callahan County 4-H, and reserve was shown by Hadley McCraw, Sam Rayburn, Ivanhoe FFA. Your champion senior heifer was shown by Mia Steele, Willis FFA, and your reserve champion senior heifer was shown by Presley Maru, Pearland FFA. On your Hereford side, Class 15 results. First place, Lily Leal, Waller County 4-H. Now coming in the ring on the Hereford side will be your champion senior heifer division. Your class winners, first and seconds from classes 13 to 15.
Well, if we could, let's put our hands together here in our main Anjou division. Very, very good breed show here, and congratulations to all these exhibitors that brought a heck of a set of cattle out here today. They've done a tremendous job of getting them presented and shown. It's been awesome out here to get to sort through them. We started off with a really fun heifer calf division there and a very neat pair of them up on top. They're females that are extremely fun and got a lot of longevity and future about them. I thought within that pair, the one that wins, there was enough more of her from just a natural shape and dimension and top side of her skeleton width female that's square when she goes to the ground. You get her back out here and certainly love the silhouette that one gives you. So high tying and so feminine and cowy up through her front end, yet reads awesome in terms of her center body. Heavy boned and big footed, and I think flexible when you set her on the go. You know, is she as hairy and wild looking as the one that's reserved? No, but I think if you study through that one's very, very good in terms of just her basic build. The one's reserved in that division is good as well. So neat from her hook bones forward, her head and neck placement. She's big in terms of her shape to her lower body, heavy boned and big structured and flexible. You know, talked her in that division and maybe not quite being stout enough. And so we could open her up and square up just a little bit there in terms of her base, but a very, very high quality one. Middle division was fun as well, and that heifer kind of surfaced in there for being the moderate cowy one that was still the nicest in terms of her structure. Get her back out here and certainly appreciate how sound and flexible she is. She's huge ribbed and really broody in terms of her appearance. She's a female that can get a little rounder in her shoulder, a little plainer up through her front end as compared to the cattle on either side of her. But hey, I think that one's going to make a really, really good brood cow for you in the future with some diversified breeding spots with that one. Good heifer. The red and white one's fun as well. The wins the final division, and I think you go a lot of different ways with this one. If you want to make her a club calf donor, if you want to make her a breeding cow, however you want to do it, I think this one's structure is very, very good. One that still gives you a nice, neat silhouette here from the side. She's neat up through her front end. You get to breaking her down and comparing her. One that's of this age, I'd like to see her a little farther along in terms of her udder development. Like to see her just a shot bigger in terms of her body. We could square her up from hooks to pins and push her tail head down in her ever so slightly. But where this one's good, she's great because she does things extremely, extremely well from a feet and leg standpoint, a freshness and a look standpoint. Awesome job out here with our main NGU exhibitors. Hey, there was a pair of them that hit me pretty hard. I still think they stick together very good. Let's congratulate the two young ladies up front as they'll be champion and reserve.
Your champion main female comes out of our heifer calf division. That's Grace Tullis, Trinity County 4-H. And your reserve grand champion, main on Jew, is also your reserve champion heifer calf, and she's shown by Lila Houghton, San Jacinto County 4-H. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Well, a good lineup that we've got out here as we work into the senior division over on the Hereford side. 3 class winners in 2 seconds, I think nice. And again, there was some stuff that was close. I like the front line that we've got out here, though. Started off in the first class and landed on the pair there. I liked the cow's build and flexibility the best in there. I know that she's lost just a little condition nursing that calf beside her, but I still think in terms of her balance from the side, her neck set, top line, even though she's just a little flatter behind it and just a little more raw in her appearance, I still think that she's got a lot of good and a lot of things to appreciate about her. We got into the second class there, one that we landed on that I think is a tremendous in terms of her body type, her boldness, the sweep back to her rear rib and flank is so good, and still she is very flexible and good in her lower joint work. I know that getting to the point where they're just a little heavier bred, she wants to break just a little behind her shoulder and she can get just a little lazy in motion, but I don't read any issues with her build. She's flexible and comfortable. I love just her substance, and still having some look up front is very, very nice. So we got a stubborn second place heifer that's not wanting to show. She's got some natural dimension and power. I wish she'd get out here and show herself off just a little bit better. We could probably freshen her up just a little bit from her shoulder forward, but some good things there about her. We just got done talking that single entry out of the final class. One you've done a good job with. I like her extension, good in her top line. She's got some substance from behind. Like we mentioned, at this stage, I probably want to see just a little more full rib, just a little more flank, maybe just a little bit further along there and just a little more to her at this stage of the game, but you're doing a good job of getting her presented out here. So for me, I think there's one that hit me the hardest. Her kind suits me the best, and decision for reserve gets a little bit closer. Young man out of the second class has got our champion.
Your results from your senior division in the Hereford Show. Your grand champion senior heifer goes to Luke Hamlin, Peaster FFA. Your reserve grand champion senior heifer is shown by Keaton Kirkendall, Woodson FFA. Congratulations to you guys. Coming in the ring now will be our overall champion Hereford Drive. Representing your heifer calf division, Grant Green, Cleburne FFA was champion. Your reserve champion heifer calf was shown by Kiana Ongudu, Washington County 4-H. Your champion junior heifer was shown by William Wyatt Tackett from Iola FFA, and your reserve champion junior heifer was shown by Leland Green, Cleburne FFA. Your champion senior heifer was exhibited by Luke Hamlin, Peaster FFA, and your reserve champion senior heifer was shown by Keaton Kirkendall, Woodson FFA. As we get everybody set and we're judging the Herefords and the first class of Simmentals, I'd like to take a second and recognize not only our great interns and staff from Sam Houston State University who are helping putting this show on, but also the representatives with Rodeo Waston and the Heifer Committee who've done a great job making this thing run as smoothly as possible. It's been a really good show. Looking forward to the rest of the day. If you guys would join me and put your hands together for our awesome set of volunteers.
Well, a very good lineup that we've got out here as we work into our grand drive here in the Hereford breed. There's been a lot of different type and kind come through the ring, but I think we've got a good set of heifers out here. And I'm not saying that these are all the exact same in terms of type and kind. There's some differences out here, but there's probably a couple that hit me just a little bit harder as we've worked through and sorted through those classes and divisions. We started off there in the first division, and I would say there was probably as much give and take there as anything, just in terms of type and kind, projecting them out or judging them today. The one we landed on, just in terms of body type and flexibility, I guess I fell back just a little bit to the basics there, and I thought that's where the heifer that won that division was the best in that lineup. I liked her foot, I liked her bone, I liked her flexibility and body type the best. Now, she needs to be just a little more refined, a little more attractive in her head and her neck. That's where the reserve compliments her. She is super attractive and fresh in terms of her look up front, square from behind, a little green yet in terms of her rib and her body, but I think with time, she's going to continue to get better and better. We went into that middle division there, the junior heifers, and one that hit me really hard. When she came into class, she was in a class, I saw her, didn't really take a lot of time to study her because I knew she was the one that I was going to land on, and kind of that trend continued as we worked into the division. One that we talked about in terms of covering the right kind of basics, build and body type and flexibility. She does the right things, and yet I still think as you come out here and study her in terms of her quality, her silhouette is still as good in terms of her balance as anything. So for me, she comes back out and she really fits into our lineup here and is a contender in my mind. And we just got done talking those senior heifers. One that came in and we talked about her, she's really impressive where she's good because she is tremendous in her rib and her body type. The boldness back to her rear rib and flank, and for as much as she has, I still think she's got some look up front. Now, we talked about changing her a little bit, and I think she's getting where she breaks just a little more behind her shoulder. We could make her hook up just a shot stronger there, but I know she's flexible. She gives just a little bit in her spine and getting just a little heavier bread there, and a nice pair that came that was reserve in that division. So I think we've got a really, really nice lineup out here. As we get back out and break them down, for me, I think there's one that not only covers the right kind of fundamentals, I think for me, she probably hit me with the most quality of anything that we saw throughout the day. And then I think there's a really nice heifer that follows her up for reserve. Maybe not exactly the same in type and kind, but the two that hit me the hardest for sure. The young man out of our second division's our champion, young man out of the senior division's reserve.
In your Hereford show, your champion Hereford female comes out of your junior heifer division, shown by William Wyatt Tackett, Iola FFA. Your reserve champion Hereford female comes out of your senior heifer division, exhibited by Luke Hamlin, Peaster FFA. Coming in next on the west side of the stock show will be our Red Angus. Our Red Angus Class 1 will have 4 entries born May 4th to April 3rd, 2025.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, a good class to get us started over here in the Red Angus. And I think one that wins that I like a lot, especially whenever we stop and study her at the standstill. I think she's very high quality. Her look and balance from the silhouette, from the side is so good and really, really attractive. Not only is she the most attractive up front, then she comes the boldest and the best in the turn to her forerib, the stoutest from behind. I like her stoutness, a foot and bone the best. If I'm going to pick on her, it's in motion. She gets just a little more restricted in her hind leg. But, man, standing still, there's nothing that comes close to her and the quality that she has. Now, when this heifer in second cooperates and gets out and goes, I probably think that she's got as much upside as anything because she is sound. I think she's flexible. She's got some extension up front. She can't get around our class winner because she's not quite as stout in terms of her foot and her bone work. She didn't hit me just quite as hard, and her attitude makes it just a little tougher to get a good read on her today in this setting. But I did read some quality, some upside in her. The heifer that comes in third at the standstill, bold body, a lot of substance, and I probably thought that's where she had just a little bit of an advantage to the heifer that rounds out the class. We need to change her structurally, though, to be able to move up within the class. That's where I thought it was close, because I do probably think this heifer is a little more correct in terms of her build. She's just the greenest in here. Now, if you come back a year later, she could shuffle up several spots. So I want you to keep working on her. She's just a little green today. Good set of heifers there to get us started in the Red Angus. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Well, what an unbelievable way to kick off our Simmental division here in these heifer calf class. Obviously a ton of numbers, but a ton of quality out here. And, you know, I could definitely see on down the road these things getting switched up. And I certainly wouldn't argue with you because you could go a lot of different directions, and there's still really, really good ones all the way down the line here. Young ladies, Baldy heifer that I chose to lead off with for me is the combination of the 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Here's the one at the stand that gives you a great look up through her head and neck. She's still opened up and big in terms of her body cavity. Really, really dimensional when you get on top of her. I love that thing in terms of just her hip placement and at the stand going to the ground. Now, at times, as she push her hock just a little bit, maybe just gets a little straighter there, she does. But I don't know that there's an option on down the line here that's just perfect in terms of their structure as well. I think that one is commanding and dynamic here at the stand and does a lot of things extremely, extremely well. The black heifer for me here lines up in second, and she's the one that I think you study that one's build and basics. She's a female. It's very good out of her hip and very flexible there off her hind leg. She's not as opened up bodied. She's not as out there looking as the Baldy that wins. Started working again. Sorry. Not as out there looking as the Baldy that wins. For me, probably where you got to change her is just let her get out. Let her get out of her front end just a little easier. And so that's, to me, the difference there on the top end of structure. One goes out of their front end a little nicer. One goes out of her hind leg just a little truer. And, hey, I don't think there's just as much of this one or near as out there in terms of her pieces. That's a very, very solid animal. Yeah, buddy, you got a really good red Baldy heifer here, and you get her put together like that. Man, I want to gravitate towards her because she is the neatest up front. She's the coolest in terms of her silhouette. She's so good in terms of her center shape to her body cavity. She's still stout when you get on top of her. She's not as heavy bone, not as big-footed as the two right ahead of her. For me, she's just got to settle in and want to become a show cow. She wants to roll up in her spine and dump her pins and get just a little awkward there behind her shoulder. If that one will get broke and settle in and want to be his driving partner out here, she's going to be very, very good because I like the pieces on that one a lot. Young man's got a black heifer here that's awesome as well, one that gives you such a neat look here from the side. Heavy boned and still neat and attractive about her head and her neck. There's not as much cow there from just a rib and body and volume standpoint. Like to just stouten her up a shot, give her a little more capacity there through the center part of her cage. Got a very young one here coming next that I think's got a world of potential. One that's nice ribbed and nice in terms of her structure. Probably could be a little stouter in terms of her bone work, a little sharper in terms of her lines here from the side. But that's very, very nice one here. I think it's got good days ahead of her. Good Baldy one coming next here. If we could loosen this this one up and just let her get out and go a little easier. I think this one could climb the ladder in this particular class. Like her rib, like her body and volume, love her head and neck set. Just needs to be a notch sounder in the way that she gets out and goes. Young man's got a nice star-headed one here that's very green in terms of her condition. She's fresh up through her front end. She's level in her lines. She, too, gets a little restricted there off her hind leg. Like to let her get out and go and get a little easier. We could drop her through her rear rib and flank. Switch gears a little bit here with the two young ladies heifers that are moderate. They're big-bodied. For me, need to be a little sounder on the go. Could just make them a little more attractive up front. Baldy heifer coming next is one that's very green in terms of her condition. Appreciate the structure on that one. Actually slid her up a few spots because that one is truer in terms of her feet and legs than the remaining cattle. Needs more to her today out here to run with the cattle up front. Got a very good set of them here. It's going to remain her in this class. They're ones that I think have muscle, they have shape, they have dimension. Just need to be a little nicer balanced here from the side. Probably need to go just a little better on their feet and legs in a very, very competitive class of Simmentals. Congratulations to all these kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause here if we start off this breed.
The nice class that we've got over here as we keep working in the Red Angus. I think quite a bit of give and take in here. The young man's that leads off, though. I think whenever we talk about projecting these on down the road and reading some future into them, I think for me, her build and fundamentals hit me the hardest. Now, we could lengthen her probably just a little bit there out of her hip, but I do think just in terms of your initial impression of quality up front, she's really good there. And then whenever we read her down low in terms of her lower joint work, the way her front end sits into her, I think she's got a big advantage relative to both of the heifers that come behind her. So even though she's just a little smaller and probably just a little more moderate of the three, I still like her quality. I like her future. The heifer that's going to be second, I thought 2 and 3 got just a little bit closer. The heifer that's second's extended up front. She's good in terms of her lower body balance. Again, one that's what you see is what you get, slicked off out here, and I don't mind that about her. I don't think she gets out of her front end quite good enough, and she breaks right in behind her shoulder. Those things throw off her balance just a little bit out here, but I did think that she was just a little bit better in her top line consistency, hip and hind leg travel than the one that rounds us out. If we just judge this heifer at the standstill, she could shuffle up several spots because I do like her look up front. She's got a good turn, and she's collected at the standstill in her top line. You can tell, though, at the standstill, she's not quite good enough in her front end. She wants to come just a little out and over in her knee, a little open in her shoulder, and then she gets quite a bit tighter in terms of her top line, the way she gets out and handles herself in motion, a little more restricted in her hip and her hind leg. If we could loosen her up, I think she could go up several spots there. Congratulations, good set of heifers.
Results from your Red Angus show in Class 1, first place, Summer Jackson, Friendswood FFA. Second place, Weston Hoffman, Gillespie County 4-H. Third, Jolie Lester, Gonzales FFA. Fourth, Daisy Bartley, Russ County 4-H. Class 2 results are as follows. First place, Brigham Auto, Rio Vista FFA. Second, Ryder Ryman, Matagorda County 4-H. And third, Hallie Murray, Burnett FFA.
Very nice class. These Simmental heifers, a good baldy heifer here to win. Pretty commanding when she hits the ring. Quality standpoint is very, very good. Gives you such a good, feminine, attractive look up through her front end. Awesome in terms of her feet and legs. Her body cavity's good. I like the condition she's in as well. You know, she's still fresh and gives you such a neat look. Very, very high quality one to start. Good red baldy here in second as well. At the stand, this one is very good in terms of her look up front. She's strong-topped and nice out of her hip. Simply has more cage than the one that's going to close the class. We could change her and make her a little looser in terms of her build there, the way she gets out and goes compared to our class winner, but a very, very nice heifer here at this stand. Young man's done an awesome job here with this heifer here that's going to close the class. I think this one just gets overwhelmed out here as far as performance goes. If we could make more of this one, I think she could rival up here into second this particular class. Just needs to be more performance and more cow today, but a wonderful job. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Some results on your Simmental side. Out of Class 1, first place, Bailey Dobbs, Robertson County, 4-H. Second, Cameron Hill, Burleson County, 4-H. Third, Lawson Brandt, Goliad County, 4-H. Fourth, Hutton Hawkins, Rivercrest FFA. Fifth, Riley Bowling, Poolville FFA. Sixth, Kennedy Davis, Gray County, 4-H. Seventh, Cullen Davis, Wolf City FFA. 8th, Evan Baldridge, Aledo FFA. 9th, Bristol Smetley, Fayette County, 4-H. And 10th, Michaela Strong, Harris County, 4-H. Your Class 2 results, first place, Colton Dobbs, Robertson County, 4-H. Class second place, Trevor Graber, Victoria County, 4-H. And third, George Allen Perry, Russ County, 4-H. Now in the ring on your Simmental sides, Class 3, 3 entries born February of 25.
Well, another good set of heifers over here. I think these three fall into line really nicely for me. The one that leads off, especially stopped and at the standstill. When you read her from the side, she's got a lot of quality in terms of her head and her neck, her presence up front. I think both of those heifers at the top end of the class are really attractive in terms of their look up front. I think they're both good in their top line. The big difference between those two, whenever you step in behind them, our class winners, quite a bit bolder, quite a bit bigger and stouter out of her hip and her pin set. She's got way more natural dimension, and I still think she gets out and uses her lower joint work plenty good enough. For me, though, her quality and power is where she wins the class. Still really, really a good-looking heifer that's going to be second. Like I said, I think those two, in terms of their silhouette, are more alike than they are different. This one's just a little bit flatter whenever we step in behind her, a little more closed up from behind. We could make her just a little stouter, a little bigger out of her hip and her pin set. We round out the class with a moderate heifer that's got some substance. She's got some stoutness of bone work. Of those three, she's the plainest in terms of her look up front, little crestier in her neck, not as attractive in the way she ties it into the top side of her shoulder. We could make her a little more attractive when she gets out and goes in the way she uses her hip and her hind leg as well. Good set of heifers. Congratulations to all three of those young ladies.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. I've got Logan here at the announcer stand looking for Mamie. I've got Logan looking for Mamie. So if Mamie could please come to the announcer stand at this time. Thank you.
Really good set of these Simmentals here. 3 high-quality females. Good place to start. Young lady brings us one that I think is the nicest in terms of her structure, yet her balance is so good here from the side. Very up-headed and long-necked, and gives you a good look here down her top. You know, out here, she's the one that's got the combination of power and structure. Does a good job here to win this class. Good one in second as well. Young lady gets her put together. I think this one balances up down her top line and out of her hip extremely well. She has some rib and body and volume. She has the advantage over the 1 and 3 of being a little more moderate, a little softer in terms of her center. For me, she gets a little closed up there from behind, gets a little awkward the way she goes off her hind leg. Maybe not as attractive about her throat latch, and her head is the one that wins, but still a nice female there in her own right. I like the 1 and 3. This one's neat down her top. She's very stout boned and big footed. Nice up through her front end as well. Need to moderate this one. Need to give her some more fore-rib and shape to her body and depth back through her rear rib and flank. But a very, very nice heifer there to close this class. Congratulations.
Your results from Class 3 Simmental. First place, Kennedy Ashhorn, Brenham FFA. Second, Callie Smith, Brazoria County 4-H. And third, Siley Sulak, Hill County 4-H. On your Red Angus side, Class 3 results. First place, Macy Weems, Kaufman County 4-H. Second, Peyton McGee, Trinity County 4-H. And third, Brooklyn Hess, Klein Oak FFA. In the ring on both sides, we have Class 4 walking in. The Red Angus have 5 entries. All those entries were born in January of 25. And the Simmentals have 3 entries, also all born January of 25. For those of you guys who were fortunate enough to be grand or reserve in your breed today, please get those bio sheets, fill them out, and bring them back up to the announcer stand. If you're fortunate enough to be grand or reserve in your breed today, please make sure that you bring your bio sheets back to the announcer stand.
Good trio of these January females here. The baldy white flanked one that's going to win. Enough more cow out here, but yet I think when you still set that aside, that's a high tying, good looking one up front that's very, very bold in terms of her rib cage, neat in terms of her top line. When she wants to settle in and be a show cow, I think her structure is good. Out here she wanted to bunch up and fight her quite a bit, but that's a nice heifer to win. Young man's got a good one here in 2 as well that's very stout and dimensional, round in terms of her rib cage. She comes a little coarser out here as compared to our class winner. Not as neat in terms of her shoulder, not as neat up through her front end. We could pick her up in her pins and just make her a shot more attractive here from the side. But that's a nice donor cow there in the making that's wide built, massive, and nice in terms of her structure. Young lady, you got a good one here to close. This is the heaviest bone one in the class. She is neat up through her front end. There's just simply not enough animal out here to run with them cattle right ahead of her. I do like her kind, though, and what she can do. Hopefully on down the road, performance will kick in here, and that one will put it on and get it with it because that's a high quality one here to be third in this class. Congratulations.
Well, the good class that we've got here, for me, I think one that comes together really, really nicely. And I probably like the 2 heifers at the top of the class, just in terms of balance and hitting me just a little harder. But I do think the young ladies needs to go ahead and win in here because not only do I think she's really attractive from the side, she's super feminine about her head and her neck, the way she comes into her shoulder. I think with that, you get in behind her, she's got a good shape. She's got some natural dimension and stoutness and still very comfortable in the way she gets out out and uses her lower joint work. So for me, one that won in here and felt pretty comfortable using her. The heifer that's going to be second, she too's got some extension and look up front. I think her depth of body is really good. From her heart back into her rear rib and flank, you step in behind her. She didn't hit me quite as genuine in terms of her dimension from behind. She's pushing just a little more condition at the base of her chest relative to our class winner, but a nice heifer to be second. The heifer that comes in three, another one that's smooth in terms of her makeup. She blends really good from her shoulder into her forerib. I think her depth of body is good. We could probably open her up and make her just a little bit bolder. She's a little more closed up right behind her shoulder and out through her hip. I'd like to see her just a little stouter, a little bolder there when we get in front of or behind her. The young man's that comes next, one that's probably just a little greener here in this class. I think she gives up the most in terms of her rib and her body type. I did like her front end structure, just a shot better than the one that rounds us out. This heifer that rounds us out, she's got some substance, she's got some center body. I think that's where she's got a bit of an advantage relative to the one that went out in front of her. We just got to change her front end structure a little bit more and I think freshen her up. Good set of heifers there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
In the ring now is your Simmental Heifer Calf Drive with your first and seconds from classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Your results from Class 4 on the Red Angus side: first place, Aubrey Pierce, Harris County 4-H. Second place, J.C. Filand, Klein Kane, FFA. Third, Audrey Smith, Mineral Wells, FFA. Fourth, Robert Keisner, Fannondale, FFA. And fifth, Mason Cooper, Wills Point, FFA. Coming in the ring now on the Red Angus side is also your Heifer Calf Drive with your first and second places from classes 1 through 4.
Fun set, awesome way to start off our Simmental show here in our first division. And wow, these cattle are so nice, and these exhibitors are doing a tremendous job of getting them put together. The presentation, the showmanship, everything out here is just on point. It started off with an awesome big class of them younger heifer calves, and we get that pair back out here, and they're fun. Hey, the Baldy heifer that won that class, she is overwhelming out here in this lineup for her age and her size and stature. This thing is absolutely a load. There is no doubt about how wide she is and stout and bold in terms of her center body, yet she's still very good looking up through her front end. You ask yourself, when this one goes, can she grab another gear? Can she get out and go and just be as flexible as a few of the other ones? I don't know. She's a little bunchier in terms of her hip. I talked that in class and again into there of just she'll push her hock ever so slightly. Hey, this one could probably be toned down just a freckle in terms of condition. I think that would probably loosen her up just a shot. Standing there, though, she is dynamic because she is stout, opened up, and still gives you a killer look. The Baldy heifer that won this second class, No question, she's older than the one right in front of her, but hey, this one is very, very good and solid, and I will say that in such a good way. This heifer's feet and legs are tremendous. Her look here from the side is awesome. She's so neat about her head, awesome about her shoulder and the shape to the top of her neck. From their back, balances up so well in terms of her top line and the levelness out of her hip. I'm not going to say that she's overwhelmingly stout or the biggest barreled one out here, but if you study this one just as an individual, there's still plenty of rib and body and volume in that one. Is she as broad? Is she as wide? Is she as stout? Nope, but I do think that one is so flexible and so good looking, does some things extremely well. Black heifer that wins the third class. I like a lot of things about that one. Big bodied, nice in terms of her hip, gives you a nice shape to the top of her neck and her head. Out here, she'll push a little extra chest, maybe not quite as just neat in terms of her silhouette. I think the biggest thing is you set her in motion. She wants to bunch up there in her top line ever so slightly, could just loosen her up a little bit on the go. Hey, the Baldy heifer gets back out here and certainly is a factor because this is a neat animal. Going this way, she wants to act good and a lead and really settle in and do the right things. I understand we're facing her to the outgate, so it makes it a little more challenging. This is a high tie and very feminine, nice shouldered, nice headed heifer. That's good in terms of her lines, still good in terms of her body. Out here, as compared to a couple, she's maybe a little rounder and shorter in terms of her hip. Maybe doesn't have quite the heaviness of structure or bone underneath her. I, too, would still like to loosen her up and let her go just a little easier there in terms of her spine and her hip and hind leg. But that's being critical on a very, very good one. I think there's a pair of them out here. They are extremely different as far as their type and kind goes. Help me put your hands together as we congratulate the young man out of Class 2 as he'll be your champion. The young lady up front will be reserve.
The results from your heifer calf drive in the Simmental show: grand champion coming out of Class 2, Colton Dobbs, Robertson County 4-H, and reserve grand champion heifer calf coming out of Class 1, Bailey Dobbs, Robertson County 4-H.
Well, a good lineup that we've got out here as we work into our first division drive. And honestly, there's some give and take as we work through these. As we went from class to class, I was anxious to get them back out here together and kind of work through the differences. We started off there in that first class and won. If we just judge that heifer at the standstill, I like a lot of things about her. She's really good looking and she's fresh. She's probably as stout in terms of her foot and her bone as anything that we've got out here. My question mark on her, and probably where I get just a little more critical of her in this setting is her hip and her hind leg quite good enough? And she wants to just get out, get a little wide. She's not super attractive. I'd like to see her just get out and flex it a little bit better. I think as we project her out, that would be just a little bit of my concern, but standing still, I love a lot of things about her. A really nice moderate heifer that won that second class, and I thought for me, just in terms of your initial impression of quality, she was my favorite there. Just in terms of head, neck, top line balance. Now, whenever we get her back out here and start comparing her to the cattle on either side of her, from the base of her chest up into her flank, I don't know if she still maintains her balance just quite as well as I probably thought that she did within that setting there, but still some quality in her that I appreciate a lot about. The young ladies that comes out of the third class, one that she does a tremendous job of getting this heifer presented out here, and I think a lot of things to appreciate about her, because she is good looking, she's attractive up front, like the way she ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder. I think you step in at a rear 3/4 and you can really appreciate her in terms of her boldness of body. Natural dimension from behind is really good. I think she's as good and as comfortable as anything whenever we see her get out and get into motion, especially whenever we're talking about hip and hind leg structure. structure. Now, you could maybe clean her up just a nickel at the base of her chest. She's pushing it out just a little bit more there, but I think that heifer is very, very nice for me, does a lot of things really well. Young ladies that came out of that fourth class, we just got done talking about those, and for me, within that setting, won pretty handily. Heifer that's attractive and good looking up front. I think she's fresh, and you get in behind her, and where I liked her compared to the heifer that was second in there, not only did I read just a little more freshness, a little more quality in her, I thought she was just a little more genuine in terms of her natural dimension from behind. And so for me, one that certainly fits in the mix out here. Sometimes she could look like she could be just a little better in her forerib, back into her flank just a shot there, but you're doing an awesome job of getting that heifer shown out here. I like a lot of things about her. So I think there's some give and take as we get out here and break these heifers down. There's some different types and kinds. I'll put this down, take one more look at them, show you the ones that I like, but if you would, please congratulate our exhibitors that made it back out here. Really nice first division.
Really neat pair here in this class. Both these young exhibitors are doing an awesome job with their projects. The young man's heifer that's going to win, I think, is enough sounder here and enough nicer in terms of her balance from the side. Get on top of that one, still appreciate the natural width and dimension that she has. Very, very attractive here when he gets her put together. Nice place to start. Young lady's done an awesome job here with a female that's heavy boned and big footed. She has some length of body. Out here, she gets a little ouchy there off her hind too. We could just let her get out and go, take a little longer step as compared to our class winner. But I think that heifer is going to be awfully nice for her here in the future. Congratulations to both those kids.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, nice. We'll let them get her caught. I'm like Daisy. We think that heifer just got really excited to win that class there, and I thought that of these three, she was just the most comfortable in terms of her lower joint work, and then I think on top of that, just the most attractive in terms of her look and refinement up front. The heifer that's going to be second at the standstill, I like that she's a little bit bolder right in behind her shoulder. She's a little stronger in the way she hooks up in her spine, just in motion. She gets just a little bit too uncomfortable, a little more restricted in terms of her lower joint work and her flexibility. We got to loosen her up, I think, to get around the one that wins the class. And then we round out the class really with a heifer that's got some bone. She's got some body, just a little bit too plain up front, a little weaker in her spine. She wants to toe out a shot up front. We could freshen her up just a little bit as well. Nice set of heifers, some give and take there. Good job to each of those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 7 in the Red Angus Show. First place, Megan Terrasas, Pearland FFA. Second, Zachariah Lyles, Klein Oak FFA. And third, Crockett Gunther, Fayette County 4-H. Class 7 Simmental results. First place was Yeager Schubert, Lexington FFA. And second, Sadie Ellis, Victoria County 4-H.
Neat class of these Simmental heifers, and I think some give and take, especially within the top pair up here. Both of them are extremely high quality, high-end females that do some things extremely well. The big power cow for me is the one that's going to go ahead and win, and this one's so impressive when he gets her stopped and put together right here. Wide open and stars being stout and powerful. She's opened up in terms of her center body, really bold and stout out of her hip. Still gives you such a neat look here from the side. Very good up through her head and neck. The presence she has sure gives you a good look. You know, when she wants to fight the halter, she'll bunch up in her top and maybe pivot off her hind leg just a little strange. When she relaxes and settles in, I think her structure is very good. A nice place to start here in this class. The Baldy heifer all the times, dead level in her spine, really good off her hip and hind leg, and that is an advantage that she has over our class winner. For me, there's not as much cow here from just a natural width, dimension, and power standpoint. I'd like to drop her there through her rear rib and flank, just stouten her up and make her just a shot more attractive as compared to the one that wins. But hey, that one's very flexible in terms of her structure, uses her hip and hind leg extremely well. We get into a couple Baldy heifers here that I think are both very good as far as their kind goes. They're ones I think standing there you certainly like from a rib and body and dimension standpoint. For me, both of them need to be loosened up in terms of their build ever so slightly. We can make them just a shot more, flexible on the go. The one that's going out in 3, I think at the stand is the one that most closely follows the 2 ahead of them from being just stout and having a nice look. This Baldy heifer here, we can just make a shot more to her. I like the little Baldy heifer here coming next. Young lady's done a nice job with her. Out here today, there's just got to be more animal, though, from a performance standpoint. Needs more rib and body and volume, and with that, just more size and stature. Good pair of these cattle here that are going to round out the class. They're ones I think that are value on down the road as mother cows. They're ones out here just need a shot more look and balance. Need to just be a little sounder off both ends of their skeleton. Great class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 8 Simmentals: first place, Holden Hawkins, Rivercrest FFA; second, Nicholas Cervantes, Lockney FFA; third, Laney Brandt, Goliad County 4-H; fourth, Tori Pittman, Montgomery County 4-H; fifth, Presley Shabert, Bastrop County 4-H; sixth, Jalen Rodriguez, Grand Oaks FFA; and seventh, Jocelyn Perry, Rusk County 4-H. Coming in the ring now is Class 9, single entry, born August the 10th, 2024.
Good single entry heifer here. Young man's got a nice one here that's make a pretty udder underneath of her. I think one with some rib and body and volume still gives you a relatively good look here from the side. He's doing a very, very good job with her out here today. Congratulations, buddy, on your class winner.
Class 9 results: Simmentals, Ethan Gunn, first place from Waller County 4-H. Congratulations. Class 10's walking in the ring. 2 entries, born June 25th and June 11th, 2024. On your Red Angus side, Judge Scotton's working through Class 8. There's 7 entries in Class 8, born October 27th to September 3rd, 2024.
A nice class that we've got here, and as they come on around, there really wasn't a time that I thought about beating the heifer that wins. I felt pretty good about using her to win the class because I think she's good in terms of having some boldness of body, having some substance, and still yet being really flexible and good in terms of her lower joint work. For me, I felt pretty comfortable using her. You could maybe she's freshen her up just a little bit up around her tail. She's pushing just a little more condition there, but I do like that heifer just in terms of flexibility, having some body shape, some natural dimension, and still being very attractive up front. I felt pretty comfortable with her leading off. I thought just a little bit more about 2 and 3, and don't know that I've ever really got a great look at the heifer that's going to be second out going because she's fighting you so much, and you're doing a good job of working with her. That heifer is fresh, and she's bold, and she's got some dimension from behind. I didn't know if she read just quite as good in terms of the way she comes back to her rear rib and flank. I don't know if she's quite as just level from hooks to pins, and then sometimes from her shoulder to her forerib. She doesn't blend just perfectly there, but I think a heifer that's very, very nice. And where she ended up in second, beat the one behind her, I thought just better and cleaner at the base of her chest, more genuine in terms of her natural dimension. This heifer from the side, depth the heart and sweep back to her rear rib and flank is really, really good. Just a little plainer at the base of her chest, and then from behind of those top 3, she's the most closed up out of her hip and her pin set there. So we could power her up freshen her up a little bit up front. Heifer that comes next, it's got plenty of substance. She's got some body, just a little bit frailer, a little rounder off either end. That takes away from her look and her balance out here a little bit. The heifer that comes next is pretty similar just in terms of type and kind. She's got some substance, depth of body, a little bit plainer, pushing a shot more condition out here, freshen her up a little bit. The young ladies that comes next, she's doing a good job of getting this heifer shown out here today. One that's got some extension up front. I thought she was relatively strong in terms of her top line. Just a little coarser. She didn't blend everything together just quite as attractively. Gets a little extra set in her hind leg when we get her in motion. And then we round out the class with a heifer that's extended, strong on her top line, really very functional in her type and kind, probably just the most general looking in terms of her balance. Good class there. Congratulations to each of them.
Good pair of females here on our Simmental side. Very, very high quality one to win the class. I think young ladies comes in and just excels in terms of structure and balance and look. One that I think so neat in terms of her spine and her hip and how she can get out and cover some ground, yet she's still opened up and has some body shape and dimension. Very well balanced, very well structured. Good female here to start. Young man's got the stout one of the pair here in two, one that's opened up, very muscular and wide and shapely when you get right on top of her. If we could tone her down just a little bit and make her a little more flexible like our class winner, I think that one becomes awfully fun. Just gets a little rounder in her shoulder, a little tighter there in her spine as compared to the one that wins. Two very, very nice heifers, though. Congratulations.
Your results for Class 10 on the Simmental side: first place, McKenna McAvoy, McLennan County 4-H. Second, Derek Hempel, Victoria County 4-H. Coming in the ring now on your Simmental show is going to be your champion junior heifer drive with your first and seconds from classes 7 through 10. In your Red Angus show, we just wrapped up Class 8. First place in Class 8 went to Hallie Hoffman, Gillespie County 4-H. Second, Emily Turner, Bastrop County 4-H. Third, Cullen Kutak, Flatonia FFA. Fourth, Cora Winston, Klein FFA. Fifth went to Kaylee Peters, Klein FFA. Sixth, Lyric Curry, Erath County 4-H. And seventh, Samuel Wallen, Pearland FFA.
Well, just two in this class here, and I think these two fall into place really nicely. I like the heifer that leads us off. She's good in terms of her rib and her body shape, and I think whenever he gets her pulled together, there's your look at her. She gives you a good look from the side in terms of having some refinement and some quality up front, and then still coming back with the right kind of body shape, the right kind of depth and silhouette. You could maybe clean her up just a little bit at the base of her chest. Nice heifer, though, to lead us off in here. The young ladies, it's going to be second, one that, again, is good in terms of her top line. She's got some body, just didn't hit me quite as hard in terms of her quality up front. She too, we could freshen up just a little bit there, and then she gets just a little more awkward in the way she uses her hind leg. We could change her just a shot there. Congratulations, two really nice heifers.
Your results for Class 9 on the Red Angus: first place, Owen Hoffman, Gillespie County 4-H. Second, Lyric Curry, Erath County 4-H. Coming in the ring at this time will be Class 10 of your Red Angus show. There'll be 4 entries in Class 10 with birth dates of May 18th to May the 4th, 2024. Just a reminder to make sure that all exhibitors bring registration papers with them and have the correct back tags as we get these cattle into the show ring today. Make sure you have the right back tag number for your heifers. Make sure you have your registration papers on the exhibitor as you make your way into the show ring.
Well, as we get out here in our second division, a Simmenthal's a really, really good set of them here, and females that I think that have a lot of good long-term in them. They're ones that I think are functional and going to make good cows, yet but still bring some extras to the table. Young man brought us a nice one up front there in that class, and one that was sound and functional. Female that I think's got a lot of longevity about her. Out here maybe gets overwhelmed a shot just from some extra power and look and balance, but still a very, very high-quality one. One that won the second class, I still gravitate towards that one out here, one with power and look and quality here from the side. That's a big body, dense one here that's really big out of her hip. Still gives you such a great look up front. Talk to her when she wants to cooperate and lead and go. I think she does so very, very well. You know, there's times she'll look a little bunchier in terms of her structure. Could let her just go out, let her get out and go just a little easier off her hind two every once in a while, but a very good female. Young man had a very nice single entry female there that I think's real broody and cowy and her type and kind, starting to make a nice udder underneath of her. He gets a little plainer out here as compared to some up front, and especially out of her hip and off her hind leg. That's going to make a good functional brood cow for him here in the future. And then we come into our final class here, a good heifer here. The one is so sound and so functional in terms of her kind. She's moderate in terms of her size, yet she's still bold in terms of her body. Is she is out there in some pieces as a few of these other ones, or especially the one out of the second class? Probably not, but I think that one is so good and so elite in terms of her structure. I think she's nice in terms of her balance, nice in terms of her power. So for me, there's one I keep coming back to for just being the most complete. Let's congratulate the young lady out of the last class, as she'll have your champion.
Another good class that we've got over here. Young lady, you got a really nice heifer to lead off in here and felt really good about using her. It took a little more time to decide between 2 and 3, but I felt good about her because I think she is the best in terms of her balance from the side. She's the most attractive in terms of her head and her neck, and then I think she comes back with the right kind of balance, and then she's one of the ones that's the most comfortable in here whenever we put the cattle in motion. So for me, I felt really comfortable using her. I thought the decision between 2 and 3 got just a little bit closer. I thought when it got down to it and the young man gets the heifer that wound up second, pulled together at the profile, I read just a little more femininity in her in terms of her head and her neck and the way she comes into her shoulder. Thought she was just a little bit better there. And then I think we could change and modify both of them a little bit in terms of their balance in some spots, but I do think that she's just a little bit better the way she transitions back into her flank. The heifer that comes after her is bold, and she hooks up bolder right in behind her shoulder and really has a lot of natural dimension. Now she's still pushing some condition. She's the shortest and the plainest in terms of her neck and her front end. She gets too round there in her shoulder, a little rounder out of her hip. So we could change her there just a little bit in those spots to make her balance, hit you just a little more feminine. We round out the class with a heifer that is got some extension. I think she's good in her top line. She wants to cut up into her flank just a little bit. She gets a shot frailer in her foot and bone for how I like them. I just like to soften her up, stouten her up in her foundation. I think if we do that, she becomes a little more competitive. Good job to all of them.
Your results from your Simmental show, your grand champion of your junior division was McKenna McVoy, McLennan County 4-H. Your reserve grand champion in your junior division was Holden Hawkins, Rivercrest FFA. Now in the ring on your Simmental show is Class 13. 5 entries in Class 13 with birth dates that range from April 12th to March 5th, 2024. In your Red Angus show, Class 10 results, first place, Isabel Jolly, Burleson County 4-H. Second, Brigham Auto, Rio Vista FFA. Third, Hayden Vardaman, Nacogdoches FFA. Fourth, Adeline Rendon, Cypress Woods FFA. Coming in the ring now on your Red Angus side is going to be your junior heifer division drive. Representatives, class winners, first and second, from classes 7 to 10.
This is a good class, really good pair of big bred heifers out here. Not to take anything away from third, fourth, and fifth, because they're all high quality as well. This pair of big breds are extremely high quality, and I think they both do some things extremely well. You could probably sit out here certain different days and sort them back and forth, and I certainly wouldn't argue with you. I think the black one that's going to win is just enough more comfortable in terms of her top line today, in terms of where her spine sits and her loin and all the way back out through her hip. I realize she's probably not quite as far along in calf, but I do think that one's still bold. She's opened up. She's stout. She is a little denser and better right there in terms of her forerib, a little stouter and squarer out of her hip as well. Is she as heavy boned? Is she as wild-necked and chested as the Baldy that's in second? No, she's not, because this Baldy at the stand will absolutely give you all they want, but that's a very, very good heifer that I think is just more comfortable in terms of her spine, more comfortable in terms of her structure. The Baldy, I love her. I love that thing's head, love the shape to her neck, the shape to her shoulder, how she goes to the ground. She's so clean and tight in terms of her chest, yet blends smoothly there in terms of her underline, back through her rear rib and flank. At the stand, her top line reads very good and level out of her hip. Love the shape and set she has to her back leg and goes to the ground. You set her in motion, she wants to bunch up behind her shoulder, wants to get a little off there in her loin, and so it just throws her balance all out of whack when you set her in motion. I know she's getting heavy in calf, and so that's jerking down there on her pelvis and her loin, but we could just relax her right there out of the back side of her blade and level her out of her loin, just make her a shot more comfortable on the go. Young lady, this is a very good basic brood cow here that's going to be in 3, and I say that in a good way. That's a very, very nice animal that's moderate. She's big rib. She's nice in terms of her structure. Gets a little plain and a little conventional out here compared to those two up front that are a shot more elite in terms of their look. This heifer's nice, though. She's going to raise you something very, very good. Got a pretty udder starting underneath over there. We could just give her a shot more look and balance here from the side, a little more stretch and oomph compared to them ones right ahead of her, but a very, very nice heifer in her own right. The bigger, stouter option here is coming next, one that's tons of power, tons of shape when you get on top of her. This one pushes a little extra chest, gets a little straighter and more vertical out of her front end. With that, too, she'll get a little rounder out of her hip and want to swing her hind leg. Need to just make her a shot sounder when we set her in motion. And the young man's got a nice Baldy heifer here to close. It's really dense and opened up. I think going to make him a nice brood cow here in the future, one that needs to be a shot sounder and just a shot nicer balanced here on the go.
A good lineup here as we work into our next division of heifers. Some differences as we work through our class winners and our seconds, but still all good nonetheless. We talked about that first class, and that heifer comes back out here, and I thought in there she won just in terms of flexibility, look up front. Now I think in this setting the waters get just a little bit deeper. She could probably hook up just a little stronger in her top line, and I don't know if she still holds that same advantage with hitting me just as an elite look as we get out here and compare her to some others that come behind her, but I think some future in her because she is flexible. She's got some extension up front. The heifer that came there out of the second class that's wanting to give the young lady just a little bit of a tough time out here, she's got a good shape coming out of the back side of her shoulders. She's got some natural dimension and she's fresh, and so I really appreciate those things about her. At times she'll read just a little more pinched in her forerib, just a little shallower up to her flank. The young man's that comes here out of the third class, I think regardless of the view that you get of her, she is really attractive in terms of her look from the side. Even though she's got just a little bit of chest, her neck and refinement and look up front still really good. She's awesome in the way she comes back from her heart back to her rear rib and flank. She maintains her balance, I think, really nicely whenever we set her into motion as well. So for me, one that comes out here and as you work through, break down our class class winners, an absolute contender for me. The young lady that came out of that last class, one that I appreciate in terms of her rib and her body type, I like that heifer's foot size and stoutness of bone. Her hip and hind leg flexibility is good. Now, where we can pick on her just a little bit more in this setting, she gets a little more open in her shoulder and she breaks just a little bit behind it, and she's getting really comfortable out here and wanting to fall apart just a little bit, but there's still a lot of good to appreciate in her hip and hind leg, some stoutness, a structure, the right kind of rib, the right kind of body. So I think there's some really nice cattle out here for me. There's one that hits me very, very hard, and then I think a heifer that does the right kind of fundamentals to follow up for reserve. Young man's here out of the third class is going to be our champion. Young lady at the back of the lineup is going to be reserve.
Your results from your junior heifer drive in the Red Angus side. Your grand champion junior heifer was shown by Owen Hoffman from Gillespie County. Your reserve grand champion junior heifer coming out of class 10 would be Isabel Jolly, Burleson County 4-H. Congratulations to you guys. Your Class 13 results on your Simmental side. First place was Cashdale, Rains County 4-H. Second went to Madison Mosley, Brownwood FFA. Third was shown by Madison Moore, Robertson County 4-H. Fourth was Anna White, Grandview FFA. And fifth went to Jaden Lindley, De Leon FFA.
Nice class of Simmental females. Pretty logical place to start for me up on top. Young lady's got one, I think, that's sound and functional, yet still gives you a very good look up through her head and neck. I think she's opened up in terms of her center body. Very, very high quality one here to win the class. I think from there it becomes a little closer. The young man's Baldy heifer that's going to be second, I think most closely follows her in type and kind of width and dimension and shape in terms of her rib cage. Need to just make her a notch sounder the way she goes off her hip and hind leg as compared to our class winner, but still very, very nice female there in her own right. The cow-calf here that's going to come in third is one that you certainly appreciate, one that gives you an awesome look up front, doing a very, very nice job here, raising a neat heifer calf. You know, for me, there needs to be more fore-rib, more natural width and spread throughout on that one. I do think that one's got a great look, and she's nice in terms of her structure, a little better balance than the two that are remaining in this class. The red and white one here is a nice cow. This one's dense and stout, opened up, got a lot of muscle and power to her. Need to set her down in her tailhead and level her out of her hip, just make her a notch smoother throughout. I think with that we could collect her in terms of her structure as well, but she's doing a good job with her baby here, doing a very, very high quality job of raising one. Young lady's done an awesome job here with the Baldy to close the class, a big high performing female that's wide and stout and got a lot of body to her. We need to just make her a notch sounder off both ends of her skeleton to compete with the cattle up front, but she's done an excellent job out here. Congratulations guys on a very, very good class of semis. Job well done.
Well, a good pair as we work into our senior division here. Young lady's done a fantastic job of managing her heifer that we lead off with. She's got her bred to calve right at 2, and man, she is still fresh and really striking. Her look up front is so good. Long-necked and ties it good to the top side of her shoulder, and then where she's impressive to me, when you get in front of her, getting behind her, she's awesome. And the turn to her forerib, natural dimension, she is very, very genuine and still very comfortable when we get her in motion and dropping a beautiful, nice bag. So a really nice heifer. I like a lot of things about to lead us off in here. The heifer that's going to be second, moderate. She's got some substance too. Doesn't hit you just quite as unique in terms of her look and balance from the side. She could be a little longer and maybe freshen her up just a little bit, make her a little more attractive on the move. Good pair of heifers there. Congratulations to both of them.
Young man's brought us a very nice single entry female here, one with a lot of quality and look up through her front end. I think she's very good in terms of her top line and the levelness out of her hip. Nice in terms of her bone work and goes to the ground on a good foot here. Be fun to get her back out here in just a little bit. Congratulations, buddy, on a job well done.
Your results in your Simmental show. Class 14, first place, Eliza Morgali, Bowie, Austin, FFA. Second went to Wade McCullough, Fredericksburg, FFA. Third, Ryder Coker, Liberty, FFA. Fourth, Riley Coco, Haynes County, 4-H. And fifth, Bellamy Fergia, Liberty, FFA. Single entry winner of Class 15 was Steele Schubert, Lexington, FFA. Your Red Angus side, results from Class 13. First place, J.C. Filan, Klein Kane, FFA. Second place, Bella Hines, Alford, FFA.
Well, just a single entry, but a really nice big red heifer that we've got out here. I think one that's got some look up front. Really where I like her, though, is her center body, the boldness and sweep back to her rear rib and flank. You know, because she's got some look up front and her body depth and sweep, she really pieces together very, very nicely from the side. So a good single entry. We'll talk about her more in a little bit whenever we get back into that division drive. Congratulations to her.
Your results from Class 14, Red Angus. First place, Presley Long, Hamilton, FFA. Coming in the ring on your Simmental show will be your senior heifer drive. These will be your first and seconds from Class 13 to 15.
We'll be short over here. We got a good pair of cow-calf pairs out here. Gonna leave them the way they came in. And I think the young ladies up front have got a really nice cow and a really nice heifer calf outside. And I think she's really attractive because she's good and functional in her build. I think she's got a lot of quality, and she's passed that right along to a really nice heifer calf at her side. And so I think a good pair to lead us off in here. The cow in second's doing a good job as well, really extended up front. Doesn't have quite as much flesh, not quite as much body there. We could refine her maybe just a little bit there in her teats, and she gets some extra set to her hind leg whenever we get her in motion. But that was a good class there. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
We get here in our final division as Simmons All females, and what a nice division it's been. We get here in these big heavy breds, and very, very high quality, very pleasing. Get them back out here of just how nice they are. And, you know, we started off with an awesome first class of them. That was a big class of just really, really good cattle. And that pair comes back out, and they're a lot of fun. They are both extremely good in terms of their build and their kind. They're ones that have rib.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Very good heifer in her own right. And young man brought us a nice one here that won the final class, one that's level in her lines. She's neat up front. Out here, though, simply just needs to be more cow, needs to be a little farther along there in terms of her bag. But a very, very nice heifer, though, I think is going to make him a good project here in the future. So for me, it's pretty logical out here. I think there's a pair of them that are extremely good. Let's congratulate the two exhibitors out of the first class. They'll be champion and reserve.
By Holden Hawkins, Rivercrest FFA. Your champion senior heifer was exhibited by Cashdale, Rains County 4-H, and your reserve champion senior heifer exhibited by Madison Mosley, Brownwood FFA. On our Red Angus show, we are walking in our champion senior heifer drive with our first and seconds coming out of classes 13 through 15.
Awesome Simmons all lineup. Let's put our hands together over here if we can. What a fantastic drive this is. awesome job to these kids and the breeders and the parents and everybody involved in these cattle. These things are very, very good, and it's a lot of fun to get to stand out here and evaluate them and sort them. Hey, there's some give and take out here, and I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to go several different ways, and that's the fun thing about getting back out here, and you got them from a calf all the way to some that are about that calf, and so it makes it a ton of fun to get here and break them down and sort through them. That first division was incredible, and the quality was so good. Young man brings his baldy heifer back out here, and boy, she can hit you hard when she comes in the gate. That thing is so elite in terms of her structure and her build. The way she can get out and go out of her hip and hind leg is so good, yet she's still so tidy and neat up about her head and neck. The way her chest sets into her body, there's still some rib cage and cavity in that one, and just a very, very high quality one. That was a good baldy heifer there. That was second to her. Overwhelmingly stout, probably just not as swift in terms of her movement, but very good. Got into a good middle division there, and for me, it was structure that sorted that pair. And I know the one on this side's maybe just a little plainer in terms of her chest and maybe not as neat up front as a couple of these other ones, but hey, that one's still big rib. She's still sound and functional, has plenty of power when you get on top of her. Like I said, probably lacks a little of the extras up front, maybe just is not as sharp in terms of her look as some, but still a very, very high quality one. And we got into these big breds, and both of them are really good. Hey, this black one on this side, the longer she's out here, the more she'll grow on you. She kind of come in hot there in class and was wanting to run and push and was a little awkward, but the more she's settled in, the better a guy will like her. This thing is so nice in terms of her silhouette and her spine, as stout and square as she is out of her hip. Her body cavity is huge. She's so good in terms of her forerib, yet still uses her hip and hind leg extremely well. Hey, a big bred's pushing a little extra chest in comparison to some of these younger ones, but I think that one is still good. And the one was reserve is good as well. So one more time, let's put our hands together. There's a pair of them I think fit together extremely well. Young man out of the final division is going to be your champion. Young man up front is going to be reserve. Let's congratulate both of them.
ORB, last call, 1 ORB. Well, a nice lineup that we've got out here, and 3 class winners in 2 seconds behind them. I think with a tremendous amount of good, but I probably like the ones that are a little bit closer to me, and I want to visit through them. We started off there in that first class, and this heifer came in and honestly hit me really hard because I think that she is really good looking and really attractive up front, and then whenever you step in behind her, for as attractive as she is, she's still really good. And the turn to her forerib and her body type, she is fresh and genuine in terms of her natural dimension that she's got she works back out of her hip and her pin set. And then I still think good in her foot shape, good in her lower joint work, very, very comfortable there whenever we get her into motion. So for me, she does a lot of things really, really well. As we get her out here, sometimes she could get just a little weaker in her top line, but she's so comfortable down low. I think it gives just a little bit there. The young lady had a single entry there in the second class, and we talked about her tremendous in terms of her rib, her body type, and substance. Now, when we get her back out here and compare her to the cattle on either side of her, I don't know if she's as extended. I don't know if she's quite as fresh as the cattle. She's got just a little more condition. She's probably the shortest fronted, and then she'll want to roll just a little bit out of her hip and set just a little straighter there in her hind leg at the standstill. So if we can change those things, man, that would make this even more challenging than it already is, because I still think she does a lot of things very, very well. We've got a good pair that came out of the final class, and honestly, I really like the cow, and I think in terms of having a really high quality calf at her side and her being very high quality, I like a lot of things there about her. When we get in behind her, I don't know if she's the biggest and the stoutest through her hip and her pin set, and then when we study her at the ground, a little longer in her rear toes, and sometimes she'll sit down just a little more awkwardly there because of it, but man, really, really high quality. Those two are very, very nice. They're out of our final class. So I think we've got a lot of good out here. For me, there's one that really hit me hard, and I think a good pair that come behind them. Young lady out of the first class will be our champion. The pair back here will be reserve.
In your Simmental show, your grand champion Simmental was exhibited by Cash Dale from Rains County. Your reserve grand champion Simmental, coming out of the calf division, was exhibited by Colton Dobbs from Robertson County. Congratulations to all of our Simmental exhibitors. Following up the Simmentals will be our ORBs, and we'll start those off with Class 1 here shortly. Jumping over to our Red Angus show, your champion senior heifer was exhibited by J.C. Filan from Klein Kane FFA. Your reserve champion senior heifer was exhibited by Jolie Lester Gonzalez FFA. Coming in the ring now is your overall Red Angus drive. Your heifer calf representatives, your champion heifer calf was exhibited by Macy Weems, Kaufman County 4-H. Your reserve champion heifer calf exhibited by Aubrey Pierce, Harris County 4-H. Your champion junior heifer was shown by Owen Hoffman, Gillespie County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer was shown by Isabel Jolly, Burleson County 4-H. And then your champion senior heifer was exhibited by J.C. Filan, Klein Kane FFA, and your reserve champion senior heifer was exhibited by Jolie Lester from Gonzalez FFA. Entering the ring now on your ORB side is Class 1. Class 1 ORBs have a birth date range of June 19th to April 2nd, 2025.
A very nice lineup as we work out here into our Red Angus drive. This has been a lot of fun to work through. You guys have brought a lot of good stuff, and we've had some differences in type and kind, and there's some, especially there in the younger division, I think have a ton of upside and will continue to just get better and better. I thought we started off in that first division with a pair of them that are really, really nice, and the one that we landed on, whenever she gets her stopped and pulled together in terms of the right kind of look up front, and then still transitioning with some boldness to her full rib, some natural dimension from behind. I really like a lot of things about her. Every once in a while, she can look like she can sneak forward just a little bit there in her front, and you could clean her up just a little bit at the base of her chest, and a really nice heifer that was reserve in there that I think will only continue to get better and better because she's got the right kind of foundation. She's got the right kind of look. I think both of those are very, very nice that came out of that first division. As we went into the second division, for me, there was one that won pretty comfortably, and you do an awesome job of getting her presented out here. I think that one that's really good in terms of her center body, the depth of her heart, the sweep back to her rear rib and flank, and I still think that heifer, in terms of when she gets out and goes, she's plenty comfortable and flexible. You know, she's pushing just a little more condition there at the base of her chest, up around her tail head, so we could clean her up there in a couple of spots, and I don't know if she's still just perfect in the way she ties her neck to the top side of her shoulder, maybe comparative to the cattle on either side of her, but still a lot of good there to appreciate in her. We just got done talking the senior division, and the heifer that won in there, for me at this stage, you've done a good job of managing her because she is so fresh and so good looking up front. I like her refinement. I like her extension, and then still whenever you get in behind her, I think she's got the right kind of rib, some natural dimension, and very comfortable in terms of her lower joint work. There was a really nice pair that followed up as reserve. I think the cow's nice. She's got a really high quality heifer there at her side, and so for me, I think we've got a lot of really good cattle out here, and there's some differences between them. There's a little bit of give and take, and I think some decisions become somewhat close, but for me, whenever we bring them back out here, study them and break them down, for me, the one that just continues to hit me, the one that's the hardest for me to pick holes in, young ladies out of the senior division, is going to be our champion.
Your reserve or your grand champion Red Angus heifer coming out of your senior division, exhibited by J.C. Filand, Klein Kane, FFA. Pulling in for contention for reserve will be the reserve champion senior heifer, Jolie Lester Gonzalez, FFA. And your reserve grand champion, Red Angus female, coming out of your heifer calf division, exhibited by Macy Weems, Kaufman County 4-H. Congratulations to all of our Red Angus exhibitors. Coming in next on the west side of our show arena is going to be your Shorthorn show. So we'll start off with Class 1 Shorthorns. 3 entries are going to be in Class 1 with birth dates ranging from May 26th to April 27th, 2025.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
A good set of heifers to get us started off over here in our Shorthorns. Young ladies that leads off, I think for me, does so pretty comfortably in here. I think a good-looking heifer that's good in terms of her balance, and she's got some boldness, and she's got some natural dimension. So not only do I think she's probably the highest quality, but I also think in terms of her build and her balance, she's the best in here as well. The heifer that's going to be second, strong and level in her top line. I think she's got some rib shape. She's not as attractive from her shoulder forward, not as neat in the angle of her knee and her front end. We could relax her back there just a little bit, but I think still some good pieces in her. And I did think her build was just a little more acceptable than the roan that rounds us out. This one's muscular, and she's got a good shape, and she's stout. She's just a little bit too straight. We got to loosen her up so that way as we project her on down the road, she's just a little more comfortable. That was a good set of heifers to get us started there in our Shorthorns. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors.
Your results in your first class of Shorthorns: first place, Kenzie Thomas, Dalhart FFA. Second place, Maya Langdon, Danbury FFA. And third place, Carson McCreary, Kaufman County 4-H. Coming in the ring now is Class 2 of your Shorthorn show. There's 4 entries in Class 2, all born March of 25. While we've still got a pretty good-sized crowd, and we'll give some more recognition during the Supreme Drive, but everybody here sitting ringside, please put your hands together for both of our judges today, Mr. Tyler Weingardner and Macy Scotton. They've done a really good job not only moving through the cattle diligently, but they're talking and describing cattle very, very well and taking their time to make sure all of the exhibitors get a fair look and understand what the judges are thinking, and you certainly can't ask for more than that. So here from Rodeo Austin, we appreciate the hard work you guys are putting in today.
Awesome way to start off our ORB division here. Tons of quality all the way throughout this class, and there's some give and take, and I certainly wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to go lots of different ways. The longer the short-tailed heifer out here is in the ring, she grows on you. She's the one that becomes the most complete in my mind. She's the one as far as structure and build and body goes. Here's the one that I gravitate towards. She still study this one. She still shoots good up front there and gives you such a great look about her head and neck. Transitions so good back from her shoulder to her forerib, out of her hip, and uses her hind leg as comfortably as any. Obviously, her short tail throws her balance off just a little bit, so wrapping your mind around that is a little different. Now, at times, can she read just a little flat? Maybe, because I do think she is pushing a little more condition than a few of these other ones, but I do think you get on top of that when there's still plenty to her. Good heifer in second. This one's younger and greener and skinnier. There's no doubt about it, but hey, I think this one's build is very good. This one's got long-term written all over from her hip and her hind leg. The way that she can get out and go and cover some ground, she's still nice in terms of her body cavity. She maybe doesn't balance up quite as well as our class winner, not as soft through the rear rib and flank. That one's got very, very good days ahead of her, though. I think it's going to be an awfully good big bred for that young lady. The awkward one for me was the 1 and 3. I like her kind. I like her heaviness of structure. She's big boned. She's big footed. She's stout and rugged. When you get right on top of her, heifer still reads with a nice look here from the side. She's wanting to rush and push out here so much, it's hard to read her structure all the time. She'll want to bunch up in her top and short step there off of both ends of her skeleton. I think if that one will settle and let her head down and just let her be a little more comfortable, that one can be very, very good. Today, she just comes up a little short in her step, a little quick in terms of the way she gets out and goes. Young man's done an awesome job hanging in there with this female, one I think is heavy boned and big structured and nice in terms of her feet. Gives you a good look up front. Gets a little plainer from there back, though, out of her hip and off her hind leg as compared to the ones ahead of her. We could stouten her up and square her up ever so slightly, but a nice female there in her own right. We get into a really, really good set of cattle all the way down through these. This young lady brings us one here that's big-bodied. She's functional in terms of her structure. She climbs right into this spot of being good in terms of her hip and hind leg. Gets a little too plain and round about her shoulder and up through her front end. Need to change her there as compared to some there. Big heifer that's going there next is one that's very, very good looking, high tying, and gives you a great look up front. Need to just soften her up and mellow her out, give her a shot more body and dimension. The gold heifer here coming is one that you like as well, one that's long and balanced in terms of her correctness. Needs to be more to her. Go to the other end of the spectrum with the blue roan here that's moderate in her size. She's wide built. She's massive. One that needs to just be changed in terms of her structure. Just loosen her up off both ends of her skeleton. Young man, you've done an awesome job presenting your white-legged one here, and she gives a great look standing still. Done a great job of care for that one, and just the hair and the quality you got her put together. I wish she would just go just a little easier off her hind leg, bud, because she could certainly slide up. For me, she's just too restricted off both ends of her skeleton. I like her kind. I like her denseness. I like how powerful she is. It's got to be just a notch sounder. We run into some really good cattle here that I think are sound in terms of their kind. I think they're high quality. Maybe just not enough balance. Maybe not enough bone and structure underneath of them. Just change them in a few areas to run in a very competitive class. Let's put our hands together here one time if we can to start our ORBs off. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Your results from Class 1 ORB: first place, Holden Hawkins, Rivercrest FFA. Second place, Kinley Bozeman, Idalou FFA. Third place went to Thomas Belt, Coryell County 4-H. Fourth, Ryder Ryman, Matagorda County 4-H. Fifth was Peyton Johnson, Freestone County 4-H. Sixth was Harlea Smith, Waller County 4-H. Seventh went to Chloe Carlisle, Potter County 4-H. Eighth was Ashlyn Wood, Roosevelt FFA. Ninth went to Garrett Slover, Bastrop County 4-H. And 10th was Sonic Grier, Godley FFA. In the ring now on your ORB sides, Class 2. Calves in Class 2 were all born in March of 25. On your Shorthorn side, Class 2 is in the ring as well. Those calves were born March of 25.
Another good class here, and I think one that comes together well. There's probably a pair where I think the decision gets a little bit closer, but I really like our class winner because to me, when you start at the ground, she's big-footed, she's heavy-boned, and she's still easily my favorite here in terms of the way she uses her lower joint work, specifically her hip and her hind leg, and then you get in behind her, she's got some natural dimension, she's got some power, she's still really good looking up front. So for me, I felt very comfortable starting her. I thought the decision got a little closer between 2 and 3. The roan heifer that winds up second. Whenever you just study the cattle from the side, I think she's the one that next hits me the hardest in terms of just her quality, the way she pieces together. She's got some look up front, and then from her shoulder into her forerib, her boldness of body, sweep through her rear rib and flank, and just genuine dimension is really, really good. And I think that's where she's got a big advantage relative to the heifer that comes behind her. Now she's just a little too restricted in her hind leg. We could loosen her up there just a little bit so she's a shot more attractive, but I think that heifer is nice. Now the heifer in 3 is really long-necked, and she is a little stouter boned than the one that goes out in front of her, and probably just a little more flexible when we get her out and get her going. At the standstill, though, sometimes she'll want to get just a little straighter in the set of her hock, and then from behind, she closes up quite a bit compared to those ones that go out in front of her. Probably just like to make her come a little stouter out of her hip and her pin set, and just a little bolder there in her forerib. Young ladies here, that's 4th. This heifer is getting used to coming out here and getting out here and showing. She was fighting her quite a bit. And I think really that heifer's got some look. She's good in her top line. She's a little small and green compared to the ones that go out in front of her. Maybe change her just a little bit in her front end, but I think that heifer has got some upside. Biggest thing is just want to change her attitude a little bit. That was a good set of heifers there. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Try it again. Really good class ORBs out here all the way through. Tons of quality in this class. Probably as deep and good a class as we've seen all day from top to bottom. I think with that being said, though, there's still one that comes to the top, and she kind of hits the gate swinging here. A very, very high quality one to win this class. You want to talk about width and power and mass in one, yet still give you such a neat elite look here up through her front end. So good in terms of her hip and hind leg structure, round and open up in terms of her center body. Very, very, very high quality one to start the class. I like the one in second as well. She is so neat, shoulder forward, gives you such an elite look there about her head and her throat latch. I think from there back still stout and opened up as well. She's not as good in terms of her transitions from her shoulder to her forerib, not as neat out of her hip in terms of her tailhead as our class winner. Biggest thing is she's not as heavy boned and structured or maybe neat as neat right in her top line, but still that's a very, very good one to be two in this class. Young man, you got a nice one here that just needs a shot of bone, honestly. Like this is a good heifer here that's big bodied, she's long necked, she's level in terms of her lines. If we could stouten her feature up a little bit, I think that one will become very, very good. She's going to make a good donor cow for you in the future. Got a moderate sized one coming next that's big ribbed and very good in terms of her shoulder, forerib, midrib, heifer that's nice down her top and level out of her hip. Gets a little shorter and more jammed up through her front end. I think the biggest thing for me, though, is we just got to loosen her up when we set her in motion as compared to the ones right ahead of her. Got a different speed of one coming next. Young man's done a nice job with this one and getting her highly presented out here. She's hairy. He's done a nice job of keeping everything going. Out here, she's the different one. She's too harsh in terms of her center body. She gets a little restricted there in terms of her movement. She needs to be mellowed down and just softened up in terms of her rib cage. But that's a nice one, I think, for the future. If she'll get pregnant and go ahead and do some things good as a big one, that one will be a lot of fun. Young man, you've done a good job here with one that's going to close the class. Out here, just a little plain, a little conventional compared to the cattle up front, but that one's got body, she's got doability. I think she's going to make a very good cow for you. Congratulations, very, very good set of ORBs.
Well, another good class as we move on here in the Shorthorns. Left these the way that they came in. I like the heifer up front, especially stopped and pulled together at the profile. She's got a good look. She's attractive up front. And then from there back, I think where she's got a big advantage is as you read her in the boldness of her rib cage, her natural dimension from behind, really good and really genuine there. And then I think on top of that, a little stouter in terms of her bone work as well. I think she's good enough when we get her in motion. She could get just a little awkward in her hind leg and get just a little outside of herself in the way she sets down, but very, very good, and I still think plenty functional. The heifer that's going to be second, good looking, extended and refined up front, good in terms of her top line, not nearly as overwhelming in the turn to her forerib, her stoutness from behind, and then we could reconstruct her a little bit in terms of her hip and her hind leg in motion to maintain her balance and just hit us a little bit harder there. That was a good pair. Congratulations to both of them.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We will start the Supreme Drive roughly 30 minutes after the last breed is selected. We will start the Supreme Drives roughly 30 minutes after the last breed is selected. We will start with the British Supreme Drive first and then follow it up with the Continental. We will start with the British Supreme Drive first and then follow it up with the Continental. We're on class 3 and 4 in both of these final breeds that we have here, so we're getting pretty close. If you were a breed champion or reserve who was planning on rewashing and you haven't done it, I'd get on it pretty quick. So we're going to try to do that 30 minutes after the conclusion there. Your results in your Shorthorn show out of Class 2, first place was Tate Ash, Hemphill County 4-H. Second was Eli Sherrouse, Harris County 4-H. Third was Peyton Johnson, Freestone County 4-H. And fourth was Lauren Krennick, Harris County 4-H. Class 3 results, first place was Even A3, McKinney FFA. Second was Ashley Wood, Roosevelt FFA. In your ORB show, Class 2 results, first place went to Addison Wall, Williamson County 4-H. Second was Brindley Boston, May Pearl FFA. Third went to Case Travis, Thorndale FFA. Fourth was Carson Fussell, West FFA. Fifth was Hagen Salas, Poolville FFA. And sixth was Joe Ellis, Hill County 4-H. Cole Rains, when you get your bio filled out for the overall drive, please bring it to the announcer stand. Cole Rains with your champion Simmental. Please make sure you bring your bio to the announcer stand.
Good class, lots of quality here in our ORB side, and some give and take, I think, especially in this top pair. For me, the one that wins is just enough more genuine in terms of her width and power. You get right on top of her. There's enough more natural shape down her back and out of her hip. Her cage is so good in the shape to that as well. She can still pick her head up high and do some things extremely well. She's not as hairy as the one right behind her, and maybe makes her look not quite as attractive there out of her hip or in terms of her underline. But I do think that one's still bigger and denser there. I think she uses her structure very good. Young man, you're doing a nice job putting her together. 1 and 2 is attractive. There's no doubt about it. She's high tying, crazy good looking up front, really balanced down her top line. She's a shot leveler out of her hip from hooks to pins and is the one that wins. I like this one in terms of her bone work going all the way to the ground as well. You get right in on top of this one, though. I don't think she's quite as stout and opened up and genuine as our class winner. That's a very, very nice heifer that paints you a good picture here from the side. Nice female here coming in third as well. The one that's real basic in terms of her build. I like this heifer in terms of just her kind here from the side. Big bodied and nice in terms of her structure. Runs out of a little bit of extras out here as far as just look and balance and bone. Female that you still have to appreciate for just being quality and going to make a good brood cow for him here in the future. Same kind of goes for the one coming next. If we can settle this one in her spine and make her just hinge a little looser, I think this is a very good female because she's big rib. She's got a nice presence up front. Again, just need to make her a little softer as she gets out and goes in terms of her top line, in terms of her feet and legs. But a good heifer there that's wide built and massive, gives you a nice look up front. Different kind of one coming next, one that's really, really stout and powerful in terms of her bone work. Had a lot of power when you get right on top of her. Need to just relax her in terms of her structure, soften her up through her middle part of her body and her rear rib and flank. And the balded heifer that's going to close probably is a little nicer in terms of her rib cage than the one right ahead of her. Gets a little extra set to her hind leg there. Gets a little plainer there up front. Maybe not just the bells and whistles, but a very, very good class. Congratulations to all those kids.
A good set of heifers over here on the shorthorn side. One that wins and wins pretty handily for me. And I think just in terms of quality and then also the fundamentals, the right kind of rib, the right kind of body, the right kind of build, she covers those and then I think does it in the most attractive and the most striking package. So for me, she becomes our pretty dominant winner in here. I thought 2 and 3 got just a little bit closer. The heifer that comes in second, there's just so much more to her in terms of boldness of rib, just to mention from behind, a little stouter in terms of her bone work. Now we can change her a little bit in terms of her front end, the way her neck ties to her shoulder, and level her out of her hip a little bit. She gets just a little awkward, a little shorter and rounder there, but I like her natural substance that she's got, and I thought she had just a little bit more of an advantage than the one that comes behind her. Now, my initial impression of this one, she's good and extended up front. She ties her neck a little bit better into her shoulder, and then she's better in the way she comes out of her hip. There's just got to be more of her. She's just a little bit too closed up, a little frailer in her foot and her bone. If we can stouten her up and open her up, I think she could move up and even make a run there at the top pair of this class. We round out the class with a moderate heifer that does have some substance. She's opened up. She gets a little too open in her shoulder, though, wants to come up front. She's just a little plainer and staler there from her shoulder forward. So just those couple things to change in her. Nice set of heifers there.
Your results from Class 4 of the Shorthorn Show. First place, Lauren Gates, Willis FFA. Second place, Abigail Hoffman, Magnolia West FFA. Third was Madeline Herndon, Klein Oak FFA. And fourth is Colt Powell, Lawn FFA. Coming in the ring now on the Shorthorn sign will be your heifer calf drive. Those will be your first and seconds from classes 1 through 4. Your Class 3 results on your ORBs. First place went to Hayden Weems, Kaufman County 4-H. Second was Louis DeGiovanni, Klein Oak FFA. Third was James Ogden, Trinity FFA. Fourth was Matthew Wagner, Mineral Wells FFA. Fifth was Peyton Colwell, Panther Creek FFA. And sixth was Eliza Morgali, Bowie Austin FFA. In the ring now on your ORB sides, Class 4, there's 10 entries in Class 4, all born January of 25.
Well, a good lineup as we get our class winners and our seconds back out here. This is a good set of heifers and some differences between them as we bring them back out here. We started off there in the first class, and I thought one for me rose to the top and I think did so pretty handily. Extended, and I thought in that class just rose as the highest quality and covered the fundamentals the best. Now, when we bring her back out here in this setting, I think we can get just a little more critical of her. I don't know if she's the stoutest in terms of her foot and her bone, and right there she'll want to run downhill just a little bit and roll just a nickel from hooks to pins, but I think a really nice heifer that's got a lot of upside as that young lady continues to work with her. The heifer that came out of the second class I'd probably say is as intriguing as anything, especially whenever you talk about from a breeding standpoint, because she is the biggest footed, she's the heaviest bone, and I probably think as we get our class winners out here, she's the most comfortable in the way she uses her lower joint work. And so for me, where she becomes unique is whenever you study her down low at the ground in terms of foot and bone and stoutness and still the right kind of flexibility. I think that she's really, really impressive there. And still, I think good looking from the side, extended up front, got some dimension from behind. And so she does a lot of things, I think, really, really well. If we just judge this stuff, heifer at the standstill, I can really tie into her because her silhouette and her balance is probably as good as anything that we've got out here in terms of our class winners. Really attractive up front. The way she transitions to her boldness of her forerib back into her flank, length and levelness of her hip, I think is an advantage over all of our class winners that we have out here. So stopped and at the standstill, I love a lot of things about her. Probably where I get just a little more critical of her is in motion. She'll want to get just a little funny in the way she uses her hind leg, and she's just a little frailer in her foot and her bone, and she can get just a little outside of herself, but you've done an awesome job of getting her presented at the standstill. It's very easy to buy into her. A lot of good in the heifer that comes out of the fourth class as well. Extended, good-footed, flexible, got some stoutness of bone. I think as we compare her to the heifer right in front of her, I don't know if she still hits me the boldest and the best in the center portion of her body. I don't know if she hits me the biggest and the stoutest from behind. She too, we could probably make just a little leveler there. She wants to roll just a shot from hooks to pins from time to time, but still very, very nice. And I think as you continue to work with her, she's going to get better and better. So I do think that there's some differences out here. I think depending on who you get out here and their type and kind, you could probably go a few different ways. And there's some things that I think that are close. For me, there's one that hits me, I think, the most unique just in terms of her breeding pieces. There's one that I can really, really tie into when we keep them stopped and pulled together at the profile. Young ladies out of class 2 will be our champion. Young man's out of class 3 is reserve.
Results from your heifer calf division in the Shorthorn show. Your grand champion heifer calf went to Tate Ash from Hemphill County 4-H, and your reserve grand champion heifer calf went to Evan A3 McKinney FFA. Congratulations to you exhibitors. Coming in the ring now on the Shorthorn sign is going to be Class 7. There's 7 entries in Class 7, born December 20th to November 1st, 2024.
Good class ORBs here. Really, really high quality pair of them up on top. I think actually heifers that are they're very similar when they hit the ring. They're ones that you gravitate towards from presentation and look and quality standpoint. Both females that have been taken care of extremely well, yet they get out here and they're ones that you study and you break down, still like them a ton. I think the Baldy up here up front with the white in her flank, just a shot more to her when you get right on top of her. A little more natural dimension down her top and out of her hip, a little more shape to the center part of her body. I think with that too, she still ties a little higher and neater out of the top side of her neck, a little thinner there in terms of her jawline. Now she does push a little forward chest as compared to the one in second. That's okay though. I think everything balances and hooks up extremely well on that one. I like the 1 and 2 as well, and when this one will just settle in and want to show and lead good, I think this one's very, very good as well. At times she'll look like she's tiptoeing out of her front end ever so slightly, but that's a nice female there that's still good in terms of her lines, really nice in terms of her forerib and her body shape. You get right on top of her. Is she as stout and opened up as the one that wins? Probably not, but I think that's a very, very good heifer, does a lot of things well. Kind of run into some different types and kinds here coming next. The 1 and 3, I think most closely follows our 2 up top of having some look and extension, being nice in her top line and level out of her hip. There's not the rear rib and flank. There's not the security in terms of her hind leg structure as the 2 that are right ahead of her, but a nice female I think is going to do some good things for that young lady. The Red Roan coming next is good bodied. She's nice in terms of her shape. It's a little plainer there out of her hip, a little rounder in her shoulder, maybe not as attractive up front as a few of them, but still a very, very nice heifer there in her own right. Man, you got a good one mid-rib back. I think this one's really good. Bold centered, wide built one here that's got a ton of width and dimension up top. For me, gets too round in her shoulder, too deep in her chest, and too plain up front to run with them cattle right ahead of her. But that one's going to make a very, very good brood cow for you in the future. The gold one, again, is a different kind. She's a little harder in terms of her muscle, a little more shapely out here in terms of her kind. If we could mellow her and soften her through the middle part of her body, I think that one could rival up in a few spots here in this class. I think with that, too, we could soften her up in terms of her structure. I do like her look up high. I like how stout and muscular she is. Man, you got a very nice one here that's very soft in terms of her structure and her feet and legs. Simply need to just open that one up and give more to her as compared to the cattle right ahead of her. And we got some nice cattle on down the line here, ones that do some things well. For me, they could just be a notch sounder in terms of their structure, have a little more balance here from the side. But congratulations to all these exhibitors. Kids have done an awesome job.
Results from Class 4 ORBs. First place, Jace Mosley, Brownwood FFA. Second place went to Thomas Belt, Coryell County 4-H. Third was Gracie DeFore, Godley FFA. Fourth went to Landon Barnes, Bridgeport FFA. Fifth was Paul Logan, Klein Oak FFA. Sixth, Callie Ingram, Panther Creek FFA. Seventh, Hunter Church, Lee County 4-H. Eighth went to Luke Benson, Collin County 4-H. Ninth was Cole Eckerman, Childers County 4-H. And 10th was Hensley Lissakar, Flatonia FFA. Entering the ring now is your ORB Heifer Calf Drive. These will be your first and seconds from classes 1 through 4.
Well, if we could, let's put our hands together here for our first division ORBs. Fantastic set of cattle, fantastic set of kids, and for me, it's a lot of fun to get to sort through these things. You know, I realize that we've probably got lots of different kinds represented out here from breed standpoint. For me, it's just about finding the ones you like the best and where you're comfortable with in terms of just, you know, structure and build, but yet still making them with extras from look and balance and still being stout and opened up. I think there's one of them out here that's pretty overwhelming in that area, and then I think we could go a lot of different ways there for reserve. But for me, help me put your hands together. Let's congratulate the young lady out of the second class as she'll have your champion. I think this is where it becomes just a little closer here in this particular division, and you could go several different ways, and I wouldn't argue with you. The young man's heifer up front is extremely neat to look at. Her balance, her symmetry here from the side. Bones are good, feet are good, gets out and goes and covers some ground. You ask yourself, is there enough to that when you get right on top of her, just enough natural width and dimension out of her hip and enough shape in her? I know her short tail throws her balance off just a shot, but I do think that one's very, very high quality from the side. The young lady brought the second in that class. It's overwhelmingly stout and powerful, and to her detriment, gets a little rounder in her shoulder and a little rounder out of her hip. The young man's got a nice one here that I think is very, very good in terms of her build. Maybe not the extras here being level in terms of her lines and cool enough here from the side as compared to some. Then we got into that final class of a pair of really, really good heifers, and I think they're both still extremely good when you get them back out here. They maybe weren't just as much as our champion in this division, but I both think they're extremely good. Young man, you'll be reserved here in this final division. Congratulations.
Well, another good class as we keep working here through the short horns. The young man's that leads off. I think for me, she really surfaces whenever we get the cattle stopped and pulled together at the profile. You do an awesome job of getting her presented because I think relative to the ones that come behind her, she is so attractive up front. She is really, really fresh compared to the heifer right behind her. She hooks up stronger behind her shoulder, and then you step in behind her. She's got the right kind of genuine dimension through her hip and her pin set. When you pull her together, everything pieces together very, very well. And then I still think in motion, she's probably one of my favorites in terms of the way she uses her lower joint work and gets out. Now, there will be times where she'll drop out of her front end and kind of pull up in her flank just a little bit in motion, but at the standstill, she really pulls together. The heifer that's going to be second, that's kind of the big outline, extended heifer that at the standstill, you do a good job of piecing her together. She too's really attractive, got some center body, depth to her heart and back to her rear rib and flank. She breaks a little bit there in her spine. She wants to roll out of her hip in motion. She's not as attractive in the way she uses her hind legs. She's got to be just a little leveler there, maybe a little shot fresher and a little more attractive in her hind leg and probably stouten her a little bit as well at the ground. The heifer that comes next is just a shot more moderate. I think she's got the advantage being just a little stouter in her bone work. She's extended up front, but not super attractive in the way she ties it to the top side of her shoulder. She too can get just a little rounder there out of her hip, and then of those top three, I thought she hit me just the stalest today. So we could freshen her up just a little bit there, change those couple of things. The heifer that comes in four is bold, and she's got some substance. Of those top four, she's the most open in her shoulder, the plainest in her head and her neck. We could freshen her up as well, just a little bit, but main thing, make her more attractive from her shoulder forward. As we come on down the line, the young man that comes next has got a moderate heifer. Need to change her just a little bit in her front end, make her just a shot better in the way that heifer comes back into her rear rib and flank. A heifer that comes next that's long-necked and refined, just a little bit almost U-necked in the way she ties it into her shoulder, a little tighter in her fore rib and her body type. Then we round out the class with a heifer that's functional in her type and kind, just gives up some of the extras in terms of balance and quality up front there. That's a good set of shorthorn heifers. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Your results from your ARB Heifer Calf Drive. Your grand champion Heifer Calf was shown by Addison Wall from Williamson County 4-H. Your reserve grand champion Heifer Calf was exhibited by Jace Mosley, Brownwood FFA. In the ring now on your ORBs is Class 7. 9 entries in Class 7 with birth dates ranging from November 15th to November 2nd, 2024. Class 7 results from your Shorthorn show. First place went to Tyson Carr, Lamb County 4-H. Second, Hayden Wallace, Hill County 4-H. Third was Chloe Thomas, Dalhart FFA. Fourth, Reagan Franklin, Brownfield FFA. Fifth, Hunter Morrison, Mills County 4-H. Sixth, Isabella Bomer, Ector County 4-H. And seventh, Taylon Long, Callisburg FFA. In the ring now is Class 8 of your Shorthorns. 12 entries in Class 8, born October 27th to September 7th, 2024.
Very good class on this side. I think a very logical place to start for me. The young lady's heifer comes in, and she's the combination of just balance and soundness and quality here from the side. Gives you a very good look down her top and out of her hip. Really fresh and good up through her head and neck. It still reads like a cow through the center part of her body. I think a very, very nice place to start. Gets closer between 2 and 3 for me. I think the young man's heifer, there's just enough more look and presence up front. I think she's a little safer there the way she goes off her hind leg as well. That one compared to our class winner, though, is not as good in her forerib, not as deep back through her rear rib and flank. We could balance her up there a shot, but that's a very, very high quality one that gives you a good look up front. She's heavy bone and nice out of her hip. I like the kind of the 1 and 3 very well. She's opened up, she's big bodied, she's heavy bone. For me, she's a little coarser in terms of her shoulder, pushing a little extra chest, and then gets a little plainer about her head and her neck as compared to the 2 right ahead of her. But that's a dense one there that I think's got a lot of bone, a lot of foot size, a lot of stoutness to her. Going to do a nice job raising stuff for her in the future. The white-legged one's a different kind as well. A little longer bodied kind of a female that's very nice up through her front end. If we could stouten her up and when broaden her out when you get right on top of her, I think you could change that one. Gets just a little flat and a little plain there out of her hip and off her hind leg. Good cattle over here as well. The red and white one's nice. She's moderate in her size. She's got muscle and shape to her. Not the bone and the extra balance from the side as the ones right ahead of her, but a good heifer. White heifer here is giving the young lady fits, but that's a nice female that's very extended up through her front end. She's long pattern. Out here, she needs more rib and body and volume and just performance to compete with the cattle right up front. Same kind of goes for the orange one coming next. A nice heifer that's neat up through her front end, needs to be sappier in terms of her middle, and I just think move just a shot better off her hind leg. And the big red heifer that's going to close is burlier in terms of center part of her body, just needs to be a shot sounder off both ends. But very good class, good top end. Congratulations.
Results from Class 7 ORBs. In first place, Riley Joe McCullough, Fredericksburg FFA. Second place went to Cole Roberts, Montgomery County 4-H. Third, Jadara Nino, Ennis FFA. Fourth went to Trent Pittman, Montgomery County 4-H. Fifth was Cole Roberts, Montgomery County 4-H. Sixth went to Harley Wiltz, Manville FFA. Seventh, Parker White Road, Cal Allen FFA. And eighth, Alina Gallegos, McAllen Memorial FFA. Coming in now is Class 8 of our ORB show. 11 entries in Class 8 with birth dates ranging from 10/21 to September 1st, 2024. Reminder, we will do the Supreme Drive starting with the British cattle approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of the last breed. We will do the Supreme Drive starting with the British cattle approximately 30 minutes after at the conclusion of the last breed. We've got Class 8 on both sides in the ring right now. Class 8 and both sides are a little bit larger, but after this, our numbers are going to get a little bit smaller, and so it's going to go a little bit faster. Just a heads up for the guys there in the back.
The good classes, they come on around. Honestly, there's quite a bit of give and take in here, but I thought these four kind of kept working up the line for me, and as we got them down to these top end, even though I think there's give and take from 2 through 4, you could shuffle those around just a little bit depending on how they hit you. I did feel pretty comfortable landing on the young lady's red and white heifer to lead off, and I think within the class, she just becomes the highest quality and hits me the best in terms of her look up front. I think she's one of the heifers that's better and a little more acceptable in terms of her lower joint work and her flexibility. The big thing is stop and study those at the profile. She is the best balanced and the highest quality. You did a good job there. The heifer that's going to be second, you get in behind her. She is bold bodied. She's got a lot of substance, a lot of dimension, and so I appreciate that about her. With that, she's not as attractive up front. She's a little deeper in her chest and a little rounder out of her hip there, but I didn't have any major issues with her where I've probably got more things that I can pick on the heifers after her just a little bit more. Would just make her a little neater up front, a little leveler out of her hip. This heifer is really extended up front. She is better from hooks to pins, but I think with that, just a little straighter up front. She weakens a little bit behind her shoulder. She's not as attractive in the way she uses her hip and her hind leg, and then I think you get in behind her, she doesn't read as fresh. She's not as genuine in terms of her natural dimension compared to the one that goes out in front of her, and that's where I thought it was somewhat close, because when you get in behind the heifer that comes next, she is moderate, she's bold, she's stout. I love those things about her. Of those top 4, I think structurally is where we get to the hardest on her. At the standstill, when you get in front of her, she'll want to come up and over just a little bit in her knee, and then because of that, she's the tightest in her spine, not as attractive in motion. We need to change her there in her front end structure, relax her in her top line, so that way she can get out, maintain her balance just a shot better. The young ladies that comes next, that's a heifer again that's got some substance, some natural dimension from behind. I appreciate that about her. She's pushing a little more condition at the base of her chest, a little coarser in her look up front. We could change her there, freshen her up so she hits us just a little more attractively there, but I do like the substance that she's got. A moderate heifer that's got some stoutness, a bone. I think relative to the ones that went out in front of her, she gives up just a little bit in terms of her lower body balance, the way she comes back through her rear rib and flank. I think she's functional her build, but maybe not the most attractive when we get her out and get her into motion. Heifer that comes next, bold and stout, got some extra set to her hind leg, a little more awkward in the way she uses it, falls out of balance just a little bit there in motion. A long-necked heifer that's extended up front, gives up quite a bit of center rib and substance there relative to the ones that go out in front of her. We could freshen her up. And as we move on down the line, some cattle that really just need a little bit more to them, a little more flesh, a little more body to hit me, a bit better balance, and just a little easier doing. Good class there. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Joey Carlisle, Potter County 4-H. 5th, Mia Gutierrez, Thomas E. Randall, FFA. 6th, Melanie Rios, Decaney, FFA. 7th, Chloe Powell, Lawn, FFA. 8th went to Mason Williams, Quitman, FFA. 9th, Oakley Robinson, Collin County 4-H. 10th, Mia Peterson, Thomas E. Randall, FFA.
Very good class, very challenging class for me to put together, though, to be honest with you. There's so many different shapes and sizes and colors out here. You're going to go third, honey, right there. Yep. Good class, though, and I mean this all the way through, and they're cattle that you can give and take, and I certainly wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to shake these up, hey, all the way down the line, and I'd stand out here and listen to you all day long. Hey, honey, you're going to be third, okay? Yep. You bring yours around. This one's going to start. The black one will be second. We're good. Once you just scoot yours back down this way just a little bit, okay? All right, here we go. So the longer we're out here, I think the silver heifer that's going to win the class for me is such a high quality female. When you just study her here at the stand, gives you such a nice look up there about her head and neck. Her body cavity's still good. She's level down her top and out of her hip. Of the top cattle, she's the one with extra bone and foot size that can still get out and go and cover some ground. You know, is she the most enamoring here in terms of her look from the side? I don't know about that, but I think everything kind of hooks up pretty good on this one. Nice place to start. The black heifer I do like a lot. Head and neck placement's so good. I think she's very flexible in terms of her structure. For me, there needs to be a shot more bone. There needs to be a shot more depth and shape to her rib cage, but I do think she has the advantage over the one right behind her, being a little looser hinged off her hip and her hind leg. Nice heifer there, just needs to be a shot more to her. Yellow and white one's good. That's a nice heifer, and at the stand, that one can certainly wind you up. You know, she's maybe just a shot terminal for the way that I like them out here. I do like them stout, but just pushing the envelope there just a little bit. I think for me, her kind's fine as long as we could just loosen her up off her hip and hind leg. I think we could get her up a shot higher in this class because I do like her standing there. Just needs to be a shot sounder. The roan heifer coming next, long-bodied female that's neat up through her front end. She's deep there at the center part of her rib. We just got to hook her together a little nicer. Got to flatten her in her shoulder, fix her there in her fore rib, and just make her a little more uniform in terms of her depth underneath. I think she's got big feet and big legs and moves relatively nice. A nice female, though, just need to balance her up a shot different. The red heifer coming next is one that's a little different kind in this class. She's flatter when you get right on top of her, but she's still big-bodied, maternal in terms of her look. I think she separates herself from the remaining cattle of just being a little nicer in terms of her structure. Compared to the ones up high, we need to stouten her up, make her a little broader, and pulled apart. Black heifer coming next is very good. She's long and extended up front. I think she reaches and flexes off her hind two, gets a little weird and long in terms of her toe and a little weird there in her ankle. I think we could just settle her in her spine and make her just a little more balanced here in terms of her movement. The baldy heifer worked her way up of being a little more flexible there out of her hip and hind leg. Needs to be stouter, needs to be softer through the center part of her body. I like the orange one standing still. She's pulled apart, she's stout, hairy, gives you a nice look. Got to make her more flexible off both ends. Black heifer's good as well. Gets a little plainer about her shoulder and up front. Just redesign her off her hip and hind leg, but I do like the stoutness she's got up high. The red white-legged one's a big, high-performing, long-bodied kind of a female. Just needs to go a shot better off her hind two. And the white one's going to close. Again, the young lady's done a good job here with presentation. Stout and opened up. She's got to be sounder off both ends of her skeleton. Very, very good class, AOB or ORBs. Congratulations.
Well, just a single entry here in this class, but I think a really nice heifer the young man's doing a good job with. She's got some look up front, some extension. I think she transitions good in the turn to her rib and her body, and whenever he pulls her together from the side, I think she can give you a good look. If we're going to pick on her, she can roll her front feet in just a little bit up front. We could square up just a little bit there in her shoulder and down to the ground, freshen her up just a little bit in terms of her condition, and maybe stouten her in her foot and her bone just a shot there. But a nice heifer. We'll see her back here in just a minute.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
I say on your ORB show, first place went to Mia Claremont, Travis County 4-H. Second went to Zoe Parrish, Waller County 4-H. Third, Haley Randolph, Erath County 4-H. Fourth, Ariana Chavez, Crowley, FFA. Fifth went to William Hornick, Tarrant County 4-H. Sixth, Connor Barch, Bastrop County 4-H. Seventh, Parker E. Harris, Weiss, FFA. Eighth, Carrie McBride, Brazoria County 4-H. Ninth, Hayden Richards, Cold Spring FFA. 10th, Emma Francis, Longview FFA. And 11th, Kirby Slate, Arlington Heights FFA.
Well, another good pair over on the Shorthorn side, and I think these two fall into line really nicely. The heifer leads off. Whenever he pulls her together at the profile, she's got a lot of things to really like, and I think compared to the one that comes behind her, she's more extended, she's more refined and attractive about her head and her neck. I think she's just a little bit better in terms of the way she comes down her top line, a little longer and leveler there out of her hip. Just hit me a little fresher, a little better in terms of her quality and her balance. Now, there's some substance to the heifer in second. I think she transitions out of the backside of her shoulder with some turn, really strong and level right out of the back of her shoulder, just a little shorter and plainer up front, a little shorter out of her hip there. Really big thing, just want to freshen her up just a shot more so she hits us a little neater in terms of her look and balance from the side. That's a good pair of heifers. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Your class winner of Class 10 in your Shorthorn show, first place, Brigham.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Nice class here, and a good set of them out here, and some give and take, I certainly think, between them. For me, the young lady's black heifer, the longer she's out here, the more you gravitate towards her from a width and dimension standpoint. Performance and length of body sure gives you a nice look up through her front end. You know, at times she'll want to look a little rounder there out of her hip, and we could settle her there in her spine, but I think that one's still sound and functional. She's big barreled and really does a lot of things well. The red and white heifer is very nice as well, and at the stand I like that one. She's big bodied, she's deep in terms of her center, can still give you a nice look there about her shoulder and up through her front end. Set her in motion, gets a little restricted there. She gets just a little jammed up for me as compared to our class winner, but I do think that one has a ton of breeding value. Going to be a lot of fun for her in the future. White heifer coming next. Is long pattern, gives you a nice look up front, very flat in terms of her shoulder, just needs to be redesigned in terms of her structure off her hind leg as compared to the cattle right up front. And the one that's going to close the class, the red heifer, is nice. She's going to make a very good cow for this young lady. She's soft in terms of her rib cage, needs to just balance her up a shot better from the side. Good class. Congratulations to these kids.
Your results from Class 9 in the ORB show. First place, Caroline Smith, Tatum FFA. Second, went to Ashlyn Carpenter, McDade FFA. Third, Martha Villeska, McDade FFA. And fourth, Shelby Jacobs, Merkel FFA. Just a quick reminder, if you guys had a scramble heifer and Rodeo Austin has a copy or has your original papers, those will be available in the show office. So if you had a scramble heifer and you need to go pick up your original papers, those are available in the show office. Lila Houghton, I could use your bio at the announcer stand. Lila Houghton with your reserve champion, main Anjou female. Can you please bring me your announcer to the, or your bio, excuse me, to the announcer stand?
Well, a good lineup that we've got out here as we've worked through our junior shorthorn heifers, and I think we've got some differences in type and kind out here. But as you work down and we worked through those classes, found the better, higher quality ones, I think, to land on top every time. We started in the first class, and that heifer, again, just in terms of her look and her refinement, she's good and she's fresh and she's got some turn to her rib and body whenever you get in behind her. Now, where we picked on her, we talked about how sometimes she can fall out of her front end a little bit and look like she cuts up into her flank just a little bit. And I don't know that in this setting she still has the edge in terms of rib and center body and substance, but still has some quality pieces to her. The young lady out of the second class, you do an awesome job of getting your heifer presented out here and get her pulled together. She gives you a good look from the side because she's extended up front, long-necked, and she ties it good to the top side of her shoulder. At the standstill, I can really get drawn into her. Now, if I'm going to pick on her a little bit, same thing. I don't know that she's still the boldest bodied and the best in the center portion as we come back out here and compare to some others. And then in motion, she's a little frailer in her foot and her ankle, sometimes sets down just a little more rigid there because of it. It's still plenty functional, but if we're going to pick on her where the water gets probably just a little bit deeper, that's probably where I'll do it. A single entry there in the third class in a heifer that's good in terms of her boldness, and you get to a 3/4. I love her rib and her body, and I still think she's got some look up front, and I still think that she can give you a good look from the side. Now, where we criticized her a little bit is when you study her up front and the way that she comes at you, she'll want to roll in on her front feet. She needs to be square in her knee and all the way to the ground and probably set back a little bit. We could freshen her up in her condition and maybe lengthen her out of her hip just ever so slightly. She's pushing quite a bit of condition up around her tail head there. So if we're going to pick on her, that's where I'll do it, but I still think a lot of good in her. As we lap the cattle, the one that's probably my favorite in terms of her lower joint work and her flexibility is the young man's red heifer that won the last class. And so for me, I can really appreciate that. And I think just when you fall back to the fundamentals, that heifer is good and does the right things in terms of body flexibility, and I think because of that, for me, she pieces together with a good look from the side still. I don't know if she hits me with extreme pieces, but when things get close to me, I usually fall back to the fundamentals, and I think she's the best in that spot. She's going to be our champion out here. We'll take a closer look for reserve.
Very good class here, ORBs, and a very, very good place to start. The black and white heifer here that wins comes in here and looks the part right off the bat. One that's so flexible in terms of her skeleton, gives you such a neat, elite look up front, yet still when you get on top of her, has some body shape, has some dimension, still has some width to her. Very, very high quality one here to win this class. I think from there it becomes a little more of a challenge. I think the young man's heifer from a hip and hind leg standpoint most closely follows our class winner. She's the one with extra foot and bone and can get out of her rear skeleton as good as any of them in the remaining cattle. I'd like to tone her down on her shoulder and make her a little more attractive up front. I think with that too, we could just balance her up a shot better from the side. That's still a very, very nice one here to be 2 in this class. Moderate size one here in third, and I like this heifer. She's neater about her shoulder and her front end than the one is right ahead of her. For me, she gets a little frailer in her feature, a little lower to the ground, like to just stretch her out, make her structure just a little bigger there. And I think with that too, we could loosen up the way she goes off her hind leg, just square her up there ever so slightly. And the black and white heifer, it's going to close. Huge boned, huge featured kind of a female. It's really, really stout when you get on top of her. Gets a little coarser there in terms of her shoulder and her head, make her a little more feminine up front. I think with that, we could just redesign her the way she gets out and goes. But very, very good class winner. Congratulations.
Your results from Class 10 of your ORB show. First place, Lily Leal, Waller County 4-H. Second went to Jorge Alonso, Siegelville FFA. Third, Madeline McCullough, Belleville FFA. And fourth, Brooklyn Miller, McLennan County 4-H. Coming in now to the ORBs will be your champion junior heifer drive. These will be your entries of first and seconds from classes 7 through 10. Over on our Shorthorn ring, we did wrap up our champion junior heifer drive over there. Your champion junior heifer coming out of class 10 was exhibited by Brigham DeBoard from Ellis County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer coming out of class 9 was shown by Witten Gilliam, Hardeman County 4-H. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Last call, class 13, ORB. Well, a good class that we've got here as we work into our final division. On the Shorthorn side, I think it's close on the top pair, and there's a little bit of back and forth between those two. I thought for me, the one we landed on when I stepped into a rear three-quarter, I think that she hooks up a little stronger behind her shoulder, a little bolder, and her forerib comes back just a little more genuine in terms of her natural dimension out of her hip and her pin set, and then still, I think you step off to the side, she still gives you a nice look with some extension up front. You could maybe relax her back just a little bit in her front end, but that heifer has got some good pieces to lead off in here. The cow-calf pair that's going to be second, a lot of good in them too, and I thought it was close, and I know that she's lost just a little bit of condition because she's nursing the calf at her side, and I think because of that, flattens just a little bit right behind her shoulder. I didn't read her quite as big and stout out of her hip and her pin set. Those just little things are what separated the two, but I thought she was really good and does a lot of really, really nice things. Thought that was close on the top end there. The heifer that rounds us out, another one that's extended up front. She gives up the most from her shoulder back just in terms of boldness, center body. We could reconstruct her hip and hind leg to be just a little more attractive when we get her out in motion. That was a good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Sized and very good in terms of her feet and legs. Awesome in terms of her rib cage. I love the silhouette that one gives you here from the side. You know, you get in on that one. Is she as stout as a few of these other ones? Probably not, but I think a lot of things hook up and match very, very well on her. I think her structure takes her a long way in this lineup. The silver heifer there, the one this second class, is long pattern. She's neat up front. She is stout when you get on top of her. Talked about her in class as she could be just a little more limber the way she gets out and goes. She'll get just a little mechanical there in terms of her movement. You know, I don't know that there's the rib and body and volume of that one as the one right ahead of her either, but that's still a nice female I think could generate and do some things very, very well for that young lady. Black heifer, the one the next class, you know, this one when she doesn't want to fight the halter, this one will settle in, and really there's a lot to this one. She's very stout and powerful and opened up. big in terms of her rib cage. She's massive in terms of her back and her hip. You know, at times she'll want to roll up there in her top line and dump her pins ever so slightly, but I do think that's a functional brood cow. I think you kick that one out, she's going to generate for that young lady and do an excellent job. Kind of caught another gear here when we got into this final class with the white-legged one when she come in. Here's one that come in is extremely commanding, you know, not from just a presentation standpoint, from just a sheer quality and look. This is one that's feet and legs are so good, and the way that she can get out of her hip and off her hind legs, incredible. She's still very fresh in terms of her condition about her shoulder and up through her front end. Still blends so well from her forerib into the middle part of her body all the way back. I think there's enough power when you get in on top of that one. That's a very, very high-quality female there. In this particular drive. Seconds were extremely good as well. I think for me, it kind of comes down to a few of them out here on the front line, though. So if we could, let's put our hands together here in the middle division. Let's congratulate the young lady out of the final class, as she'll have your champion here.
Well, another good set of heifers that we've got out here. These three, I think, fall into line really nicely for me. And I like the white heifer that leads off. I think one that's attractive up front. And then I think of the three, she's the best just in terms of her forerib and her body type. She's got some dimension from behind. And so for me, combines her look and her refinement with the most center, the most softness from her heart back into her rear rib and flank. The calf pair that's going to be second, really nice. Got a nice heifer calf on her side. She's doing a good job. Lost a little bit of condition, a little bit of body, obviously, because of that. But I think she's doing a good job there with a really nice little heifer calf at her side. Just got to see a little more to her there in the center portion of her for her to balance out and get around that class winner. Round out the class with a heifer that's strong and level topped, extended up front, little coarser made at this stage. I've just got to see a little more flesh, a little more body to her to look just a little easier doing out here. A good set of heifers. Congratulations to those three exhibitors.
Your champion junior heifer in your ORB show was shown by Lily Leal from Waller County 4-H. Your reserve champion junior heifer was shown by Riley Joe McCullough, Fredericksburg FFA. Catching up on our Shorthorn show, Class 13 results. First place went to Lauren Krennick, Harris County 4-H. Second place, Isabella Bomer, Ector County 4-H. And third, Cole Gray, Klein Oak FFA. Class 14 results. First place went to Lauren Gates, Willis FFA. Second went to Marley Smith, Santa Fe FFA. And third was shown by Shelby Jacobs, Merkel FFA. In the ring now is Class 15. That's the last class of Shorthorns. There's 5 entries in there, born December 4th to September 1st, 2023.
Good class. We get up in here to these heavier breds, and a very nice place to start. Young man's brockle-headed white flanked female here is one that's impressive from a power standpoint. Lots of width and dimension and mass when you get right on top of her. So bold and opened up there through the center part of her body, yet uses her hip and hind leg extremely well. She's not as flat-shouldered. She's not as high-tying as the one that's in second up front, and so that's where it makes it close here in this top pair. I think this one's overwhelming, though, from a bone and substance and power standpoint, yet still gets out and goes very good. The 1 and 2 will give you a great look here from the side. Very up-headed and long-necked and still big in terms of her center body. She's a female that's very flexible in terms of her skeleton. She's one that gets a little weaker there in her top line. I think when you just get right in on top of that one, there's not the heaviness of structure. She's not as opened up and stout as our class winner, but that's a very, very nice one still that's very functional. Going to make an excellent brood cow for that young lady. Get into a little different kind of ones coming next, and the black heifer that's coming around is one that's really dimensional and really, really stout and powerful. A lot of shape and product in that one. You know, if we could just balance her up just a little nicer here from the side, I think that one can run in a lot of classes because she's very, very good in her basics, very functional in her kind, just needs a little more look here from the side. Red heifer's cooler looking, no doubt about it. She's neater up through her front end, a little sharper there in terms of her lines. Need to relax her there in her shoulder and knee and just fix the way she goes off her hind two to run with them cattle up front, but a nice heifer there in her own right. Young lady's got a nice heifer here that's long pattern, extended up through her front end, needs more depth of body and shape to her rib, and the young man's heifer that closes is moderate in terms of her size and big body, needs a little more length, a little more extension, needs to be a notch sounder off her hind two. Good class, congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Class 6 results on the ORB show. First place, Joe Ellis, Hill County 4-H. Second place, Ariel Elliott, Reeves County 4-H. Third, Brianna Ramirez, Seagoville FFA. Fourth, Chloe Finley, Montgomery County 4-H. Fifth, Emma Bingley, Pearland FFA. And sixth, Keone Brumman, Klein FFA. In the ring now on your ORB side is Class 14. There's 5 entries in Class 14. Birth dates ranging from February 18th to January 18th, 2024.
A good class, and honestly quite a bit of challenge and a lot of give and take in here, and so you can shuffle things around quite a few different ways if you want to. For me, whenever the cattle are stopped and at the standstill, the young ladies that leads off just has the most pieces that I like, that represent a kind that I typically go towards. I think in terms of having some look up front, she's good, but really where I think she's got a big advantage in this class is when you get in behind her, read her in her boldness of body, softness of heart, and back into her flank, genuine dimension. I think that's where she's got an advantage in here. Now she could be just a little more even in her teat spacing and loosen her up a little bit in motion. She's a little bit restricted there, but at the standstill, I think she had the most things that I could really tie to. The young ladies here that's going to be second got a nice bull calf at her side, and I thought of the pairs that we have in here, I felt the best about her rib and her body type. We could refine her, make her a little more even in her teeth. She's got that one that's pretty big on that offside, make it just a little bit better, but she's doing a good job with a nice bull calf at her side. Just change that about her really is the biggest thing here in this class. The heifer that's going to be third got quite a bit of flesh on her, and I do like her rib and her body type probably just a little bit better than the cows that come behind her, but she's probably pushing the envelope just a little bit too heavy in her condition. She's a little bit too round out of her hip and frailer in her hind leg. Just got to see her fresher and a little more genuine from behind. I like this heifer calf that this cow's got at her side, and I think she can continue to get good and be a really really good project for you. She's put most of her flesh and most of her condition there on that calf and just throws off her balance a little bit from the side. I just got to see a little more rib, a little more softness to her for me to think she can move up just a little bit further in the class. And kind of same thing as we round out the class with that pair. I think she's got some extension. She's good there in her top line. I think in terms of her flexibility, she's plenty good. And honestly, I really like her udder and her teat structure. She just gives up quite a bit of rib and body, and I think just need to soften her up there, give her a little more flesh for her to balance out. That was a good class. You can shuffle those around a few different ways, but congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
It's a neat class. Sometimes it just works out this way, the way they come in, but we're going to count them the way they come in. Young man up front here, the young lady helping him, he's got a hurt foot, obviously, but he's doing a very nice job here with his heifer in this class. Here's the fresh one that's still nice in terms of her structure. She's got some rib cage and some body volume. I think this one reads the broodiest and cowiest in terms of her type and kind, yet I still think she's elite looking up through her front end, gives you such a nice look. Heifer in second is heavier bone. She's bigger structured than our class winner is, probably even just a shot sharper there at the bottom side of her jaw, but I don't know if this one's hip and hind leg works quite as good as our class winner. I don't read her quite as big in terms of the center part of her body, but it's still a very, very nice one there to be in two. Black heifer coming in third's long pattern. She's neat up through her front end. I think she's very functional in her kind. From a balance standpoint, though, we could strengthen her top line, make her a little more uniform there in terms of her body depth as compared to the ones up front, but a nice female. The gold one's the outlier here in this class. Here's the longest neck, heaviest bone, stoutest one. If you want, looking for one that kind, for me, we need to tone her down and make her a little more ladylike. Need to soften her up there through the middle part of her body, tuck her down in her tail head, and I think with that, we could just let her get out and go a little nicer off her hind too. But a good female there that could do some things generating for her in the future. And the black heifer that's going to close is really long-bodied. I think she's nice in terms of her structure. I think out here today just simply needs more to her from a natural mass and power standpoint. Good class. Congratulations to all those kids.
Your results from Class 15 of your Shorthorn show. First place, Piper Carr, Lamb County 4-H. Second, Alexis Pacheco, McDade, FFA. Third went to Kate Swain, Crawford, FFA. Fourth, Aubrey Cano, Thomas E. Randall, FFA. And fifth, Carter Frazier, Montgomery County 4-H. Coming in now on our Shorthorn side is our final division, the Senior Heifer Division. It'll be first and seconds from classes 13 through 15. We're getting really close to wrapping up both sides, so those guys that have breed and reserve breed champions, we're going to take roughly a 30-minute break, but if you guys get them ready earlier and bring them up here, we'll start just a little earlier than that too. So we're getting really close to getting these shows wrapped up, so start thinking about it in the back.
The good lineup as we work into our senior division out here. And again, we've got a really nice set of cattle out here, especially on the front side. And I think we've got some nice seconds behind them as well that could be in contention out here. We started in that first class, and honestly, I thought that was a close top pair between those two. The one that we landed on, her boldness, her genuine dimension, honestly is my favorite of our three class winners that we've got out here. Just whenever you step in behind her, the way she comes to her full rib, natural dimension from behind is good, and then you step off the side. I still think she gives you a nice balanced look from the profile. We talked about how we could change her maybe just a nickel whenever we get her in motion in terms of her front end. She can sneak up just a little bit there, maybe flex her hock just a little bit more, but she's still plenty functional for me. I thought that was where the cow really complimented her. I thought that was a good pair that came out of the first class. The heifer that came out of the second class in terms of her foot, her lower joint work, and her flexibility is good. She's extended up front as well and attractive there. And I think she's got some dimension out of her upper hip. Probably the question mark on her in this setting as we get her probably compared to the cattle on either side of her, but I think especially the heifer right in front of her as I step to a rear 3/4. I don't know if she's still quite as good in the way she transitions back into her forerib. She can look just a little shallower in the way she comes back into her flank. So if we're going to pick on her out here in this setting, those couple of things can throw her off sometimes, make her look just a little harder sometimes, if you will. We came out of that last class and won, and we talked about you could shuffle those around a lot of different ways. This heifer had the most things that I could tie to, just in terms of having some shape and having some boldness, some dimension from behind, and still piecing it together with some look from the side. Now, I think within this setting of our three class winners, I don't know that she's still the most attractive. We could clean her up at the base of her chest, and then big thing is she gets just a little more restricted whenever we get her out and get her into motion. So I think the water gets just a little deeper out here for her, but she does some things really, really well. So I do think that there's some give and take when we get back out here, study our class winners and our seconds. I'll put this down and show you the ones that I like, but if you would, please congratulate our exhibitors on making it back out here. Really nice lineup in our senior division.
And your results from your senior heifer drive in your shorthorn show, your grand champion senior heifer comes out of class 13, shown by Lauren Kernick, Harris County 4-H. Your reserve division champion comes out of class 14, exhibited by Lauren Gates, Willis FFA. Congratulations to you two Laurens. We're going to bring the shorthorn grand drive back in here now. Your champion heifer calf was exhibited by Tate Ash, Hemphill County 4-H. Your reserve heifer calf came from Evan A3, McKinney FFA. Your champion junior heifer was exhibited by Brigham DeBoard, Ellis County 4-H. And your reserve champion junior heifer was exhibited by Witten Gilliam, Hardeman County 4-H. Your champion senior heifer was shown by Lauren Kernick, Harris County 4-H. And your reserve champion senior heifer was shown by Lauren Gates, Willis FFA.
It's a really good class, really fun class. Got a lot of pairs out here, obviously, but we get in here in this particular drive, and I think you could go a lot of different ways. I wouldn't argue with you. I'll be the first one to tell you, the white cow that's going to win or the white heifer that's going to win up front, I'd like to change her udder. I would. I'd like to make it a little more symmetrical there. Probably like to make it somewhere in between the two right behind her, but you set that aside. I think that one wins out here. She's the one that's the combination of the two right behind her. She's got bone, she's got foot size, there's power, there's genuine look up through her front end. I think she ties neater from her shoulder to her forerib than our one does in two. She's neater from there forward. I think she's nice when you set her in motion. Still big bodied, still genuine in terms of her build. If we could fix her udder, honestly, it just looks like the calf's nursed, and that's okay. If we could just change that ever so slightly on that one, I think we got a runaway winner here in this particular class. Nice place to start. The black one here in second is very good as well. This one is stout and husky when you get right on top of her, really opened up and stout down her back and out of her hip. She's bold in terms of her rib cage. She's heavy boned and big footed. For me, she pushes a little extra shoulder, pushes a little extra chest forward. There's not the sweep and shape to her rib cage of our class winner. I'm not sure she's quite as fluid there in terms of her movement either, but a very, very nice one there. I do like her udder. I like her teeth spacing a little nicer than the one that wins. For me, that's a nice pair of them up on top. Young lady with the baldy here, white-footed one, is such a neat cow. I mean, this is just a neat brood cow prospect here that's big-bodied. She's very functional. She's very nice in terms of her type and kind. I'm not sure there's any extras on that one, though, as compared to the two right ahead of her. I'd like to make her a shot stouter boned. I'd like to make her a shot stouter hip. I think with that, too, we could just make her just blend a little smoother there throughout and make her just a little more attractive. But that's a very, very nice one there. It's doing an awesome job. Got a pretty bag underneath her, doing a good job on a bull calf. Got a pair of them coming next without babies. That's okay, because they're both still nice. Young man's heifer here is one that you certainly appreciate for her length of body, her look up front. Out here, she needs more depth to rib and shape to her rib cage. We could change her in terms of just her elevation up front, just make her lay back and her shoulder and her knee just a little differently, but a good heifer there. Young man's heifer that's coming next is long pattern. She's neat about her front end. Again, we just need to soften her up there through the middle part of her body as compared to them cattle right ahead of her. Got a nice pair coming next here, one that's real functional. Out here, just simply not enough of the heifer of the cow to go ahead and run up any higher. Needs more natural width and dimension and just some genuine power. Nice pairs doing good jobs here to round out the class. Both of them are doing an incredibly good job with their babies. Out here, they look just a little nursed down as compared to the ones ahead of them. For me, just need a little more performance, a little more natural fleshing ability, but doing an excellent job. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Well, a good lineup as we bring our division champions and reserves back out here. I've mentioned this a few times in several classes and divisions. There's been some different types and kinds, and honestly, you get some different people out here. You could probably shake things up a few different ways, and that's okay. Everyone's got their type and their kind that they gravitate towards, and I don't know that there was a lot of decisions that were just absolutely clear cut. But I feel good about the front line and the champions and reserves that we've got out here. I'll visit through them here real briefly. We started off in the first division with those two calves, and I think both really good and honestly complement each other very well. And we talked about how the red heifer that we landed on, probably of the heifers that we have out here, her pieces are most like the kind that I gravitate towards, especially when you start at the ground. Substance of foot and stoutness of bone work and still having some extension up front. I really, really like those things about her. And so I think as you continue to work with her, I think that she'll be a good show heifer for you, and hopefully she continues to get better and better, but I think she's got some good breeding pieces for you too to capitalize on. And then a heifer that was reserve in there, I really like in terms of her freshness. Her balance is good. I love how genuine she is in the turn to her forerib. Her dimension from behind is so good, and when you pull her together at the profile, she's very attractive. Not as stout in her foot and her bone. She can set down just a little bit rigid sometimes, but but I think still plenty functional. That's a good pair that came out of the first division. The juniors I thought were good, and the one we landed on, just in terms of falling back to the basics, flexibility and build and body type, that's where she fit me the best. And you've done a good job of getting her presented out here. Now, where I get just a little more critical of her in this setting, I don't know that she's still the neatest in terms of her look up front. She's got just a little more chest. You get in behind her, she's got a little more condition up around her tailhead. And then of our 3 division winners, she probably is the frailest in her foot and her bone. We could intensify her there just a little bit, but flexible and good-bodied. She covers the fundamentals very, very well. We got out of our senior division, and honestly, probably as much give and take there in that division as anything. The one we landed on, again, probably just the pieces that I gravitate the most towards in terms of having some look, having some genuine shape and boldness, rib and body, and I think I made the call that she was good enough in terms of her build. That's where I think the reserve heifer really complements her, because she is good and loose and flexible in terms of her structure. Wasn't sure if she was quite good enough in her forerib and her body type. So I do think there's a little bit of give and take out here, some differences in type and kind. For me, there's probably one as we bring them back out here, and I was excited to see them back together. I think there's one that hits me with the most of my type and my kind, the kind that I'd be most excited to continue showing, but probably more so breed around. Young ladies out of the first division is going to be our champion.
Very good final division here in our ORBs, and a very, very good set of these cattle. And, you know, we started off with a good first class of them there, and a nice pair up top. And they sorted themselves in that class of being the functional ones that were good in terms of their structure, yet I think had some extras. The brockle-headed white-flanked one that wins the class, here's the one that's opened up and stout and massive and sure gives you a nice look here. Talk to her in class. She's not as neat at the base of her shoulder or the top side of her neck as the one that was second in that class, but I think structure was a wash there because she's very, very good off her hip and hind leg. Still powerful in terms of her look, still good in terms of her quality. The white-flanked one that wins the middle class, there was a nice heifer there that I thought was just very sound in terms of her structure, good in terms of her build. You get her back out here with the cattle on either side of her, and there's probably not enough of her, and I'm aware of that, but I still think that's a high-quality heifer the young man's got. He's doing a good job out here, and I think that's going to make a fun brood cow for him in the future. We got in there to the final class, and the white heifer out here with the baby inside. Hey, this is a neat, neat creature right here that's got big bones. She's got big feet. She does some really cool things as far as a look and balance and quality standpoint. I love the cage and dimension that she still has in the center part of her body. She's square out of her hips, still neat up through her front end. My biggest hang up with her is just need to redesign her in terms of her udder out here, and that's nitpicking out here because, hey, we're not sure what the 2 or the 3 or 4 of them right ahead of her is going to do after they calve and what it's going to look like, but I'd like to shorten her teeth size up and make the spacing a little better. I think with that too, maybe not as stout as the other one out here as well, but still a very, very high quality one. If we could, let's put our hands together here in our third division. I'll show you the 2 that I like.
Results from our Shorthorn show. Our champion overall Shorthorn female was shown by Tate Ash, Hemphill County 4-H. Our reserve overall champion Shorthorn female was shown by Evan A3, McKinney FFA. Congratulations to our Shorthorn exhibitors. On our ORB side, we just selected the champion senior heifer. Our champion senior heifer coming out of Class 13 was Joe Ellis from Hill County 4-H. Our reserve champion senior heifer coming out of Class 15 was Sloan Gregson, Montgomery County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Coming in the ring now is our ORB drive. We've got Our heifer calf, exhibited by Addison Wall from Williamson County 4-H. Reserve heifer calf was shown by Jace Mosley, Brownwood FFA. Our champion junior heifer was shown by Lily Lill, Waller County 4-H, and our reserve champion junior heifer was shown by Riley Joe McCullough, Fredericksburg FFA. Our champion senior heifer was exhibited by Joe Ellis, Hill County 4-H, and our reserve champion senior heifer was exhibited by Sloan Gregson, Montgomery County 4-H. This will be our last breed, so guys, with those breed champions and reserves, let's start thinking about it. We're going to take about a 30-minute break after we select the grand champion of this. Those guys with the short horns, bring me your bios when you get a chance.